above! The most prestigious World Championship Crossfire Tournament. Welcome back to the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Matt Andrews, and you join us here for Group Stage, Day 4. Today, we're expecting some of our teams to decide their spot in the playoffs and in the groups. We have thrilling matches to look forward to. All gamers will be playing Celebi later on today and fighting there for the top spot of Group A. Later, Imperial will be trying to secure the top spot of Group B in their match against SGJ Gaming. But SGJ, they have to win that match or they're going to be eliminated from the group and from the tournament. And later today, we'll also have 2 matches in Group C, which may well determine who tops that group as well. All of our teams, they all started a few days ago at the same place. Now, who will rise above and secure their spot in the playoffs? The stage is set. This is the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. The teams are ready. Let the matches begin.
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 크로스파이어 최고의 월드 축제가 바로 이곳 환상의 섬 제주에서 시작합니다. 차이나, 이유메나, 아메리카 지역에서 각 3팀, 비엔남 2팀, 그리고 필리핀 3팀까지 총 12팀이 최고의 무대에서 모든 걸 쏟아낼 준비를 마쳤습니다. 이번 여정은 12월 2일부터 12월 11일까지 총 10일간 제주도를 뜨겁게 장식할 예정인데요. 그중 12월 2일부터 6일까지는 그룹 스테이지와 와일드카드 경기를 통해 플레이오프로 향할 8팀을 가리게 됩니다. 최정상을 향한 팀들이 모인 만큼 상금 스케일 또한 대단한데요. 1위 50만 달러, 2위 25만 달러를 비롯해 총 134만 달러를 걸고 경쟁을 펼치게 됩니다. 특히 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널은 멕시코 이그라이 맵이 추가되면서 총 7개의 맵으로 진행이 되는데요. 거기에 새로운 맵 뱀픽 시스템이 도입되면서 색다른 재미를 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 이곳 힐링의 섬 제주에서 가장 아름다운 추억의 주인공은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 치열한 경쟁 그리고 힐링. 새로운 역사의 주인공의 탄생을 함께 하시죠.
I'm loving the start of day music, a little boogie to get things underway is all good here. It's the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. It's day 4. It's a 10-day tournament. We're not even halfway, but the games we've had have been absolutely phenomenal so far. I'm Matt Andrews, joined on the desk by my good buddy ZZXQ, by Mr. Paperthin down at the far end. But we have special guests with us today. Seven joining us, who's been here at the tournament as well. Seven, it is good to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you for years.
Right.
And finally, we have you on the desk.
Yeah, thank you so much. It feels great here to be back at CFS, even though I'm not playing this year. But yeah, obviously, next year I'm aiming to play on stage again. So I'll try my best to qualify for my team. But this year so far, it's pretty nice to be back at CFS, watching the games live here from the stage. So yeah, I'm enjoying CFS this year so far.
For those who recognize you and might be sort of thinking, oh, he's been around for a while in a good way. Back in 2016, you were the finalists.
Right.
Didn't quite lift the trophy. It was AG, wasn't it, who beat you there? But we won't talk about that. You were in the grand final, runners-up, and I've seen you at the other tournaments as well.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's great to be here. Obviously, I've played CFS 5 times. This year as a guest, it's still fun to come here, but next year, of course, I want to play on stage again. So I think, yeah, it's so far, like, there were not many surprises, I think, this year at CFS. Maybe only Black Dragons losing to Ranking Gaming. This match stood out to me. But besides of that, I think all results, like no big surprise here so far.
Who have you been impressed by? If you haven't been surprised, who nevertheless has stepped up?
I think Celebi, they look pretty strong. Especially core trio, Dola, Lucas and Rambo, especially Rambo. I remember the round yesterday when he was waiting patiently in water, like backwicking 2 guys from X10Z. Like, in my opinion, Rambo is one of the smartest players here at CFS, and I think Celebi, they have really good chances this year to reach the final. So I expect AG and Celebi to be in the final this year.
We were thinking before we saw Celebi's game yesterday, guys, that they could well be a grand finalist. And later today, in the last match of today, we got All Gamers versus Celebi. That very well could be a warm-up for the final, don't we think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Celebi, they've looked really strong throughout the group stage, but I think today's the real question in everybody's mind. Can they possibly take a map off of AG in the group stage, maybe even beat them? I mean, they did it in the Summer Championship, so it's not to say it's impossible, and with how good they've been looking, I think the chance is there. But Seven, based on what you've seen, do you think they have a real shot in the group stage of taking a map, maybe even 2 off of All Gamers?
I think so, yeah. In a best of 3, they can beat All Gamers. The problem is, All Gamers, they have no weak point, Like, if you play against All Gamers, you push B side, there's J-Way and CQ. Then you push A side, there's Even and CQ, like CY. There's basically no weak point in this team, which is the main issue if you face All Gamers. So in a best of 5 later on in the playoffs, I think you can't beat them in a best of 3. It's definitely possible. I still would go for AG today.
Yeah.
I think they learned from their mistakes in Vietnam this year at the CFS Summer Championship. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I think Celebi look pretty strong, like I said so far. So if someone can beat All Gamers, it's Celebi, in my opinion.
It would be interesting, the last match today, and there may be some strat saving there as well. Celebi might think, okay, we've got AG figured out, but we don't want to show. We've got it all figured out. We talked a little bit about how good AG are. Let's highlight some players from yesterday. Paper Thin, you were casting our way through the game. ZQ with a 5.2. Explain that.
He was really accurate. I mean, just in general, this team obviously is on another level mechanically. On Mexico, they were just so clean with their crosshair placements. I mean, they were just always at the head level, always popping people as they were trying to come around that corner from mid prep, doing a really, really good job with that, in particular ZQ and ZY. So I was just floored with how good they played yesterday. Ryu Zhao as well was awesome. I really loved watching him play. Had some big clutch moments. A lot of players on his team did as well. So there were some really dominant performances yesterday, I'm going to put it that way. So you're seeing some really big numbers on the screen.
In terms of crosshair level placement and going upwards rather than downwards, VNC can click when it counts. That's 0.86 headshots a kill, more than 4 out of 5, which is very impressive. Let's go look at the groups. We've had 3 days of games. There are 4 teams in each of our 3 groups. Top 2 will progress to the playoffs. The 4th place team after the groups will be eliminated. The 3rd place team in each groups will come back in a couple of days' time for wildcard playoff day, where they'll play each other for a spot in the playoffs. So you've got to be in the top 2. If you're not, you really got to be 3rd. And all gamers as Celebi, as we've mentioned, possibly sort of warm up for the grand final if things go as we are seeing. They will be playing at the end of today, so that'll confirm who is going to be top of Group A. Extenzi and Team Myth have another game to go. Group B, yeah, so we have Imperial playing in this against SGJ Gaming in our second match of today. If Imperial win that, they are outright top of Group B, and obviously the seeding into the quarterfinals will be stronger. That's what you want to get. SGJ, no wins, 2 losses. 10 rounds won in total across those games. They have got to pull just an astonishing game against Imperial. But can we all say how much fun they've been? We bumped into them last night, right? And the guys are loving being here.
Right. I think, to be fair, it's the first CFS appearance. I think only Gram was playing CFS before, like 8 years ago, 7 years ago. So you can't blame them for the performance. I think they should just gain some experience this year to come back stronger next year. But yeah, like you said, they're fun to be around. I can confirm that.
Yeah, and I think they've come in knowing, yeah, we're going to talk it. We're going to say we're going to win this whole thing. Yeah. But, you know, they've enjoyed their games. It doesn't look like they've come off the stage going, whoa, we weren't expecting that.
I mean, it was nice to see Pronik come in with like confidence. At least he's trying to keep his team positive no matter what. You know, they're just having fun. He's got a lot of personality as well. So, yeah, maybe this year didn't go so good, but like you said, it's their first time here for most of them. So it's a learning experience, and you know, I hope to see him back because you know, sometimes I thought at least the mentality they had coming into the games was the right one.
And we love the Philippine region. You and I, Carl, we've worked on that with some teams over there as well. Group C. So this one's a little bit to play for. You can dive quite into some maths here if you want to. We won't. BaiSha Gaming from China, currently on the top of this one. Anubis Gaming from Egypt in there as well. Ranking Gaming, the Vietnamese team, they've played 2, won 1, lost 1. And Black Dragons from Brazil, the former 2018 world champions, they are not the team they used to be. But you can never write them off completely. This group can turn all around. We're going to see BaiSha play twice today, so we'll know if they can top the group or not. Their first game's against Anubis and later against Ranking Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, looking at all the teams we have playing today, I think the most curious everybody is this first game of the day, Anubis and BaiSha, because Anubis, they looked really strong in their opening match, got a nice 2-0, but I'm curious, you know, Seven, you've played against Anubis a lot. Do you have any idea of what it's going to take for these guys to get through BaiSha Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to play Subbase and Compound today. So I think Anubis, one of the best teams on Subbase, maybe even at CFS. So I think especially Snare and Snake, I think these 2 guys are the key players for Anubis. If they have a great day alongside Beva, I think Beva has to step up as well. He's one of the best AKs in Crossfire West. They have a great chance to beat them on Subbase. On Compound, honestly guys, I don't see them winning. But yeah, my prediction will be like a 2-1 win for BaiSha.
Confident. Cool. Well, we'll get stuck into it then. 4 games coming up, all best of 3s. You saw BaiSha's playing twice. Some matches across all of our groups, some teams with some big games to play to stay into the tournament or to try and top their group and give themselves a good seeding into the playoffs. It's going to be BaiSha against Anubis first. Let's see what you guys and all the rest of the gang, except for me, would say about who is going to win this one. I am rooting for Anubis.
How did you manage to dodge this, by the way? You got to put yourself on the line here, Matt.
I never get anything wrong. What can I say?
Oh, I see how it is. Okay, you just know the results. You don't want to share your infinite wisdom with the rest of us? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'll tell you, all my predictions so far have been correct. Except for the ones I didn't make. Kyle, my good friend, I love it when this happens. So talk us through Anubis' win, or if you wish, talk us through everybody else failing their predictions.
I think everyone has the right idea, to be honest. I think for me, it's just seeing Anubis' potential. I think it's still going to be a hard team to overcome. BaiSha, I would say, easily has a chance of being a top 4 team at this event. But for me, it's just comparing what they did against Ranking compared to, you know, their match against Black Dragons. I mean, Ranking, this is a team that beat Black Dragons 2-1, and Anubis, they beat them 2-0. So they look very confident in this event. Snake and Snare both playing very well. And I think they do have a solid chance going into this one, and I'd love to see them take this series. And on the other side, I think BaiSha, you know, they haven't had a chance to really be put through the ringer yet, so this could be a good test for them.
Right, well, the Chinese team will get put through the ringer today. They got 2 matches. We're talking about BaiSha Gaming. Ready on our stage, runners-up in 2021, last year's CFS Grand Finals. 5th place in the 2019 Grand Finals as well. They don't want to be overlooked behind, you know, their compatriots AG, Q9 Esports Club, also here from China, of course. These guys, we have N9, 577, Chulun, Xiao, and Baby. And we've been moving through our tournament a little bit now. We can see the performances before CFS got underway. So far, this tournament, though, very strong. We saw them a couple of days ago now where they did 10-4, 10-2 over Black Dragons. That was on compound and sub-base, so I agree with you, Seven. I've got an idea that those maps might be making a reappearance too.
I think the main issue could be for Anubis. If a 9 steps up and if he performs on his normal level, this could be the end for Anubis because, in my opinion, 9 used to be the best player in the world. He's still one of the best. First match with Faye, he was performing at all. I think KD-wise, he was maybe like the worst team of BaiSha, just like 1.0 KD. Anyway, if he performs, then this will be tough for Anubis.
Anubis Gaming, proudly here representing Egypt. Getting ready to come onto the stage, getting a little huddle going on. They are Anubis Gaming. Great guys, good performances making their way here as well. They won the most recent West CFEL in 2022 Season 2. They were 3rd in the regional finals, 2nd in this year's CFS Invitational. They put in a 10-7 and 10-8 against the Vietnamese team of Ranking Gaming, who we'll see later on today as they're fighting for their place in the group. With Snare, Totzin, Snake, Bever, and Doom.
I mean, for me, I'm really curious here, like, was BaiSha's game against the Black Dragons just the Black Dragons being kind of really just not performing to the level we expected, right? Like, they looked, to me, really kind of weak. They weren't up to their kind of mechanical performance I was expecting out of them. So I'm worried that, you know, maybe that was not good enough of a barometer for the side of BaiSha. So for Anubis, you know, it was a tougher match against Ranking Gaming when they played them previously. So maybe they're a little bit more warmed up. Maybe they're a little bit more prepared for this match today than BaiSha.
Compound and sub-base, you would think would look fairly likely for these. We'll delve a little bit more into maps, actually, once we've talked about N9 and Snake.
Yeah, so looking at these two guys, I definitely agree with Seven that I think N9 is probably going to step up coming into today's match. But, you know, looking at kind of the head-to-head matchups, you know, the sniper versus sniper matchup is another curious one for me in this match, Seven. What are your thoughts on the snipers on both of these rosters going into this one?
I mean, honestly speaking, Xiao last year, I think he was choking a bit when matters the most against all gamers. But this year he seems to be very strong, so the sniper rifle of BaiSha is very good. But also Snare, in my opinion, Snare might be the best sniper in Crossfire West nowadays. So if he performs like he did online this year, I think he can really compete with Xiao.
They met in the 2019 Grand Finals in the groups, and there they played on Black Widow, which Anubis lost to them.
Yeah.
Earlier on in the tournament then, BaiSha, when they played Black Dragons, they won 10-4 on compound, 10-2 on sub-base, and it was BaiSha who picked compound. Anubis Gaming in their earlier match in the tournaments against Ranking Gaming, they won 10-7 on Compound, 10-8 on Subbase, and they picked Subbase. So these teams like Compound, like Subbase, both have got wins on them. Do we need a map pick and ban?
I think looking at this matchup, the big thing that stands out in my mind is the last time Anubis was actually at CFS, their group was incredibly challenging. They had BaiSha and All Gamers as their 2 matches in best of ones, and they did manage to take All Gamers into overtime, and I would consider, BaiSha a little bit easier of an opponent compared to All Gamers, who's, clearly one of the strongest teams here. So with that in my mind, I think this is still doable for Anubis if they do well in this pick and ban coming up.
Right, I think we're going to see Subbase Compound. The side that could be Port. So I think if Anubis has a great momentum today, they can even beat BaiSha also on Port. But in the end, I feel like BaiSha is still too strong because Anubis, they're lacking some experience at CFS. So this could be also a key factor in the end. And I think, if you play against Chinese teams, if it's like 8-8, always back in your head is like Chinese mentality, where it matters the most, they're going to perform, It's like that usually, so...
Yeah, I'm just curious to see if Anubis is going to try anything a little bit unorthodox here. If they're going to maybe ban Compound, like they don't think that that's a map that we can stack up against them. Let's give them a different look. Let's maybe leave something wild like Mexico Open or something that's been rearing its ugly head throughout this turn. Yesterday in particular, we saw a lot of Mexico. So I think there could be a possibility of a little bit of a change up here potentially from Anubis if they think that, like you said earlier, Compound's probably going to be the more difficult of the 2 maps that they have both played. Are we going to try something a little bit different?
We'll find out. It's group stage, day 4 of CFS 2022 Grand Finals, and it's time to get this one underway. Valdez and Achilles are ready to see what happens between these 2 fantastic teams and a spot at the top to play for.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are ready indeed to jump into the first match of the day. We have had 4 matches across the last couple days. Today, no different. So we're in it for the long haul. We are ready to kick things off with this exciting series right off the top.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I think, we were talking a little bit before we started this broadcast, and in my mind, I think Anubis could be the big dark horse out of this entire tournament. I think they had a fantastic showing in their first match that we did have, and I don't know. I'm feeling the vibes from this team.
They have looked quite strong, but so have BaiSha. They have been a force. Granted, we've only seen a little bit of the squad thus far, but we get a double dose today off the top, though, versus Anubis. So probably the toughest opponent that we've seen them go up against thus far. We'll see how they fare, but BaiSha Gaming going to be chomping at the bit to go ahead and get this win. Of course, if you guys have not been watching this team, you got to keep your eyes on Xiao.
Yeah, he's kind of insane. And as Seven was talking about, by the way, awesome to have him on the desk. A really big voice within the Crossfire community. And yeah, I think that snare is a big force for the side of Anubis as well. Generally, what we see out of him is a ton of information seeking, a lot of value provided to his team through that. But I think he's just also hitting all of his shots. He's doing really well for his team as well. So that could be a very fun sniper matchup.
Well, we'll go right into the map draft and see where we're going to be headed here for this entire series all the way through. Best of 3, of course, with BaiSha having the first ban. So let's see what they elect to take off the map. It's going to be Black Widow taken out of the pool now.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one to start off with. Definitely a lot of talk about Subbase and Compound. We'll see if we do end up going to those maps at all here. But yeah, Black Widow will be the first one. Eagle Eye also going to be taken off the board. It will not exist in this matchup, at least.
Yep. I think, well, we made a believer out of you just yesterday, but we don't get to see it here, not in this set, but there's still 3 other matches today that potentially could produce an Eagle Eye pick for us. It's going to be Compound coming up first here as BaiSha decides to take us there. There's a paper thin was pointing out on the desk. Mexico, something that has been cropping up quite a bit as of late. Yesterday in particular, saw it multiple times. But with things like Ankara as well on the table, maybe we go to something a bit more standard, something that's been in the map pool for a lot longer.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see Anubis starting off on Blacklist for Compound. And
Sub-base.
there's Sub-base. Again, couple maps that we were just highlighting. And those are going to be the first two that we do see in this matchup. Pretty fun map pool so far. But yeah, Anubis starting off on Blacklist is going to be interesting. I think we're going to get a lot of information about what kind of style of play they are going to play today. Definitely in the past have shown a lot of passive play, but I feel like for this tournament they're definitely trying to mix and match for their opponents that they are playing. So Mexico also banned off, so no Mexico today, and Port is going to be the final map that we do see.
Alrighty, stage now set. We know where we're going to be playing. We just have to watch the people play and see who is going to be able to come out on top as we get ready to go into map number 1. Already, right here at the top of the day, a fantastic series. And everything on the way should be just as good. 4 matches, completely stacked schedule. As we look to figure out the groups, look to figure out who is going to be going home. Some of these teams will be departing after today's games, so they need to put up results. It's everything to play for here as we look to round out the group stage. You want to see yourself in the playoffs if you are any one of these squads across the groups. Get yourself into the playoffs, get yourselves into the prize pool, and don't go home empty-handed. There can only be one holding the trophy at the end of it all, and it could very well be one of these two teams if they can get those runs going. BaiSha already showing that they are forced to be reckoned with. Anubis, a team, as you mentioned, potential dark horse to be able to make a deep run.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a ton from the beginning of this one, even more than you naturally do from a map 1. I think Black Widow for Anubis and BaiSha starting off on the Global Risk. We did see a bit of a huddle from the Anubis boys. We'll see if maybe they can channel some of that energy. Imperial, another team that loves to do the huddle, so maybe trying to gain some of that power from the huddle, and we'll see if that can help them out in this match.
Certainly needed. The huddle, the energy, the camaraderie, the synergy, everything necessary to try to take down BaiSha Gaming. Boys from Egypt going up against one of the Chinese squads, seeing if they can take them down. Let's go ahead and kick things off as we jump into map number 1 here in our first series of the day. BaiSha Gaming versus Anubis. Let's go ahead and jump into Compound. Alrighty, here we go. Clock ticks down, and the round begins. Off the rip, gonna be seeing Anubis Gaming here. Be outside of things. They'd let loose, just chucking that down mid, just to see if they can get a straight connection there. And N9 not going to be able to find anything. Nope.
Ooh. Attacking right away into the pillars. A pretty standard setup from BaiSha so far, but they do have 3 guys over here on the defense of a B push. It is not going to come true for the side of Anubis. Just pushing into pillars.
Yeah, they just work their way over that right side, get a couple nade bounces in. Do manage to tag up there. Want to execute one, but I'm going to be shifting back across over towards A. But look at the counter rotation already from the side of BaiSha. Kind of getting a sense that it's not going to be a commitment onto the B site, so they go ahead and send 4 members over towards A, so it's absolutely stacked up. Anubis Gaming very much going to be needing a nice little entry kill here if they want to be able to get this bomb down safely.
Saw some peeking over at pillars between the 2 members that are still around there. Interesting that Anubis is kind of making pushes with 3 or 4 members and keeping other guys elsewhere just to check some of those angles, not the strategy you see all the time. Still waiting on Anubis to make a push. Looks like they will be going down into a long.
Pushing their way through this very slowly. The clock going to be ticking down, probably about 45 seconds. Yep, there you go. Remaining. So they're just outside. There comes the push, and Chow finds the first blood. Thompson going to be able to answer back to get him down, but now 577 gets himself involved. An absolute brawl back and forth. As at the end of the day, as the dust settles, it's going to be Snare. The last one left standing. Gets the quick scope in. N9 going to be taken out. He's looking for one at the window, but he's not going to be able to find it. Baby gets the finish, and that is going to be the first round going the way of BaiSha.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Anubis waiting, biding their time, and then going for a push onto A with about 45 seconds left. Totson doing a pretty good job to try to enter himself, but not meant to be. As you were talking about before, it seemed like BaiSha was pretty ready for that push. They had a bunch of members over on the A site, so maybe not the luck that Anubis was looking for.
A bit late on the react there from Snare to try to get that shot across. Doesn't get the punish. Baby able to successfully back away. Another nice little nade bounce goes through. Does tag him down to 62 HP. Just hugging back. Some shots flying through into the window. Baby jumps across the opposite side. It's going to be another frag grenade invested. More damage taken yet, and that's just going to be yet again. The rotation starting to come through as Anubis work their way over into mid, and BaiSha, again, getting a sense of this, are going to start shifting their members towards the A site.
Yeah, pretty good read on Anubis so far, as it looks like they are going to go mid to B here with some poking in at the moment. A couple smokes already thrown down from BaiSha, so Anubis will have to push through.
Very much getting slowed up, though. They're trying to push their way forward, and he's panning through the smoke, and N9 goes charging in. Finds Doom Totson able to respond with one. With the help of Snare and Snake, they will be able to clean up two more members, equalizing the count now, making it a 2v2. Pushing now into the A site, but here is Xiao waiting for them. The quick scope not going to connect. Looks for the shot of the Snake, can't quite make it happen, and Snake with a pistol out will actually be able to take him down. That leaves XQLun half HP in a 1v2 scenario. Spams through, gets some shots to connect there through the wall. Can't quite make it happen. Wants to rotate up into the window now.
Let's see if XQLun can do this. 1v2.
Oh, spots one, but he's not ready for Snare to be up close and personal. The arm shot comes in. That's going to be Anubis tying it up.
Yeah, a very quick clapback from the side of Anubis. It was kind of interesting to see Xiao miss that first shot. To be honest, in the first couple of rounds, I feel like the better performing sniper is Snare. So maybe Xiao requiring a little bit extra time to, you know, wake up, shake off the rust, be ready for this one. But already from the first couple of rounds, a pretty good match.
All right, push up. 577 caught off guard, ends up getting taken down. Good opening kill there from Totson and Snake. Man advantage now theirs. And that completely sends BaiSha scattered across the map. Be watching that top mid side. Anubis just, again, poking and prodding around the map. They really like to just play this out slowly, occupy space, garner information, and look for picks if they can get them. It's quite a bit of territory now of the map under their control. Slash is still going to be committed here into mid, not going to be seeing too much of anything quite yet. So they're trying to get a beat on somebody there, but no one's willing to swing out for him. So we'll just slowly creep back. Get himself into a bit more of a neutral position. The push is coming though in mid there from N9, but he gets punished. Snare able to find that one in mid. A nice little pick off from him. Anubis now, again, forward pressure shown by the B site. They back away, they shift to A.
This is an immense amount of control that is being shown by Anubis so far. I mean, a couple of picks, very simply. They're winning those initial firefights, which are huge. And Xiao is going to miss another shot.
Yeah, has to back away. He's going to jump up, gets himself into the window. Smoke grenade does come down. That slows that approach around long. And Anubis, with 40 seconds remaining, are more than happy to cut away from Xiao. Snare finds a kill once again. Now Baby going to be taken out. Two remaining members here for the side of BaiSha Gaming. They get a sense that it's going to be a B hit, but Xiao is going to be taken down as he tries to rotate around the opposite side. Now working his way through the spawn is XQLun all on his lonesome. Snare right next to him. Does manage to find one elimination, but as he swings the corner, he is cut down to size, and Anubis take the lead 2-1.
And every single round has been in Anubis's control, it feels like. There was the one time BaiSha was stacking A and they were correct, but I think that last round is a pretty good showing of what Anubis has to offer. Snare is really on point so far already. 6 kills in the first 3 rounds, so 2 kills a round for him. And let's see if Anubis can keep this pressure up, because, you know, as I was talking about when we saw the maps, the fact that Anubis start on BL on Compound to start this entire best of 3 is a great showing of exactly what they're going to offer. You know, what kind of strategy are they going to bring into this matchup? And it has been really good. Snare, we'll see if he can keep this level of play up, because he is really leading the charge for his team. And there we go, another kill for this guy.
Asking Ye shall receive. XQ Lung going to be taken out. Snare again. He's working his way up into this forward position in mid. Finds the kill. Takes a little bit of a chunk there from the HE grenade, but Widely stays safe. Sends one out as well just to clear out that spot just below him. To make sure that he is safe. Smoke going to be coming down, covering fire here from his teammates. Doom just wings the corner. Baby taken down, completely caught off guard, it would seem. And I will find one as the members of Anubis try to advance their way forward here into B. That slows them for sure. But they still have the advantage in this 4-3 situation. What do they decide to do? Less than a minute now remaining. And 9 holding the door. No rotation to cover that B site from the side of BaiSha. They're starting to work their way across now, it would seem. And this could get ugly pretty quickly. And
wow.
Anubis, they're going to back away with just 35 seconds remaining. They're shifting. Snare sends out a shot. 7-7, doesn't want to swing that corner, knows where the alm is. Just continues to peek around every now and then. Maybe has a backstab, and he does! Gets one! Shao gonna be able to find another. It's starting to nail his alm shots now. This is what comes in. Beva gonna be able to knock down N9. Now it's just gonna be Shao in a 1v2.
And they gotta go for the kill.
He's down! Snare gets him. Alm or pistol doesn't matter. Snare is absolutely fired up right now, and Anubis continue to stretch the lead.
Yeah, you can see how excited he is. I mean, 8 kills, 2 a round. Snare is on fire right now. This is 3-1 for Anubis Gaming. And if you watch the EMENA region, or, you know, of course, just West, I mean, you'll know how Anubis likes to play it. This is pretty much 100% Anubis game and play style at the moment, and they're playing it to a T. They're playing so well. It is really exciting to see them do this well to start us off. And yeah, 3-1 here for Anubis. I want to see more of this, because this is really cool to watch.
And they're doing it on BaiSha's map pick as well here with Compound. So if they can go ahead and get this win, they are setting themselves up quite nicely to have that potential 2-0. But Snare maybe getting a little too hyped up. A little too overzealous, goes charging forward and doesn't bother to clear that right side. You need to be able to have a flash, have a teammate swing with you on that corner if you really want to be able to safely get into a more aggressive position. But goes on a solo mission, gets punished, so pays the iron price, and BaiSha Gaming can go ahead and breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, especially with not a lot of utility use there. Definitely going for a bit of a tricky play. But he did get punished for it, so BaiSha, they take out the most important members so far. But yeah, Rifler's performing pretty well for the side of Anubis as well. Impressed by Beva and Doom specifically on some of their entry frags so far. But Xiao gonna shut down that push as well.
Yep, now with Totson going, that's gonna be the top 2 fraggers from the side of Anubis in the dirt. Doom swinging the corner, takes a good chunk of damage down below half HP. Baby gonna be able to get Beva as well. Now it's all down to Doom. He will be able to get one, and Baby is quick on the reply. Takes him out. That's gonna be a second round now on the board for the side of BaiSha Gaming, bringing them within touching distance of tying it up.
Yeah, I think Snare going for a risky play that time around. It did get shut down pretty hard, so you know, pretty expected that BaiSha could close it out from there. Good pick from Xiao here on long as well. I think it could instill some confidence on the side of BaiSha, who are seemingly starting off pretty slow in this matchup. But expect to see Anubis slowing it down once again and kind of going back to the roots. No more, you know, random peaks with no utility in through Central Plaza.
Yeah.
And more so just, you know, this is what they've been doing. You know, peek through. Oh, they're going aggressive actually.
Oh, that they are. The flash connects. Goes out, but so far, no one's going to be taken down. And Nine continuing to hug just behind the door. The flash not going to connect onto him. Keeps his eyes intact. Slowly play this out, baby. Trying to just quick pop around that corner. Found, and it was continuing to hold forward. Actually lucky to get one. Tries to dive into the window. There does baby. It's taken down, but lots of kills in response here. BaiSha absolutely tearing apart Anubis. Totson spots Xiao, gets a little bit of damage down onto him. Couple tags there into the leg. Now certainly has his work cut out for him, and Xiao has not been missing his shots these last few rounds. They clean it up again. BaiSha now tie the score at 3-3.
Yeah, pretty cool to see BaiSha clapping back pretty easily. You were highlighting actually in the first round of this entire map how BaiSha was very swiftly rotating seemingly into perfect position. We saw that a bit here as well. I think they've got a pretty good read on Anubis, and as long as they don't get, you know, picked off before the fighting really begins, they are taking these rounds pretty steadily. So 3 members hanging around that area is not something you see very often, but it did allow them to swiftly take care of that push that we did see through the pillars and B site.
Yeah, very nicely done by N9 there. Baby to go ahead and really shut down that advancement towards the B site. Fragmenting out. A little minor damage there. On to, well, never mind. Lots of damage on the Snare. Xiao just goes ahead and hits him with the arm. He's going to say, oh, he only took 12 from the HE, and then he's just dead on the floor.
True.
Push coming through now, trying to assault this A site, and it is not going well. 5-7-7 with 2 kills. Push on the corner, gets the tag, gets the finish with the pistol. Xiao shuts it down, and it is just damn clean work right now coming out from BaiSha. Seemingly have woken up. We talked about Xiao not hitting his shots, and well, maybe he just needs a little bit of a warm up. I think he's gotten it now.
Yeah, they seem to have woken up a little bit. You know, you play that first match of the day, you shake off the rust. Maybe you make the hotel breakfast, maybe you don't. But either way, they're here to play now. That is for sure. Anubis have certainly slowed down, and you can tell. I mean, Snare. Remember, he was 8-2. Now he's 8-5. He has done nothing for the last 3 rounds, and that has been a big difference maker. We'll see what Anubis wants to do in terms of, you know, now nothing has gone right for a while. Do they want to change up their strategy, maybe go for something a little bit more aggressive rather than some of these slow pushes? Because BaiSha has certainly locked on and downloaded some of the playbook from Anubis.
It's something that BaiSha desperately needed. Just given the way that this had started. Nice 3-round streak for Anubis turned into now a 3-round streak for BaiSha, plus the initial win. So lead is theirs on their map pick of Compound. They want to avoid potential blowout. They need to be able to get this victory, but Snare finds Xiao. Push up again over towards Plaza. Gets that hit. Doesn't taking a hell of a lot of damage. Baby re-swings the angle. Does get that kill. HP bars on Baby and N9. Definitely not favorable for the side of BaiSha. Snare pushed all the way up. We'll see where he decides to go. Yet again, 55 seconds remaining on the clock as Anubis, I mean, you talked about it from the very outset, from the very start of this tournament, Valdez, that they like to play slowly, run the clock down, seek info. And that does not change with Beva dead, but now Totson going to be taken down and tries to work his way around the backside of the site. A good punish, and with 35 seconds remaining, they don't really have too many options now. This streaming forward one after the other. Snake going to be able to answer back, but XQLun getting Doom. Means the man advantage is very much there for the side of BaiSha. XQLun will find Snake. Snare. Close quarter shot comes in. The pistol is out. He gets tagged low. XQLun, oh, the no-scope not going to connect. He gets the shot on the N9. Can he actually finish this? He cannot. XQLun finally manages to take him down, and while he makes a good effort of it, he can't quite get the win for the squad, and that is going to be BaiSha now. 4 rounds consecutively, the round stretched by 2.
Yeah, that time's starting off pretty well for the side of Anubis, but they cannot find a way into this A site. The riflers that are on A site are just a little bit too on point this time for BaiSha. Even with Snare winning the 1v1 sniper battle, it was not enough to push in. So last round of the half, Anubis do push in pretty aggressively into A room for now. Let's see if they want to change anything up. I would love to see them go for at least one rush on the BL side, but it doesn't look like they're going to change up their playbook for now.
Yeah. Nothing going to happen now for the next 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, and that's an issue. I mean, you know it, Achilleos, and most importantly, BaiSha also know it. So they're like, okay, they're not going to push for a minute. What are we going to do? They are immediately throwing utility into places where people could be, camping. Xiao is going to check this angle. He's going to get a free kill onto Snare. And maybe just a bit predictable for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, they double HE. They're in mid. They say, okay, no one's going to be sat up in the tower. Xiao says, all right, let me check around A long. Swings out, finds the shot, gets the kill. Snare going to be taken down. He has been the runaway performer right now for Anubis with 11 of their kills. No one has even half of that. Totson's the next closest, I believe, with 5. And BaiSha going to be breathing a bit more easily now. As some damage goes out, Totson getting tagged lower. Push starting to come around over towards B. Still fairly heavily stacked. Split attention as Totson goes charging forward. Doom going to be able to answer back with 1, but 577 cuts him down. Gets Bevan a boot, and now it is just Snake all on his lonesome in a 1v4. He spots one, knows that the members are encroaching, and he cannot get the kill. BaiSha will go ahead and close out the half with a firm lead.
Yeah, 6-3 starting off on GR with Compound, of course, BaiSha's pick. And yeah, they're looking pretty strong now, 5 in a row. Hard to argue with those results. And again, just a bit of downloading, a bit of experience to start off the half, and all of a sudden, BaiSha knew exactly what to do. So now, of course, we will swap sides. Looks like Anubis maybe going to try to get a little bit aggressive. Take a look at Snare's position here. Definitely not very standard. I believe we saw Gokun do something similar at the very beginning of this tournament.
Oh, gets the spot on the headshot, but it's actually going to be Snare who ends up taking quite a bit of damage, down to 4 HP. What a response from BaiSha. Seemingly reading that perfectly, and Xiao gets the nade onto him as well, so Snare taken down right off the rip.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Snare going aggressive. He was certainly feeling himself, even though the results in terms of rounds weren't quite there. Snare is having a great start, but unfortunately not able to replicate those results.
I love the attempt, but it is just perfectly read by BaiSha, seemingly just anticipating that. I believe that they have absolutely done their homework and learned the tendencies of some of these players. And 9 pushing forward, able to find 2. Snake going to be taking down 1. Totson and Bevan with their hands dirty. There's Xiao at 9. Will be eliminated. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Totson trying to get the finishing shot here. Baby goes down. And that is Anubis getting fired up as they take the first round in the second half.
You can see Snare giving a huge shout to his brother Beva right there. And Snare going down early, but he was certainly cheering on his teammates there. Fantastic defense. Very much what BaiSha was able to show when they were playing on GR's side. So, yeah, making quick work of that push, even down a member. Able to quickly dispatch of BaiSha Gaming, and yeah, Anubis making this one really, really interesting. You can see, once again, this is what Snare loves to do, especially on GR. He's getting so much information for his team, and take a look at the defense here for Anubis. They're in position because of this.
The flashes go out. They try to swing on the corner, though. It's going to be a 9. shutting down Beva on that approach through a long. And yeah, I mean, Snare is just all the way back in the spawn, but now he's potentially at risk. He'll come from either side of him, and N9 getting ready to swing the corner. He's going to tuck away behind the box. Does he watch that right side? They're not going to push up towards him, so for now he's going to be safe.
Yeah, and he hears everything. He should hear this rotation now. That's a third member that he has heard go by.
Still not a heavy rotation coming out from the side of Anubis. They're just leaving him in his spot. Still at risk if Xiao were to walk out of this window. Instead, he's going to rotate around and try to backstab here.
This is insane.
I mean, this is Lucas levels of sneakiness.
He is undercover.
Push. Here's the jump. Spots one. There's one. Oh, has to turn to the right. He gets the second shot. Seemingly caught off guard that Xiao was in that position. Now he's looking for the nose scope out the window. Goes at 577. It's just outside, but Baby manages to get up on top of him. Takes
he did
him
his
down,
job.
but yeah, he certainly did his job. But at the end of the day, it is still going to be an equal body count here for either side. BaiSha with 3, pushing over towards the B site where Doom needs to go big, and he gets one for his troubles, but then it's shut down. That should lead at least to the C4 getting planted.
Yeah, so retaking B, definitely not simple on this map. It is a very difficult site to get into, but BaiSha have gone mid to B. Very nicely done that they do get in here. Let's see what Anubis have in store to try to retake this 2v2.
Poking and prodding for now. Snake goes to the push, not going to be able to find it. Totson gets one, he makes it close. He gives some hope, but the shutdown comes through. And BaiSha answer back, maintaining the lead now at 7-4.
Yeah, so they kept calm, even with a couple of sneaky members in their ranks. Bit of a slower round from BaiSha. Definitely looked like it was Anubis that was actually on the attack, but it was not the case. But they eventually got in there and went for a strategy that we did not see Anubis go for even once. So very successful maneuver from the side of BaiSha. Let's see if they keep the tempo a bit slower. But they do have all 5 members now rotating into A room.
Yep, bomb going to get picked up. Oh no, actually they still leave it on the floor for now. Xiao could grab it. He's watching. Says, yeah, I'm not going to let Snare do that sort of rotation, that sneaky play like he did last time. And now we'll go ahead and look to move forward with the rest of the team. Eyes trained on this doorway by Beva, just waiting to see the push. No smokes, no flashes coming through. Here's the rush, and he gets shot down instantly. Baby at 577, explosive entry here onto the side as Baby's already moved up through the window, waiting for this push to come out from Doom. Corner gets a little bit of damage down onto him, but oversteps, ends up falling. So too does Totson. With 4 members strong here on the site, the C4 planted. BaiSha are looking to take it to 8. Nice nade in, Snare. Whether it's the or some util, finds value. Blackout tries to go for the push, but he's pushing through smoke. Gets shut down. BaiSha take the round and now are just 2 rounds away from taking the map.
Yeah, 8-4. Looks like we might have a little pause here as Snake is going back to the book for this one. Maybe looking to change things up. Staying very calm. We've seen a lot of other IGLs be very worked up in this situation where they're like, okay, guys, nothing's going right. We got to change it up. But it's very clear that Anubis are pretty confident and pretty happy with the way things are going, even though they are down 4 rounds. Yeah, pretty interesting. I love the way that BaiSha did attack that site as well. It's like everybody's got an assignment when they're going in. It's not just, you know, everybody looking in the same direction. You got 577 leading the charge. His entry frags have been amazing. And then Baby's covering his back. He's looking for the very common defensive positions for the side of Anubis. And yeah, things going very well for BaiSha so far. But now a minute to go back to the book, you know, try to figure out what they can do in terms of strategy for them.
Consult the encyclopedia of compound set plays.
Look at that stack he's got right there.
he's got a packet of information, much like we get provided on every single day with all the team statistics and whatnot. But
propped up by a sweater or something over there for easy reading. Pretty cool to see.
Well, the theme so far in the 4 days of this tournament has been call attack timeout, win the follow-up round. Not something that I see too much in some of my other work in TAC FPS. Oftentimes you call the timeout and you absolutely bomb out in the next round. But it has been very consistent for the teams here.
You know what I want to see is I want to see Anubis push, put on some pressure. Their individual play has been
they're doing just that. Here comes the charge down mid.
I think try to play to where you're winning, you know? Try to look for some picks early. And certainly Snare has been let off the leash once again as he is up in the tower by himself.
Ooh. Shot's not connecting. He's in a bad spot. He does manage to get one. Oh, gets the tag across on him maybe, but he cannot get the finishing shot.
Did his
Takes
job.
him down low. Yep, at least gets the exchange, making sure that he does not die for nothing, but BaiSha fortunately does just that. Pushed up, caught off guard. XQLun with relative ease scoops the kill. And I fear that I might have cursed Anubis by mentioning the consistent win rate after attack pause. Still plenty of round to play out, though, with 1 minute and 33 seconds remaining.
Doom the only one checking this angle, but also BaiSha a little bit disjointed at the moment. Two guys still in Central Plaza as you see N9 trying to check what's going on in A.
If Baby lurks his position, I mean, I was going to say, he could continue to stare down into the site and would be able to catch one of the members of Anubis. Trying to reinforce on the site. Totson instantly able to find two, and wow! The blink of an eye. It all gets turned on its head. Totson with two. Doom doubling down as well. And Anubis, they take the round, so forget everything I said about curses. The tack pause continues to work well.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, not much to say, right? The only change in strategy, if you can call it that, was Snare going extremely aggressive into the tower. Other than that, they just kind of hit their shots. Both Totson and Doom, the riflers, really on point. And yeah, it's definitely a couple of guys that, when you think about Anubis, they're not the first names that come to mind. You absolutely think Snare first and foremost, and then probably BaiSha in terms of a rifler. But yeah, a couple of guys really stepping up for this map. It feels like my suspicions are kind of coming true. Anubis are really playing BaiSha really, really well so far and making this a very even matchup.
Which, again, is very good to see considering that this is the map pick for BaiSha Gaming. So even if Anubis can't close this out, playing it this close does set them up nicely in theory, as we do have sub-base on the horizon. But for now, we'll stay focused in on compound as the frag grenades go flying, and that is a major hit, attacking everybody in mid. Push, however, still going to be looking decent as XQLun gets himself in, takes down Doom. Push out into the window, Snare looking for the shot, not able to find the hit. Sends another one over towards N9, but he gets around the corner in safety just in the nick of time. A little bit of spray there from Totson, finds 577. And that's going to be the B site taken. Bomb planted. BaiSha in a 4v2. Can they close this out, or can Snare and BaiSha do the damn near impossible? Jump right across the window, Xiao, looking for the kill. Just teasing him, and he keeps him distracted long enough for the HE to detonate. Gets the kill, gets the follow-up. Xiao looking strong as BaiSha Gaming. They do not allow for Anubis to string rounds together.
Yeah, BaiSha going for a strategy that I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone for a little bit more, which is just kind of group up mid, go mid to B, because Anubis have not really shown a lot of defense around that angle, and it has worked out very cleanly and smoothly for BaiSha when they have gone for it. So, you know, immediate return comes back to that strategy, and once again, a very smooth round for them. So now just one round off, and BaiSha the favorites in this matchup might just close it out pretty cleanly from here.
Anubis needing to run back 4 rounds consecutively if they want to take this into OT. Seems like quite a feat. Snare, though, he gets the ball rolling in that direction. Xiao taken down. That's a big boon for them.
Mid to B.
And yep, it's going to be mid to B yet again. They get the info that it's going to be a heavy stack on A, so they said, well, let's try our luck on the opposite side of the map. Totson, however, does find Baby. Seems like he's got other plans in mind. N9, though, light forward, trying to hold the door, swings the corner, gets one, gets taken down by Beva. It's XQLun and 577 now versus 4 to try to hold this bomb. It's taking away. Tuck in behind the servers, keeping themselves safe for now. 577, 3 swings out, finds one, but the cleanup comes in. They've got plenty of time for the defuse. Anubis Gaming not letting it end quite just yet. They go blow for blow. They take the round. Now, they need another one. They need to keep this moving in this direction. 3 more rounds to take it to overtime.
Yeah. Pretty good showing from Anubis, expecting it almost. Couple of the defensive positions for BaiSha once they set up onto the B site were not very clean. As here they come again.
He gets Xiao twice in a row now, coming up with that opening kill. Beva just spamming through the box, looking for anything. Snake forward there in the window, gets the kill. 577 taken down. BaiSha getting flushed out of this round. It's just 3 left now. 2 as Baby will fall. If you're N9 and XQLun, what do you even do in this scenario? I guess you do that.
Yeah, just face check, no utility. Go in, see if you can get a cheeky early kill. 3-4 is much more manageable than 3-5, and now they've only got a couple of guys, so XQLun though.
Okay, 2v3. Suddenly a very scary spot, considering that Beva and Snake, they have both been tagged low. As far as the overall HP is concerned, oh dear. I was gonna say it's basically a 2v1. Now it absolutely is. Snake is the last one standing. Do they have a sense of where he's at is the question. Seems like they do, because they don't want to push up into mid any further. They're playing over towards that A side. Push up through long. They can take their time with this with 45 seconds still left. It's Snake now. The world falling on his shoulders to have to get this clutch if they want to stay in the map. Otherwise, BaiSha now looking to take this 10-6. XQLun moves up, gets himself into the window, ready to try to get the ambush here. And as Snake hears the confirmation on the plant, his nightmares become a reality. Tell he's suspicious that somebody could be here. Goes for the push, but this cannot make it happen. The cleanup comes in, and that is 10 now for BaiSha. 10-6 overall on the first map. Compound, their map pick, their map victory. We look towards subbase to see if Anubis can tie this up.
Yeah, pretty much the expected result, I have to say. I think that Anubis did a fantastic job of fighting back, but nothing to be taken away from BaiSha. Really clean, a 10-7, right? I believe 10-6. Still a very clean victory, and of course on their map. Subbase is really going to mix things up, though. I feel like you know, Compound pretty straightforward. BaiSha knew exactly what was going on. They were in control for most of the rounds, and now let's see if Anubis can clap back. But BaiSha, very strong win, 1-0. And Anubis, maybe they're going to have to pull out the encyclopedia once again for this next one, because if you're playing Subbase the way you play Compound, you're doing something wrong. You know, like there's not a lot of sitting around on this map. You know, you can check some angles, you can try, but generally we have seen the more aggressive or risky teams get a lot more value on this map. I immediately, my mind goes to Imperial and the way that they play this map, and the reason why it gets spammed out against them so many times is that they are pushing into machine room. Then they immediately rotate and they go down A stairs and they take over the A site or something, you know? Anubis, if they're kind of sitting around, I don't think it's going to work out for them too well. So let's see how this one is going to go and what they have prepared for it.
Well, clearly feeling confident, but even then, still quite the task to try to deal with BaiSha. We'll go ahead and take a look at the statistics. As, yeah, N9, 577, both of them having some stellar performances. Xiao getting picked off multiple times near the back end of the series, but the early pressure he was able to exude was very, very good, especially once he found his footing right around round 5. But 577 definitely going to be holding his head the highest of all, I believe, as he's got that nice little 1,600, nearly 1,700 damage coming through, but yeah.
Yeah, he beat N9 by 6 damage, so certainly
big victory.
Yeah, he's going to feel big about that one.
N9, though, with the nice little 1 kill per round.
Take a look at Snare's numbers across the board. I mean, the damage is on par with the top member on the winning team, and the KD as well, extremely high. So that hasn't changed. I think that Snare sub-base is a map where he can really go wild, and I think that's part of the reason why they picked this map in the first place. Anubis certainly a team that can use some of their individual players really, really well in their strategy, and I would love to see Snare go off on this one.
Things got leveled out a little bit by the end, but I mean, given the initial kickoff performance there from Snare, he was averaging, what, 2 kills per round. Did still finish above 1.06 kills, I do believe. So, still a very monstrous performance from him, but we need to see a little bit more from the rest of Anubis if they want to be able to get this victory under their belts and extend it all the way to port for a third and final map. See if they can get it done. This would be an absolutely enormous victory for the Egyptian squad if they could make it happen.
Yeah, BaiSha definitely the team to beat in the group, and let's see if they can actually do it, or will the favorites just move on to the victory?
That's right, sub-base coming up from map number 2. Match point in the hands of BaiSha Gaming. We're going into Anubis' pick. We'll see if they can tie things up and take us to a game 3, or if BaiSha, the Chinese squad, is going to be able to take this 2-0. Go ahead and jump into it.
And here we are on sub-base, and of course, with this being Anubis' map pick, BaiSha got to pick the side, and they did go for BL, so really trying to set the tempo. They don't want to allow Anubis to do whatever the hell they're going to do. You know, are they going to play it slow? Are they going to send Snare into the enemy lines? They want to set the pace themselves.
Well, N9 certainly doing just that. It was a fairly aggressive push that he had coming out there, and well, it certainly was, but he gets away completely unscathed. No damage taken, gets a kill. Snake already eliminated. And that's going to be an even better follow-up now as Xiao swings the corner, finds Beva, and that is the A site completely broken open. Still going on a bit of a walkabout here is Baby. He gets spotted. Snake is ready for it. Sorry, it was Snare that died earlier, not Snake. Some real minor misspeak. Either way.
Understandable.
Either way, the damage is dealt, and Anubis now need to try to drag this back down a man.
Yeah, this is what can happen on sub-base. One pick, and you get the site.
Jump down off the stairs. The kills. Snake able to find 2. Monsters from him, but he does get shut down as 577 is able to go ahead and close out the round with 2 final kills of his own. It's going to be the first round yet again going to BaiSha. Now we saw on Compound, Anubis able to turn things around from here, pick up 3 consecutive rounds. Let's see if they do it again.
I'm a little bit worried for them. I think that BaiSha, absolutely, that round was totally in their control, and they set the pace exactly the way they wanted to here, starting with the BL side. So Anubis going to have to find a new strategy, especially with Xiao just peeking stairs and getting essentially a free kill. That was massive.
Snare again. Tagged up, 48 HP. He thought he was fine behind the box, but they go for the check. They get that little tag through. Threat there from BaiSha. And a really good read. Snake as well, taking just a smattering of damage. And this server room is just completely taken by the side of BaiSha. No real occupation or contention coming in from Anubis. Everybody just playing very far back.
Yep, and BaiSha going for the same thing, except no picks this time, essentially. Some damage, but that's about it. But it feels like Anubis is ready for this, but XQLun opens it up.
There's the pick, and it's on to Doom. That was one of the full HP members of Anubis. Snake and Snare still tagged low. Could prove to be a bit of a difficult position for them. Push comes in from M9, finds one, and finds another. And just like that, so swiftly dealt with are the members of Anubis as BaiSha just swoop in like a plague and just destroy the crops of Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, sometimes the Chinese teams kind of just decide that they're going to take rounds, and that was one of them, right? They prep for a pick, or a push rather, and they get so many free picks. The entry kills is something they excel at, and they kind of just made that one look free. As Xiao now feels like he has truly woken up.
Yeah, I mean, Snare went from killing Xiao at the top of every round of Compound to just absolutely getting bodied from the outset here in these rounds here on sub-base. Hot's unable to find one, but XQLun trades it back. Just N9 lost, and just Beva now standing. Tries to get the push. Xiao very much fired up, very much on point. And that is BaiSha with 3 consecutive round wins to kick off this map. Things already starting to look incredibly dire for the Egyptians.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Remember that Anubis went for sub-base. This was their most confident map pick, essentially, out of what was available, and this is what it looks like. BaiSha say, yeah, okay, thank you very much. We are going to pick BL, and we are going to slaughter, as they have just kind of they've definitely focused on going in through the vents and into AC alongside of A pushes, and it looks like they're kind of going with the mindset of, well, why switch it up if it's working? But sub-base is certainly a map where you can kind of, you know, fake the same thing, and then all of a sudden there's 5 guys in B, and you're wondering how they got there in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So let's see if they continue with this strategy of pushing A, or if they switch it up.
I'll double nade to see if somebody's going to be holding close to the base of the stairs. Not to be. So Anubis at least can be grateful that they weren't playing that position, but here comes the push all the same. Beva moving back and forth behind the box. I'll send out a shot. Bit of a warning there. If they get a pick, they do not, so they say, all right, well, let's go over to the B site perhaps. Work their way back across over towards mid. They have left Baby. He's been quite far forward this entire time, just holding the corner, seeing if anybody extends towards this side of the map. But this is Anubis Gaming. They don't extend. Only Snare does that every once in a while.
Yeah.
Snake going to be finished off. I was about to say, very low HP on him. Xiao gets the kill in the end. Snare trying to get XQLun, but just cannot land just about anything. Thinks him a little bit lower, but Xiao, despite the HP disadvantage, is still perfectly fine. Finishes off Doom. XQLun will go ahead and get the last kill, and that is now 4 rounds. Locked in for BaiSha. Nearly halfway to closing out the first match of the day.
Yep, pretty rough showing for the side of Anubis. BaiSha, they pick Compound. It goes a bit back and forth. Anubis look like they can challenge, and then all of a sudden...
Oh, that was so close to hitting.
Wow, Anubis are pushing.
Finally decided to change it up, and they win the fight. The frag grenade is absolutely huge. Snake taking a ton of damage. XQLun finding one. Todd's unable to answer it back. Snare gets another kill. That's the trade up, but only for a brief little moment. And Xiao will bring it back to a 2v1. Snare, though, hindered a golden opportunity. Has had a rough go of it so far. He's pushing in. He's got the backstab. 577. He gets the read. He heard him coming through. Shuts it down. And the golden opportunity completely melts and gets rusted up. Anubis continue to struggle to find a single round win on this defense.
And they even mixed it up. It took a 5th round in a row for them to say, okay, we're going to try to fight BaiSha on their territory. And the push itself actually worked, right? Like,
they got space.
Yeah, they got space. It ended up with a 2v2 in the end, but then the members of BaiSha kind of just hit their shots a little bit better in that even scenario. So I wouldn't mind Anubis continuing to mix it up, but you would have to imagine that their confidence level is at an all-time low.
Yeah.
You go into your map pick, you cannot win a single round. The rounds aren't even that close. I mean, it's absolute domination for now. Xiao has woken up in a big way.
He has just got Snare's number on this map. Drop out of the vent. The kills are there. XQLun just absolutely rips apart 2 players on the side of Anubis. Totson will be able to get him in the end. And now this is in a clutchable position, but he needs to be able to safely get out here onto this A site. The bomb is planted. He gets flashed up. He gets tagged low, and 577 gets the finish. 6 rounds straight now for the side of BaiSha with no end in sight.
No end in sight, but...
I lied. There's an end in sight.
Yeah,
it's round
exactly.
10.
That's exactly what I was going to say. BaiSha, their aggression has no end, and I think the end of this map might be coming soon. Unfortunately, the Egyptian teams here at this tournament have not found a lot of luck, and I think Subbase is another...
Snare again.
Yeah.
Snake now as well. Xiao is just being a one-man wrecking crew. Shooting through the fencing.
Yeah. Xiao was like, oh, he's using round 1 for a little bit of a warm-up. He's still drinking his coffee, and then now map number 2 is kind of what we expected coming into this map, right? Or into this matchup.
Sure.
So the guy is online. He's had his coffee, and he's ready to go.
I mean, Xiao now is treating this like an aim lab session. He's just getting ready versus Anubis so that he can try to take down Ranking Gaming later on. Eva tries to stop the assault, and 9 does fall. 577 quick on the reply. Anubis now starting to rotate over. Nades coming out. It's a little bit of damage on the 2 members there for BaiSha. Smoke's coming down, though, cutting off both access points into the site itself. Window obfuscated. And Anubis have their work cut out for them. Nearly half of the time gone before this bomb explodes. They need to get themselves into the site, and they need to do it right now. The push comes in. Baby somehow still gets a kill. He gets a second one before he gets taken down, but they need to get on this bomb, and I think it's far too late. Snare, the last one standing. There's just not a hope in the world. They take too long to get into position. They lose too many on the assault. BaiSha hold firmly, 7-0. Valdez, is this our first 10-0 of the tournament?
I mean, if Anubis continues to kind of just sit around and get peeked on, then yes, I do agree. Could be our first 10-0 of this one. Finally, we are seeing some peeks into the vent. Will we see any pushes into the machine room? So far, no.
No, they haven't been contesting this at all.
A couple of guys covering the stairs has not worked, but they are continuing to do exactly that. And yeah, I think BaiSha, they've kind of just leveled up here. All of the metaphors we have used have come exactly true in this one. And
it's like Anubis' strategy is like me playing roulette. Surely it's going to hit red on the next turn. I'll keep doubling down.
Surely, yes.
We'll keep just holding the staircase. Surely we'll win this time. Nope.
What could go wrong?
You can go broke. That's what could go wrong.
Well, let's see. A couple of guys on stairs, but the peaks, the entry kills have been clean.
Okay, Bevis in the corner. They're close. 577 picked something around. They managed to find 2. Xiao cleans up 1. Doom not taking too much damage, and so far, seems like maybe they've actually hit red. Snake will hit XQLun. Baby tagged low. Now Xiao in a 1v4, and it seems like that 10-0 not going to come to fruition. So Anubis very much fight back. The C4 stranded in the A site. Xiao needs to fight his way through. Gets one. The push coming in. Totson gets the kill, and Anubis at long last are on the board.
They finally got there, 7-1. But again, Anubis's map pick, and you took one round in the first 8. Not the look you were looking for. BaiSha now going to push into Machine Room. The second something goes wrong, they switch up their strategy. Maybe they will actually push the B site and mix things up. They're in here so fast.
Yeah, they are absolutely swarming. Execution, however, does get shut down. Snare stays safe, instantly swaps back over to the arm, finds Baby. And maybe, just maybe, they will be able to get a second round here in the half. 577, spamming through the smoke, not going to find anything. And, well, it was looking like a B push, and as it gets shut down, they back away. Xiao, however, he's occupied A.
By the way.
He says, yeah, I'm in here. And 9, going to the push out of the vent, finds one, turns around, takes down Beva, looks for a little bit more. Still alive, drops the pistol, gets a third for his troubles, and Anubis are just torn asunder once again. Totson the last one standing.
Give that guy
Bomb,
a medal.
Yeah, bomb not yet planted, but I don't know if it matters.
That was a heroic feat of bravery, and 9 just pushed in and massacred the entire squad by himself.
Saw his head for a split second. Not enough time to react there. Bomb now planted. Xiao taking a bit of damage. This Totson needs to work a miracle. Behind the truck, Xiao gets him with the pistol. And there you go. They give up 1.5, but otherwise they close it out cleanly. And yeah, 8-1 the scoreline as we swap sides.
You can see the look on Snare's face as didn't really see Snare do too much in terms of aggressive pushes on the GR side. So maybe we see him get a bit more aggressive here on BL. To be honest, I think sub-base definitely a map where you can find a lot of value by, you know, playing the play style that Snare has showcased many a time. But maybe it's a confidence issue. Maybe it was a team call.
There you go.
He didn't really go for it too much. So really happy to see him doing exactly this. Just kind of pushing by himself, no utility through doors, and now behind enemy lines.
In a very precarious spot here for BaiSha. Totson and Doom taken down. It's 577, man. It's 5-2. Snare gets a quick shot across. Baby going to be eliminated. And the man advantage is there from the side of Anubis Gaming. Bomb going to get picked up, and Skulon pushes on the stairs.
They don't have the
behind
bomb.
him. Yeah, they grab it now, but as I say that, Snake gets taken down. And oh boy, not like this.
Yeah.
Snare now needing to 1v2, needs to recover this bomb, needs to get it planted. Spotted, he's dead. Xiao shuts him out, and here we are at match point.
9-1. And Snare, I'm sure he's feeling not the greatest at the moment. I think he's done a good job of matching the skill level of Xiao, but as a team, this has been all BaiSha Gaming in terms of riflers, and now they're looking to forcefully take this map away.
Xiao gets Snare yet again, and 9 pushes around the back. Doom has absolutely no idea. The bomb again on the floor as Totson's the last one standing, and he will fall. BaiSha Gaming pick up 10 rounds to 1, and they will take this series quite handedly over Anubis Gaming.
That last round was just the cherry on top of a delicious cake. That was exquisite. I mean, that's what I was hoping for. That's what I was looking for on sub-base. And both teams kind of cautious, but BaiSha come out in the 10th round, and they say, you know what? We're gonna clean this one out. We got to get some food or something. We're done with the crossfire for this match at least. BaiSha Gaming looking like an absolute terror in this group, and yeah, not too surprising in terms of a 2-0 result. But if you watch sub-base like we just did, it definitely tells a different story of exactly what kind of skill level this Chinese team can bring to the stage.
Yeah, and if I'm ranking gaming watching back in my own practice room, I'm sweating bullets right now.
Yeah,
Because
get the towel.
BaiSha just say, you know what, we can play your style, we'll slow things down, then we'll go for a quick sight hit, or we'll just ramp up the speed. They are a deadly force here in this tournament, but enough from us. We'll be back for the second series. For now, we'll throw it back over to the analyst desk to break down our first match.
Valdez, I was going to bake you a cake, but apparently you've already had a delicious one with cherries and everything, so I'll just have it by myself then. Because he enjoyed that game, as we all did, but I think we let our hearts rule our heads a little bit pre-match, going, hey, Anubis, you know, we think Anubis can do this. We think this is going to work out for Anubis. Didn't work out for Anubis, did it? No, 10-1 was not on the cards, although a lot of people did predict that BaiSha Gaming would win, not by that margin.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty overwhelming. I thought, especially after that first map, you know, they go 10-6 on BaiSha's pick. Maybe they have a chance to swing back going into sub-base, but then a 10-1 sub-base, I think things just fell apart there. But, you know, Seven having experience against Anubis on both of these maps, what do you think really went wrong for them on their own pick on sub-base?
I know, like, I felt like Compound was a problem at all. Like, first, Snare was stepping up for Anubis in the first couple of rounds. And like I said before, Snake and also Beva, they have to step up if they don't have a chance against BaiSha. And after Compound, I felt like the whole team is falling apart. I mean, usually Anubis, the team, have a great mentality. Egyptians usually have a great mentality, but I felt like after Compound, they're a great start, like I said before, but they're falling apart. Like on Subbase, which is usually one of the best maps from Anubis, if not the best. Like, I don't know what happened on Subbase, seriously. Like, this should have been way closer.
Yeah, it was definitely a disappointing performance from them on Subbase in particular.
Yeah, it wasn't what you wanted. It was a map that we thought should be better than Compound, and Compound looked okay at times. You know, I felt like BaiSha was a little bit off. Shao in particular was missing on some pretty, not easy shots, but shots that he should hit. And from there, Anubis, you know, was only able to string together 3 more rounds after they had those 3 in a row. I felt like Snare was getting a little bit too aggressive. He was pushing out too far forward down mid on Compound. He kind of died to, frankly, he just was out there trying to find picks and he couldn't do it. He was getting picked apart by BaiSha. So, yeah, and then you go over to Subbase and there's not much to say there. It was a pretty one-sided affair.
Let's take another look at it. Compound was where this match, I remember, an important match for both of these teams in the group as well, as indeed many other games are today. Let's take a look. Compound was where this thing started off. I was interested to see that they didn't pick. BaiSha chose the map. Anubis chose Blacklist, which I was surprised about.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise here, but the even bigger surprise from Snare, I think, was how he just performed in the opening part of this match. He started off 8-2, getting consistent 2 kills per round, but it seemed like when he started to fall off and not be able to get those early entries, his team just couldn't find another way to execute onto these sites, and, you know, ultimately it led to their downfall. I think he was really the only player in this series who stepped up for Anubis, but the rest of his team just wasn't really there.
Seven, you wanted them to be faster as well, all through that. And again, they got off to a decent start. The first round was BaiSha's, but then it went 3-1 to Anubis. You wanted them to get in there quicker, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. I felt like the start of Anubis was very good. That like some good, they got for some good information peaks on B side. But then I felt like when it was 3-3, it was the right time to go for some aggressive executes. And usually Snake is this kind of guy, like when I play against him, he like when they play way too passive, they usually switch up and play more aggressive. But for some reason, they might be a little bit scared at CFS, maybe lacking experience as well. And I mean, Snare was definitely the only guy who's stepping up for Anubis today. At the same time, he was playing way too greedy sometimes. He's getting 2 kills, Snare, and still like going for the 3rd kill, which was, in my opinion, unnecessary. Also in Subbase the same, right? He's getting 2 kills, I think, against A9 and Baby, and then going for the 3rd kill was completely unnecessary, in my opinion.
In 6 rounds on Subbase, Anubis had 10 kills when it was 6-0. They'd clocked up 10 kills between them. 3 of the players had 3. That's just not going to do it, is it?
Snare had more kills in the first like 5 or 6 rounds of Compound than they did throughout the, a lot of that. I mean, it was just, it was, again, it was so one-sided. It's hard to really figure out what exactly went wrong. I mean, you would see them get the C4 dropped and they wouldn't play off of that. It was like they were still kind of playing deathmatch out on the map. And yeah, it was tough. You know, BaiSha, all the credit in the world to BaiSha. They look clean, they look crisp. Once they kind of got figured out on compound, once they kind of, it felt like they got comfortable, they just ran away with it.
Let's take a look at the numbers for sub-base. You know they're not going to be pretty on one side of this. 10 kills out of 6 rounds, but in total across the whole map, 1 round, of course, is all that Anubis managed to take. And we're seeing some very low survival rates. Of course, we're seeing some low AP there. Damage, only one of the players getting above 1,000.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway here is really just how strong BaiSha's looking in this group. I mean, they only gave up 7 rounds in their first match, and, you know, here's pretty much comparable. So I think, you know, ranking is going to have a really tough one going up against the consistency BaiSha's showing us, because, I mean, Anubis was able to beat ranking, and with BaiSha as your final opponent, you've got to be, you know, wondering what they can even do in that matchup with how good BaiSha's looking. But, you know, Zhao as well, continuing to be that strength for the team. 4.67 KD, nothing to scoff at there.
Why is Baby on such a low KD?
I'm not sure. I think yesterday or like 2 days ago, Baby was maybe the best player for BaiSha, one of the best alongside Xiao. So today he could even relax on sub base. He didn't have to perform, which is also like fun sometimes. I wish my teammates would be like that sometimes. And yeah, I feel like BaiSha, they didn't even have to show any setups on sub base. They could just maybe play like 50% of their potential and still win 10-1. I think more interesting in this group is the consolation. So if BaiSha will win against ranking 2-0, which I expect to happen, then tomorrow we see kind of like a final in this group, right? Anubis will face Black Dragons. So if Black Dragons will win against Anubis 2-0, they will be like 2nd place in this group, I guess. If they win 2-1 against Anubis, they are 3rd place. And so ranking either has to win against BaiSha today, otherwise they have to hope that Black Dragons will lose to Anubis. So this group is, the constellation is pretty interesting, I guess.
We had an interesting parallel situation on day 2, I think it was, when we saw ranking play twice. The other team relevant in that mix,
right,
they played twice. They came out of the first game on a loss, and we did think, how are you going to turn that into you know, a strong performance in the second one? BaiSha, like I say, parallel, but the other end of things, you've got to win here. You're coming up for a game later on as well. That'll play very much into their hands. Here's their MVP.
Those are pretty good stats. Those are pretty good. You know, I mean, again, he struggled a little bit early on in compound, and after that, he just really started to take over. He started to get really crisp, really clean. As that sniper for shot, you know. And what are you going to do sometimes when a good, you know, AWMer starts to really hit his shots, really starts to feel the flow of the game, kind of has good information from his teammates where he's expecting certain pushes, certain angles as well. You know, it's just, the game just starts to come to you.
Yeah, I felt like, honestly, Snack could be MVP of this matchup, especially in the start of this match. But yeah, he just got like not enough support from his teammates, right? Like, yeah. But Xiao in the end was definitely the better sniper rifle in this matchup. So yeah.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about the surprise that came undone for Anubis there, and how we thought they would be a strong performance. Let's reflect a little bit on BaiSha. Out of the teams that are from China here, because we've got the reigning champions from last year, All Gamers. We've got the 2020 champions, Q9 Esports Club, BaiSha, runners-up last year, but maybe just not quite being talked about as much as those other 2 teams. And like you just identified, ZZSQ, they've had a really strong start to the tournament. Now they've got this. They could definitely top Group C cleanly with their match against ranking later on. Where do you think they can improve if indeed they, you know, there are always areas to improve. What can make them even scarier than they are?
I think for BaiSha, it's going to be seeing how they adapt when they actually have a really difficult test in front of them. They haven't really had to touch All Gamers or Celebi yet, and I think those are the 2 teams where they're going to face some major challenges. Right now, it seems like all the opponents they've had, they're just able to outgun, and once you actually have to go into a match where it's all about adapting and learning and, you know, finding a team that's going to meet you head-to-head at your level, I think they're going to have to play a lot differently.
Right. I still feel like N9 has to step up in this tournament. I mean, he doesn't have TBQ this time alongside him, so even the Chinese qualifiers, they were struggling BaiSha to qualify for CFS. So I think if they face Celebi or even Imperial in the playoffs, they might have some issues beating them.
Yeah.
So I don't think BaiSha will reach the final, honestly. And yeah, so far that like Black Dragons not in good shape. So I think like you said before, they gotten challenged yet. So this we will see it later in the tournament if they really can compete with AG and Celebi. But honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, and for me, I'm also curious how the map pool is going to start to fare for them as they get deeper into this, right? We've only seen them on 2 maps so far.
Yeah.
We've just seen Compound and Subbase from them. So can they do it on other maps? Because somebody's going to ban out Compound or Subbase against them, no doubt about it. And you have to play on a completely different map. Who knows how they're going to do, especially when you start going up, like you said, against a team like All Gamers, like Celebi. I mean, definitely it feels like there's 3 teams that are definitely really strong right now. BaiSha's in there, but we haven't seen them be tested. So, yeah.
Yeah, excellent spot. Seven, you're going to be leaving us now. I'm sorry to say it, but we'll bring Bench back to the desk as well. Your guys, your friends, SGJ Gaming, and coming up next. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I mean, it's the last game at CFS. Maybe if they don't win, I really hope they can show a great performance, maybe win at least 1 map here, and yeah, come back stronger next year, guys. So I hope that my Filipino friends will show a better performance compared to yesterday at least.
Yeah. Definitely. Seven, I know we'll see you again during the tournament as well. So
I'm
thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much, guys.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
It is a big match coming up next. SGJ Gaming need to win this, otherwise they will be the first team eliminated from CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Their opponents are Imperial, who want to go top of the group. It's coming up next. A quicker first game than many of us expected brings us to the second match of day 4 here at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Matt Andrews, that's me on the desk, back with ZZSQ, Paper Thin, and Bench joins us again. It was great having Seven with us, but we like having you back as well, man.
Well, I mean, it's
That's
good
enough
to be
from
back
you.
here.
Okay.
All right, good
Okay,
job.
we're
Thanks,
on it.
Bench. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Okay. Go on.
I will, thank you. Yeah, I will. All right, let's see. We got your. What did you think of the first game, by the way? That's enough from you. Right, so let's talk now about SGJ Gaming and Imperial coming up next. Big game. Big games, two very different reasons.
I mean, yesterday SGJ had a little bit.
How
tough
dare you interrupt
beginning
me?
to
So
start with.
Come on.
You're giving me the rough one here, but yeah, it was actually me and him to cast the games yesterday. So SGJ was having a little bit of trouble. So they did lose the map ban pick of Mexico, which they picked. I think they got clapped there, and then the second map of Eagle Eye, which we were hoping to see, but that map ended pretty fast too. So SGJ down 2-0. Then this one against Imperial is their last chance to kind of hope to advance into the next stage if they can get into the wild cards. We'll definitely have to look at some stats here, a couple of rounds differentials. If they end up winning, we'll have to check those. But at the end of the day, this match is the crucial match for them, I believe.
Let's take a look at what everybody thinks is coming this way. If you're an SGJ fan, I think you might want to look away from this one.
Avert
I genuinely
your eyes.
don't know how it's going, but I suspect green team logos are appearing in front of our eyes. There it is, yeah. So I don't think it's a surprise that everybody's thinking Imperial are going to win this one. They've been very strong. SGJ have struggled. The guys on SGJ, though, and the girls on SGJ, as it's a mixed team, fantastic players, just delighted to be here as well, coming into this with the right attitude. I think this, while I also think it's going to be a loss for SGJ and they're going to be the first team eliminated from the tournament, I think this could be a fun game. I think there really are, we maybe don't expect to win, but we have really nothing to lose on that count, so let's just go and have a go for it. Hopefully we'll see some more of them than we did yesterday. The Philippine team of SGJ Gaming. We bumped into these guys outside the hotel after the day was over yesterday. Pronit, there in the middle of the team, was saying, hey, we're so thankful to be here. We love being here. We're going to work hard. We're going to come back next year and they can beat us again. Which is just I think a credit to them. Just go, take it on the chin.
It's the right mentality, right?
Isn't it? Yeah.
And I think, if I'm a coach for this team, I would come in and say, look, guys, come out here today, have fun, play without a care in the world. Just play, your best game that you can. Come out on the highest note you can possibly get for yourself, and that seems to be the mentality that they have. And so I think this is really, yesterday, I think in terms of the map pool that they were given, in terms of Mexico and Eagle Eye, probably if there's going to be a chance for them, that might have been it, because you're getting kind of the two least played maps. Other than Mexico started to get played all of a sudden all over the place. But, you got the two least played maps. You maybe have the best opportunity to kind of catch teams off guard with that. Didn't work out. So now just get out here, have some fun, and, enjoy the day.
EV, Kram, Pronit, Yobib, and Batzera. And Yobib is the star player here.
Well, seemingly Yobit being the star player here, but when it comes to mindsets, as Paper Thin has just mentioned, we actually had a chance to talk to Pronit for a little while, and even after some devastating losses, this man just doesn't get disappointed. This man just never gets sad. This man is just happy, and maybe that positiveness can be carried over to some results tonight, and we'll see what happens.
Let's meet their opponents, looking to go top of the group. It's Imperial. On the opposite side here, on the beautiful Jeju Island, there's your Brazilian team of Imperial. Lucão, Ruzao, Fefe, Adrian, and Gokken.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this lineup, there's no doubt in my mind why they're at the top of the group. Every single player on this lineup has been firing on all cylinders throughout their matchups so far. The only Brazilian team as well to take down a Chinese roster. You know, SGJ, they got their work cut out for them. It's going to be a tough one, but, you know, hopefully they come back in this a bit more resilient than what we saw in their previous. But, you know, for Imperial, this is a great chance for them to be, you know, securing that #1 seed and moving forward really confident into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this roster, obviously Gokun being the big name here, about the same time players like Ruzel was playing out of his mind, LKK was clutching when it was needed, and Adrian as well, he was popping kills, clapping heads here and there, so every single player on this team was playing really well.
It felt like everybody had a moment for this team yesterday in their match against Lazarus. It was a big multi-kill to really secure a round. And so that's a good sign for this team going forward. Not only, like Kyle mentioned, that they're beating a Chinese team, they beat Q9 in a really tough match, one of our few that has gone to a third map. And so these guys, I think, should be brimming with confidence. They should be pretty well in hand. It's just today, just make sure you're clean, tighten some screws, you know, make sure the little things are there, you know, make sure your mechanics are in place, make sure you're not doing, you know, weird mistakes like over peaking on angles, stuff like that. Really keep it in check today.
I think we saw, some times yesterday when, and the first time we saw them earlier in the tournament, SGJ were clearly outclassed. Looking here, though, star player-wise, these guys turn up, and, you know, SGJ can make sure that Imperial don't have it all their own way.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the head-to-head here, I just don't think it does justice to how strong Imperial is. Yobib, he's the type of player, if he's not popping off, the rest of his team really doesn't have a chance, which is why I think his stats are really so high, because he almost has to be that large of a player for his team to have a chance, whereas it's pretty spread even across the side of Imperial. So, you know, looking at these stats, having, you know, almost a 1.5 KD on a roster as strong as Imperial, still very impressive for Gokun.
Yeah, I mean, your teammates are basically taking the kills away from you if your teammates are as good as you or better than you. You never know, but we've seen that happen. But for Yobib as well, I mean, this man has the potential to just play out of his mind, you know, crack it out and take the kills. But the playstyle of SGJ really fits him too, you know, how they aggressive into the bomb sites as well. So we'll see how these rounds turn out. I think the map ban picks should also play a key role as well. If, you know, SGJ is able to take Mexico into their hands, you know, maybe that aggression could finally pay off.
Gokun, one to look for here as well, although he's just been highlighted as, you know, one of their star players, and we are always excited about what he does in the maps. He's got the lowest damage on his team so far, and by far the lowest headshots out of everybody as well. So I think he's had some up and down performances, but he's quite considerably behind the rest of his team in terms of damage caused so far here at the tournament. Let's see how much damage he and the rest of Imperial can do now. Or can SGJ get themselves off the bottom of this group and maybe hang around a little bit longer? Let's go to the guys, Valdez and Akelios for SGJ and Imperial.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to go into our second series of the evening. And I think the desk set it up quite nicely that this is an anticipated slaughter. But if it's not, then that's damn exciting. So we'll see what happens as we go ahead and take a look. You can see Imperial, they have been loud and proud this entire way throughout, consistently the team that is making noise, win or lose, you know, on the rounds there on the stage. They are looking to just go ahead and completely sweep the group. SGJ trying to get that win.
Imperial, I talked a little bit about how Anubis could be the dark horse. Unfortunately, not 100% sure about that anymore.
Still could happen.
I mean, it could happen. You know, maybe just starting up late, maybe gaining some in-reach mechanics from their partner Egyptian team. But either way, Imperial is definitely a team, as Desk very much did a great job of pointing out. They're definitely a team that can actually challenge the tippy top tier of this entire tournament. So to me, definitely a big favorite for them. I think definitely go ahead, don't show too much, you know, come out here, play well, make sure you get the win, try not to drop any rounds, try to do a good job of making sure you take first place in your group, right? Because they did take out Q9. They're in a fantastic place in terms of their position in the group. So come out here, have a good performance, pick some maps that you're decently confident on, and go ahead and look for the big win.
Well, they were teeing it up. Do we get to see Eagle Eye yet again? SGJ more than happy to play it just yesterday. We'll see if that's going to be the case again now versus Imperial, or if Imperial just want to take it off the board. Either way, we'll just wait and see if Imperial is even really concerned about the map pool here. I think across the board, they're likely going to be feeling pretty comfortable, just given the performances that they've been able to put up.
Ban sub-base. That is
Your recommendation?
My official recommendation. My official advice. I have cast Imperial so many times, especially in this year as well with their new super team roster. Looks like we might be having a little bit of trouble of getting these maps selected. So
yep, it's all right.
Yeah,
going through it, you can see the reps discussing here with the side of Imperial, just making sure that everything can be confirmed. Don't want to misfire or give misinformation as far as what the draft looks like, so might just take an extra second before we get this underway.
This could be another match where we see Eagle Eye. So if you are a fan of Eagle Eye, if you are part of the official Eagle Eye fan club, you might want to tune into this one, because if I'm SGJ, go ahead and let it through, you know? Like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Ban sub-base, Imperial, maybe they let Eagle Eye go as well, and then maybe you go ahead and pick Eagle Eye and see what happens. Definitely a map that, because it gets banned so much, might be the least practiced map. Of course, oh, well, okay.
Never mind.
Never mind. We were banning Eagle Eye. To be fair, in their last matchup, it didn't go so well for them. So
no, it did not.
Q9 though is an incredible team, so might not have just been the map. So Eagle Eye gets banned. Mexico also gets banned. So none of the new maps to the pool will be played in this one.
Alrighty. Mexico taken out. First pick going the way of SGJ is going to be Black Widow.
Wow. So they're going to be challenging Imperial on Black Widow. Black Widow definitely another really strong map for Imperial. On Imperial, you could just go ahead and pick sub-base unless you want to hide some strats on that map because you're feeling very confident. Yeah, just go ahead and pick very standard. You know, this is a couple of the oldest maps in the pool that everybody's very good at. So Black Widow straight into Ankara. Don't have to show a lot. Can get some decent wins on this one.
Alrighty, now the question is, what is going to be the potential final map? And it would be incredible if we could make it all the way to that map 3. And Ben, I mean, you're mentioning that sub-base. Maybe SGJ takes it off the table now just to ensure that it doesn't happen. But no, it's going to be Port. And it gets banned away at the end of it all.
Yeah, maybe getting a read that Imperial might just let sub-base go all the way through. So just take away Port instead. And now we have Compound and Sub-Base as available maps. So Sub-Base actually gets banned by Imperial. They say, no, just in case, we'll just take that one completely out.
Yeah.
And Compound is going to be the last map.
Okay. Compound to round things out if we can get to that ever elusive, much sought after map 3. It's SGJ. I mean, normally I'd say they need to dig deep, but they need to break through the Earth's crust, get towards the core, I think, to take down Imperial, just given the hot streak that they are on right now.
Yeah. Trying to figure out, you know, what is the strategy? Obviously, the desk did a great job of covering kind of, you know, SGJ's mindset coming into this entire tournament, especially, you know, already taking a couple of losses. So it's kind of just a big learning opportunity, one big learning opportunity. So for them, go ahead, I think try a bunch of different stuff, try to glean as much information off of this team as you possibly can, is what I would say. Try to make things interesting, you know. Even if you don't have a good tournament yourself, maybe you can show off a bunch of what you've got and what your players are capable of, and potentially some of Imperial's strategies. And for Imperial, just go ahead and play straight up Crossfire. Don't have to show too much unless SGJ actually puts up a fight.
Yep. Well, Black Widow to begin. Let's see what SGJ can do with this pick. Got to be feeling confident on him. Unfortunately, didn't help him out too much yesterday. Today's a new day. They've gotten some rest. They've had some more time to prepare. This third final series, going out with a win would be a huge step up for this squad. Lone representatives of their region. You can hear the teams starting to get fired up on stage because we are ready to jump into the action. Second match of the day, right around the halfway point here on day 4. SGJ Gaming versus Imperial. Let's go ahead, get into map number 1. We are on our way to Black Widow. We have arrived at Black Widow.
Wow, that was quick. Right into the match. And let's see what's going to happen here. Imperial already attacking on A-Long. This is a classic Imperial strategy.
Yobib taking quite a bit of damage there from the frag grenade. Forward push coming out, however. They're getting themselves into a sneaky spot here is Krabben. See if you can get anything done with it, though. Koken obviously there on the low ground, so underneath, not going to be at risk.
Yeah, SGJ starting off a bit slow. You know, they came out on A-Long here, and they saw a bunch of Imperial members, so they said, well, maybe let's take one step back for now. They do have that one guy out on short, and that could be the potential play. It does look like a heavy A focus at the moment. Some movement here on long. Let's see if they... Nope, they're just going to back away for now.
They're really playing with time here. A lot of Anubis left the stage, but...
Nope.
SGJ just very much is playing this one out slowly. Flash going out there over towards A. Just one. Maybe 2 kills coming in here as Fefe able to get one for himself. Takes back around, finds a second, gets a third overall in the round. Does he see a fourth? The answer is yes. 4K for Fefe to go ahead and kick things off. So Imperial will take the first round.
Yeah, something that we were talking on the desk about, I believe it was yesterday, maybe it might have been 2 days ago, whenever SGJ played last, is that in terms of utility usage, they definitely did struggle a little bit, you know, in terms of getting smokes on Mexico.
Okay.
That was a very nice shot.
Yep. The man who got a 4K already going to be shut down.
Yeah, but definitely something to look for here. I think they need to lock down their utility usage, like just going ahead and peeking Fefe. Not a good idea. Generally, it does not turn out well for you. Lucom, same. So, you know, getting some flashes in, making sure your timings are good, making sure your smokes are in position. That's what allowed Prona to get a pick here on A-Long so far.
Spray coming down through the smoke. Behind 1, and okay, Adrian comes in with 2. And the cleanup is there in the end. So again, slow build up into a fairly fast finish. Imperial now moving up 2-0.
Yeah, just settling in here is SGJ. You can see that Yobib's, you know, fiddling a little bit, you know, trying to get a little bit comfortable. Still in warm-up stage, essentially, in these rounds. So a little bit better, you know, getting Prona out there, looking for some picks with the smoke in position. Definitely a nice try, but afterwards, it seemed like Imperial was very ready for their push on short and long, and were able to shut that down easily.
Slow creep up, Yobib. Bomb in hand. He's gonna get right up flush against the wall. Looks like he will go ahead, backs away. Worried that he was going to get into a precarious spot and potentially end up having the C4 stranded somewhere, but
Yeah.
wisely decides to back off.
Note that so far, Imperial, they're not taking any chances. You know, nobody's really going out there and peeking. The biggest thing so far that we've seen here is Lucom pushing out on short, and that's actually a good read because they just got bodied on short, on rather long, is what I should say, a couple of times. So might as well look for that angle.
Here comes the flashes. Goken backing off, jumps off the box. Evie going for the push, and still blind and can't see a damn thing. Goken gets taken down. C4 now going to be planted. Nice, well-executed push here from the side of SGJ. This Ryu's out now going to have quite a bit of trouble getting himself through this window. He's just sitting here staring, waiting for somebody to come through. Gets himself jumped up over the top, just waiting for the moment for the rest of his teammates to get into position. He's out, actually wins the fight, gets on top of Evie, finds the kill. Yobip taken down, Pronut dead. And they have enough time to get the defuse off as well. It was looking good for a bit there for SGJ, but Imperial cannot be denied. Now 3-0 lead for them.
Well, at least that time, SGJ was able to get onto the site, get a bomb down, you know. A little bit of a better look for them, essentially. The issue is that the numbers don't look great. They still have 3 members who have not picked up a kill. So it's not just that they're losing rounds, it's also that Imperial is dominating rounds. Although Pronut certainly seems to be on point today.
Ryu's out, taken down again. A good kill to be found. It's Goken staring through, trying to get himself on the board. So far has not been involved in the kills, despite the 3-round victories. Has widely been circumnavigated and well dealt with by the side of SGJ. They now have their sights turned over here towards B. No one really too close aside from Goken here towards the site. So Adrian for now widely playing on his lonesome. Peek, shot not going to connect. He pulls back through the door with the brief moment, pushes back forward, but Evie gets on top of him, finds the kill. One going to be taken down, now the plant coming through. Goken waiting, sends out the nade, gets the kill. Evie eliminated, nicely done there. Goken now on the board.
Take a look at Pronut's positioning. This could be a pick onto rotating Imperial members. SGJ, this is an extremely clean push into B, and there look at this, a free kill for Pronut.
Gets the kill. Although, Lukoc gets himself in, finds a second elimination. Now suddenly, this is looking for Betsa, turns around, gets quite a bit of damage down onto him. Taps onto the bomb, gets the kill. But does he have enough time to actually get the defuse off? We'll take a look. The answer is going to be no. SGJ get themselves on the board as the C4 detonates.
Close one. Very well played by Betsera there at the end. And Lucom should not really be allowed to get in there and take down essentially 4 members that easily. But definitely it feels like at least SGJ is slowly getting comfortable here on stage. That round looked the best out of all of them. They go for a tactical pause here, which is
let's see if it works. It's
interesting.
Yeah, let's see if it works its magic. I think they probably intended on calling this prior to seeing that the bomb actually ended up detonating. They stick through with it. You can see a lot of conversation happening here from their leader, just making sure that everyone has the game plan completely understood going into this next round. So 1 on the board for themselves. Let's see if they can make it 2. String something together.
Yeah. There's a lot to say, it seems like. I believe that Pronut has not stopped talking since the beginning of the tactical pause.
Not really.
I wonder what there is to say in this moment. What is the strategy change, or what is the stuff to fix?
Hard to say. But I did like the minor change-up. Pronut himself sitting well far back away from that door, being able to get the free little kill across on FFA was a very good adjustment, completely unexpected, not anticipated at all by Imperial. So getting that kill certainly is instrumental in them being able to pick up the round at the end of it all. I think with how close it was with Lucom being able to basically take down everybody, if they had Fefe as well, that was likely going to just end up being yet another Imperial round win. So let's see what they put into practice now after a little tactical timeout. Flash is going in. Gokin again just being pressured out of position by the util. But at least for now, SGJ not that interested in charging their way up towards A. They're just going to be playing this out a little bit more slowly. Smoke is down. Keeps him covered.
Yeah, I feel like SGJ's play style in terms of slowing it down is actually working pretty well. You can see that Imperial is getting a little antsy. They're pushing out. There are 3 guys that are beyond essentially like the halfway point of the map. So looking to get in there, looking to peek a little bit more, and that might offer SGJ some opportunities to get some early picks.
It could, or it could be them falling into a trap.
Yes, that is in fact the other option.
Smoke grenades coming down. Fefe just holding still. Jump into the corner. There's one. He's looking for a little bit more. Can't quite make it happen, but who's out now going to be joining the fight? Yobib taken out. Man advantage going to be there for the side of Imperial. Bomb for now going to be dropped here on the floor. Picked up by Batzera. Jump up around the back and see where they want to try to take this. Looks like he's going to be creeping over towards the B site. No, okay. Swings back around and, well, we started off over here at A long. Seems like that might be where this ends after all.
You take a look at Pronit. He's just holding point on long. He says, well, I haven't really seen much. And that's because Gokin is really way on the back of the site here.
Yep.
But it does mean he'll pull his teammates over for the push onto A.
He has a little bit more reinforcement this time around. Get up to the site. Okay, draws down with a pistol. Will be able to find another elimination. That's Gokin's 3rd kill so far of the map. But now pushing forward, finds Crop. Now looks for a little bit more, and he's got it. The cleanup comes through, and unfortunately for the side of SGJ, this tack pause did not deliver a round win.
Yeah. Saw the play style of Lucom there at the end. He pushes up the stairs rather than just holding an angle at the bottom of the stairs, which is absolutely what SGJ would expect. But the issue is Lucom and the guys at Imperial are, 10 out of 10 confident right now. So they will be looking for those pushes. Didn't necessarily have to do that, but once again, they're out here on the map. They're pushing out of storage. They're pushing out of mid, and they're getting really awesome forward positions here that are offering them a ton of information, but also unexpected angles for SGJ to deal with.
Not quite as far forward this time around, but still in a fairly aggressive position. In particular, a bit out in the open, but looks like he is going to be standing tall at the end of it all. Goes out finding 2. Teams picks up 1, and that is the team ripped apart. Frag grenade out. Yobib taking a little bit of damage from that one. Not enough to kill, but well, the shots will certainly connect. And that'll take him down. Now it's just Pronit. Left alive, tries to go for the quick shot, tries to find the follow-up, can't make it happen. That will go ahead and clean up the rest of the round. That's now going to be 5-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, some of those shots, they really have to hit, right? I mean, Pronit was alone there at the end of the round, so it didn't actually matter in terms of the round outcome, unless he was able to pull off the miracle. But some of those shots just got to be a little bit crisper when you're peaking, especially on the AWM. You got to be picking people off. Wouldn't mind Pronit to get a little bit more aggressive as well. I think SGJ so far have been playing it very passively, and here they come in through storage already through the window.
Jumping their way through here. EP gonna find 1. Who's out, just not quite able to control that spray. Ends up getting picked. Gokin though, arm in hand, gets him, pushes up. Oh, gets a tag. No, it does not actually. Can't quite get the connection there onto Yobib. I'm now finding 2. Adrian, Fefe both going to be taken down. Gokin gets another kill. Has he started to wake up? Has he warmed up? Can he help get this clutch? No, he cannot. He's going to be taken out, but Gokin still alive. Pushing on the corner, finds 1, spots another, swaps to the pistol, tries to make it happen, but Pronit, he perseveres. Trades it back, gets the kill. A 2nd now on the board for SGJ.
Yeah, pretty good look from our Philippines team. I think going aggressive as Imperial was essentially taking that part of the map for free, and then SGJ kind of, came over the top over on that area. So it really offered them some good plays, and they went through. They didn't waste any time in storage. They just went straight through the window. They got position. They got the bomb down. And even though Gouken got some good value, it was not enough to actually help Imperial try to close that one out. So good luck from SGJ. They're not out of this one just yet.
No, they are not. See how many more they can get with just 2 more rounds to go in the first half. Slow creep up. Maybe a mid-door rush. They work their way through, and okay, they find the opening kill. Hell of a lot of damage there onto EV, but they do get the trade up. Flash over the top, not going to see anything. Bats are going to be taken down. Gouken finding 2. Adrian now going to fall. Bomb is moved up here into the side, but Zhao is lurking around the back. Was not scouted whatsoever. Ends up going down with the bomb now stranded. Gouken does get picked. Able to find the quick scope. Gets the kill. Can he get the clutch? 2 members left to take down, and pushing forward. Spots yours out for a moment. Tries to back away. The push comes in. And the spray this time is going to be good. Just not allowing SGJ to string anything together. So yet another round win here for Imperial as we go into the 9th.
Good stuff from Imperial that time around. Shut down the push as it came through this time. That's something you got to do. Imperial are extensively experienced on GR on the side. Pronit with the headshot with the pistol on A long. A bunch of damage on Ryu's now already.
Great flashes for that kill, but oh man. Just finding 2. I mean, someone threw the smoke as well.
Fefe was... he was like pushing so hard through mid.
Yeah.
Going for the... I kind of want to call it like the ego fast push.
Was a bit of that for sure, but look at this. Suddenly, SGJ looking good. The last one that they have to try to get through, and he has been absolutely massive. Already has 2, now 3 kills in the round, but he cannot get the 4th. EV will go ahead, finish him off. That is now 3 locked in on the half for the side of SGJ.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at what SGJ did in their last match. It wasn't much. I think they got 2 rounds total. And now they have more than they got yesterday. So that's a big improvement. I think for sure SGJ are playing with a little bit more reckless abandon and 0 pressure. And that's actually helping them quite a lot.
Okay, well, Gouken now having swapped over to the attacking side does get Pronit right off the rip. Good early kill to find. Imperial just fanning out, not getting too aggressive. Still want to play this patiently despite having that early pick for themselves.
Yeah. Imperial definitely a team that likes to push A on this map, and they will do just that.
Fefe finding 1. And around the back of the side, he's getting picked in both directions, and Adrian's able to finish him in the end. Stays alive. Fefe will get picked by Yobit, but he's quickly traded back. Some revenge found. Zhao finds that kill, and Lucom will be the finisher once more. First round of the second half goes the way of Imperial as they go ahead and rack up a 7th win.
Yeah, 7-3. Very straightforward, fast push there into the A site, really using that short area really, really well. And I think that could be something that SGJ look for, you know, maybe a little bit of a challenge onto short. That's definitely where Imperial love to challenge themselves.
Just pushing forward. Got 3 people to deal with, manages to find 1. Pronit swings back out. Palm in hand finds 1, but Gouken takes him down, and I mean, blink and you miss it, the round is over. 8-3 with 2 more left to go. Imperial just storming their way towards this map win.
Yeah, so they use a little bit of utility out in the beginning of long rather. Gouken was able to get the push, or the pick rather, and then after that, they just win as a team and push 5 with no utility into 3 people, and still were able to get the win. This is what I wanted to see. Nice job by EV.
Gets 1, push on the corner, Adrian comes flying through, trades it back. Looks like Lucom actually started off with an Alm in hand, but now has swapped over AK for him. Some nades flying out. Towards A, they get the blind. Goken gets the hit. Opponent taken down. Trying to contest out in mid. Ends up falling, and with BaiSha getting taken down. That is the round yet again going to Imperial.
Well, that's 3 quick rounds here on Blacklist.
Yep.
By the way, Imperial, because this was SGJ's map pick, they did elect to start on GR. But so far, they're looking even better on Blacklist, so it is really tough to deal with. And they're really not mixing it up. I mean, this is just a straight-up 5-man push on long.
Yep. Prep needs to be able to hold this position. That's finding one before getting taken down. Yobit now dead as well, and Goken gets the headshot on the opponent. Great swap over the pistol, and yeah, while it was a bit of a rough and slow start for Goken, he's certainly been doing his best to go ahead and catch up. 12 kills now locked in for him, but it's nothing compared to this man right here. Well, 18, does he find a 19th elimination? No, he does not. It's going to be the nade that takes down Crab as they go ahead and lock down their 10th round win. So 10-3, Imperial take map 1.
You can see Goken still rubbing a little bit of sleep out of his eye. He's got a big smile on his face.
Me too.
Yeah, you know, still relatively early in the day, and Imperial kind of waltzed their way into a simple win. You know, I liked how SGJ were changing things up, getting pretty aggressive. I think they used their utility a bit better on the BL side, that is. And then Imperial swap over, and they say, okay, we've got a big red hammer, and we're not afraid to use it. And they just bop them on the head, essentially. 4 rounds in a row. Go 4 straight pushes onto A. The last one with 5 members straight down long. And it's essentially the epitome of confidence there on the side of Imperial. So now they go into Ankara, which is their map pick. And to be honest, I think this one could be a bit faster. There's a lot you can do on both sides.
Yeah.
Even though the first map, of course, pretty fast in its own right with the 10-3. I think the teams will play this one a bit faster. You can go for really fast rushes into A. You can also go B bottom. And on the GR side, would love to see some office pushes from the side of Imperial. Has worked out for them so far.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see. As I have to agree with you. I mean, even just given that this is Imperial's map pick, you know, I think at this rate, given what we've seen, even putting up another 10-3 scoreline for SGJ would kind of be a bit of a win. So we'll have to just wait and see. But it seems like this Brazilian squad they're the chosen ones. They're the ones that cannot be denied, at least not by any of these teams that they find themselves up against in their group. Take a look at the map summary, though, as, of course, the numbers not going to be too great for anybody on the side of SGJ. I mean, BaiSha, unfortunately, there with that .17, but a nice big 4.33 for Ryuzao, who had a hell of a game.
Yep, Ryuzao, Lucam, a couple of the top-notch riflers there on the side of Imperial. Definitely a couple of the more consistent riflers, I would say. So not too surprising to me that they were able to consistently dispatch of SGJ very well in their big win on the first map. So let's see, is Ankara the map to change things up, or will it just be another Imperial stomp?
Let's find out. We jump in from map number 2, SGJ. Could very well be the last map that we see from them here in this tournament. Let's hope that they can make it a good one as we head in for Ankara. Alrighty, here we go. First in the attack, SGJ starting off on Blacklist. See what they can do and what kind of pace they're going to try to set. Already, Smokes is coming down, making sure that opponent does not have that easy snipe line of sight.
Yeah, Imperial, they chose the map, so it was actually SGJ's choice of side, and they decided to go for Blacklist here. Ankara, I would say, relatively even. I think just like any map, it's pretty decent for the GR side, but at the same time, SGJ looking to work on their pushes, and I would have to say that is where they need the best luck.
Already though, 2 kills coming through. 3 headshots across the board. Scram also gets involved. Tries to even it up a little bit more, but just swinging that corner, finds another, but that's Zera. And Pronet finding some eliminations. And Pronet finding himself in this 1v2 scenario. Bomb is in hand. Obviously, as far as we can tell, given that we have the top down, we have the information, heading over towards A would definitely be the more measured play that he could make. For now, still just lurking around mid, wary. Somebody moving up, and oh, he gets the shot on Adrian. Now, that's enough for him to go ahead and start shipping it back a little bit more over towards A. He's got plenty of time to work with. Skokin has been heating up, getting back to his usual self throughout the first map. Let's see if he can win the clutch where he's won so many before. It looks like they're going to go opposite ways potentially here. Ships passing in the night. Gokin moves his way back over towards A, suspecting that that was going to be the plant spot. And Pronet, he's going to be able to slip through.
Yep. Free plant. You'll note that he is planting in a position where he can cover from long.
He's pushing towards. Gets himself just below the window. As Gokin notice, does he suspect it? Oh, sees him push into the window. That's flying from both sides. Pronet taking so much damage, and Gokin will be able to get it in the end. The defuse will come through, and Imperial will once more kick things off with a round victory.
Kind of a funny pistol v pistol battle there at the end, and Gokin, he essentially doesn't lose those, so no flack against Pronet that he couldn't take down a guy like Gokin in that spot, but a pretty good showing to start us off. Actually relatively slow. Imperial not going for any early pushes to start off this map. I suspect that will change. One thing to note is that Adrian did pick up a sniper very early on in that first one. He has moved back to the AK, so looking to mix things up at least with holding another angle with the sniper. It's not just Gokin. Here comes Rizal.
Yep. Moving up, getting into a dangerous spot.
This is so much info.
Yeah. I mean, you just know that they're all tucked away over towards B. The creep up continuing. I mean, I'm wary about this. He's watching for it, but oh no, he pulls a nade. The timing is just catastrophic for him. He's out looking for a second. He will have it. Yobib going to be taken down. And that's the bomb stranded in the spawn. And as they try to retreat, they try to come back to grab it. They are taken down one after the other. Zera dead. The headshot connects. Fefe finds the kill. EV spotting one on the left, but he's got to clear so many different angles. Gets one, and they will just very confidently take the fight. Imperial go ahead and close it out.
Yeah. Bit of a problem that Rizal was essentially allowed to just take half the map by himself. It was clear that SGJ, it was kind of part of their strategy, right? Like Cram was holding that angle, assuming that, okay, well, this is a possibility. We have essentially surrendered all of quarters and all of the left side of the map. So let's see what we can get. But as you mentioned before, just unfortunate timing. So
nice nade.
A nice idea. And maybe SGJ begin to get a little bit more aggressive now. You can see they're already pushing out on the map.
Yeah, fanned out a little bit more here. A couple nades exchanged, damage on either side. But yeah, that timing in the last round, just absolutely brutal for EV. I think given that he's holding that angle for so long, should he keep the rifle out, he likely wins the fight, and maybe we're looking at a completely different round, but that's in the past. Jump up the way here. There's a vent. Pop flash. Now they're blinded. He looks to try to control the spray. Can't quite make it happen. Fatsera able to equalize. 1 for 1. Coming in. Flash is still going to be flying out. Adrian going to be taken down from it. Able to find the opening kill now as they storm their way to the site. Rizal desperately tries to back away, but he just can't do it fast enough. chases in, finds the kill. Help now. Dropping in, finds 2 kills. Flash over the top. And the vent not going to be caught by that. He needs to be able to clear out BaiSha, but he can't. Now he's dead. And it all comes down to Goken once again.
I think he's a bit far here.
Takes quite a bit of damage. Pushing, tries to get the shot, can't make it happen. BaiSha gets the finish. That's going to be 2-1 as SGJ get themselves on the board.
Yeah, really nice look in that round. You know, if SGJ could just be a little bit more consistent with that kind of play, they would be a really top-level team. I mean, they use a lot of utility early on. They got aggressive, and they got a really nice forward position. And the value out of that one flash onto A was massive. I mean, that was basically a 10 out of 10, right?
Yep.
So they got in, they dispatched Ryu Zhao, they took over the A site, and that's exactly the entries you're looking for. Starting off here, though, Ryu Zhao was able to pick up a sniper himself, so everybody's kind of getting a little taste of the AWM right now.
That they are. Again, just trying to play fanned out, but now down a member. This does make it a bit more difficult for SGJ. Reach out. And aggro swing with the arm in hand. That was definitely an ego swing, but doesn't get the shot. It's keeping BaiSha at bay at least. Now he's going to rotate back up here. Get himself situated on the high ground.
B bottom. At least one guy is going to be pushing in there. It looks like from the side of SGJ, and a bunch of them perhaps looking to follow up through the front yard. It would be a nice mix-up here. It's something that SGJ have not gone for just yet.
Slow creep up. Just under a minute now remaining. So they're widely going to be able to get into this position for free. They're sending out a couple shots here. Made forward. Adrian going to be forced back for now. Tries to deal with Krem. Is able to do so. Still though falls down to about half HP. Push onto the corner. Product finds Ryu Zhao, but then it's taken down from behind. Now that just leaves BaiSha and Yobip alone here on the site. Now just BaiSha all on his lonesome. Bomb planted, and he sat right on top of it. And he's going to get gunned down. Adrian finds the kill. The defuse will come through. Imperial will go ahead, maintain, and stretch their lead.
Yeah, really nice retake there. You could see that Imperial's positioning on the site was actually quite passive. Adrian was back towards the GR spawn. They were kind of just leaving that one open, leaning more towards the A site and towards mid. And got a nice amount of value out of that. A couple of early picks from them, and then eventually a very clean retake as well. They didn't have to use a lot of utility for that, so nicely done once again from Imperial.
Nade, decent value. Just shy of half an HP bar, taken down across 2 players. The nades continue to fly. It's a very fast hit coming through, just storming their way onto the A side. Pepe manages to hold firm. Takes out 2. The pistol comes in. Can't quite get the 3rd, but does a ton of damage to Yobip, who will now be finished off. And quick hit, quick finish. From spraying away, will barely manage to finish off Ryu Zhao, but then falls to Lucum in the end. The cleanup looks good. Imperial continue to storm their way through this map.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like we have some kind of pause. Perhaps. Yep.
And
there he is.
Tactical pause.
SGJ.
The badge gets raised.
Nice. Exquisite form on the badge raise. Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff so far. Not too much to comment on. I wonder what SGJ are going to be thinking about. The last time they went for a tac pause wasn't really the way. You can see that in front of here is already, beginning to talk. He's like, okay, we got to do this. We got to do that. We got to go for this. I like their A pushes. I think that last time around, Pepe just got a really nice angle. The timing for him when he popped out on the defense there was pretty huge and allowed him to kind of take them by surprise. Imperial in the past had gone for a more kind of passive approach, looking for retakes, and kind of standing their ground this time perhaps got SGJ a little bit caught off guard. So maybe try to get in there and check every single angle before going for an actual push could be a good look for them.
Yeah, we'll see though. Last attack pause, unfortunately, didn't really work out too well. So we'll see how this one goes. Might be slightly better for them. But SGJ, they need something. Some kind of magic to go ahead and turn everything around here for themselves.
You know any good magic tricks, Achilleos?
Not really.
Not really?
Never been much of a magician. My sleight of hand isn't very good, but looks like this might just extend into a technical pause as we double check some audio here for Loken. So you guys get to hang out with us for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Just hanging out here. It looks like Goken. they're testing the headset. This is not a drill. We're not getting a new guy stepping in for Goken or anything like that. So just gonna go for that. The mouse pads are pretty cool. I like the size of them there for the Imperial guys. Do you have any preference when it comes to mouse pads?
You need as big of a mouse mat as possible when it comes down to playing, especially TAC FPS, but just FPS in general as well. So if you need to be, whipping your mouse around, going for some crazy flicks, try and, get quick 180s and whatnot, then you need to have as much mouse space as humanly possible, which is why my entire desk is a mouse mat. Almost dropped my microphone.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call them mouse mats and not mouse pads, I guess, anymore.
Correct.
But yeah, definitely a fun time with the mouse pads. But either way, as we are sitting here in this technical pause, definitely a lot of time for SGJ to go over things and kind of figure out what's going wrong for them.
Very true. Though I think during this time, maybe they have to remain quiet. I'm not sure if they're allowed to discuss the game. Either way, it's a brief little reprieve for them, so I think that they will very much enjoy that. If nothing else, it's a good rest. But if you're just now joining us, state of the game at the moment, we are here in match number 2, our second map, as Imperial took the first one with relative ease, 10-3 that score line on Black Widow. Now we find ourselves on Ankara 4-1 with Imperial again in the lead.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see sub-base in this pool. I think Imperial, that might be some of my favorite Crossfire to watch.
Just means that we'll unless it gets banned away from, obviously, but in the playoffs, very well could see that come through. Go back to that, like you said, maybe just, I mean, because they self-banned it, so it seems like they just didn't want to have to go there at all because they don't want to show any strats. They just want to keep those close to the chest and keep them hidden because they know that they're going to likely need to pull out those very same strategies if they want to take down some of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, that was my read as well. And your point about the playoffs, I think, is a good one because there's not a lot of information hiding when it comes to the playoffs, right? It's like you get one ban and then everything gets played. We're going to see a lot more Eagle Eye, Mexico, anything you want, basically. Imperial will get to play on sub-base. We'll see Black Dragons play on Black Widow if they make it to the playoffs, of course. But yeah, I've cast a lot of Imperial in my time, doing a lot of the CFS IOs, the International Online Cups that we do have. And, of course, the qualifiers, the regional qualifiers that we did have for this one. And Imperial on sub-base is always a lot of fun because I feel like they have like the ideal play style for that map, you know?
Sure.
Like when we talk about sub-base as a map, I always go back to some of their games where it's like you charge into machine room and you back away, you rotate, you go run down the A stairs, right? You're looking through doors, you're looking for snipes. Goken's kind of popping off, so a little bit disappointed we don't get to see it this time, but I'm sure, as you pointed out, we'll get to see it
Plenty
soon
of
enough.
time in the future because, I mean, we're at day 4. We've got 6 more days of this tournament left to go. So, yeah, a whole 10-day trek to determine who is going to be the Crossfire champion here in 2022. So we've got plenty more action, plenty of opportunities for those maps that you so desperately want to see from these squads to be coming up. So I'm sure that we'll be getting those in the future, especially given that right now Imperial looks very well set to storm their way into the playoffs, and should be a very tough opponent for just about anybody. Like you said, you know, can contend with any of the top-tier teams. They themselves absolutely looking like a top-tier team. The super team here from Brazil working out beautifully, whereas the rest of the teams from the region have been struggling quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's been a really rough ride for them, but Imperial at least can hold their heads high and very much represent the power and pride of the Brazilian region in Crossfire.
Yeah, for sure. There was definitely a lot of talk about the regional finals for the Americas region. The fact that Imperial did not win, I think they were the massive favorites in their region. Just the fact that in 2022, of course, if you guys didn't know, they essentially just formed a super team. They contacted all the best players. They're like, we're making a team. This is going to try specifically to beat Chinese teams, right? They're like, okay.
Bring the trophy back.
Yeah, essentially. It's like Brazil has not had a lot of opportunities to get the trophy. Let's try to get the trophy here. And they built this one. You know, they brought over Goken. They brought over Adrian. They just put everybody together, and they said, okay, let's do it. And they've already taken down one Chinese team in Q9. And they will be making playoffs, looking pretty good to pick up 3-0 in their group. And that's really going to be the biggest test. I think that this team, they have the ability to take down some of the strong Chinese teams. Q9 does seem to be the weakest out of the three, based on what we've seen. But again, it's all about matchups. Like maybe Imperial is just really insane, and that's why Q9 looked weak, because they had to face Imperial. So
could be.
Very excited for those future rounds and matches where we do get to see Imperial face off of some of the against some of the insanely strong Chinese teams.
Well, looks like we're ready to watch them face off against SGJ a little bit more now. As whatever issue we had, it has been rectified, and now we can go ahead and carry on our merry way. Nades starting to fly. FA taking a minor hit. Overall, not going to be too bad. Push up past the smoke now, through mid, is FA going to be swinging back out. Oh, they are right below him. 3 members staring towards that doorway. They haven't seen anything, though. Spots him, pushes out, and okay, it's going to be Goken who actually finds the other 2.
Wait, what?
That seemed like that should have been a triple kill for Pepe, but Goken just says, no, these are mine. Gets another one on top of it. As the pistol comes in, opponent falls. Prem will find Lucombe. He's caught reloading, ducks into the corner, but if it gets the headshot with the pistol in the end, and yet again, unfortunately, with that extra time, on the back end from the tac pause does not deliver a round win.
Yeah, still counts when we're talking about round wins after tac pauses. I feel like Achilleos is recording that in his brain more than anything else.
It's been
like
pretty dominant.
3 out of 5, maybe.
Now
we've had more than that.
Yeah. Well, he overstayed a little bit. I mean, I guess he didn't overstay because he's not dead, but stuck around, was playing a little bit greedy, got the kill, got out. Nasty shot from that nade, and okay, it's just going to be a bloodbath, but in the end of it all, Yobib just can't quite transfer that spray fast enough, so Lucombe gets on top of him, finds that kill. That's now going to be 6-1 in the half. 2 more rounds yet to be played out. Let's see if SGJ can find any of them.
Yeah, I mean, you could see there just a little bit of what Kyle was talking about on the desk the other day with SGJ, is that, you know, some of the angles, some of the utility are not being covered. So that's why I was pretty happy to see them choose Blacklist. I think they're going to learn a ton from this tournament about, you know, exactly how to be pushing sites and stuff. That seems to be one of their big weaknesses. This is another one in terms of strategy, but they do get the kill on the Fefe.
They tricked him. It made him think it was completely unoccupied, and then they swing out and they get the kill. Well, not going to get backstabbed this time. Nicely covered. Well, caught Goken, though. What a shot from him. taken down. And well, Yobib had a very, very strong first series individually, even though they, lost. We haven't been seeing that in these last two. Fortunately, it seems like the young talent just hasn't been able to find that same groove. There's out, swinging out in the mid, finds one, pulls back, saw the second, so knows that still potentially at risk. Sight. Nice little reaction. Pronit does get injury in here for himself. Takes a bit of damage though. The shot's found. Pronit making it happen. Takes down Goken. Now Ryu's out. Needs to try to clutch this. The plant comes in. He'll start making his way over towards B. A 1v2. 2 frag grenades held onto here by SGJ actually. There's one of them. Chips away at him. Around the spot and swing out. Batzera gets the finish, and they get yet another round here. 2 picked up for SGJ as we go into the last round of the half.
Yeah, very nicely handled there at the end. Love essentially the distraction in the 1v1 and then the peek out into the 2v1. Sometimes can be better than 2 players peeking out at the same time. But either way, nicely done there. A couple of picks from Pronit once again to get them started. Not the best stats for the boys on SGJ, but should boost opponents' numbers just a bit. So one stat sometimes you don't see is the clutch factor.
Yeah.
And he certainly was, but yeah, I mean, we've had a decent amount of 10-1s in this tournament. Even saw it earlier with BaiSha over Anubis. And SGJ, at least they're not getting 10-1s. If we can look slightly on the bright side here, they're not exactly getting 10-1s by Imperial. They're keeping it at least, 2-3 rounds a bit better.
It's not fully blown out of the water. They still are able to dip their toes. But that's about it.
It's cold nowadays, you don't necessarily want to do more than dip your toes in the water and catch a cold that way.
Let me introduce you to indoor heated pools.
No, I don't know about that. It doesn't exist.
I think our hotel has one actually, but I didn't bring a bathing suit, so haven't been
not for us.
Bothering to check it out. Fefe though looking to peek into the vent. Well, he does, and he finds a headshot, but receives one as well. But they're not finding a kill, and he's out. Try to hold down the rest of the site. Getting picked off, but around the back is Ucom, finds 2. Spots Pronit as well. 55 seconds remaining in a 1v3. Try to win out the rest of this half. Swap to the pistol. Even the AG going to be coming through. And it chunks him down below half. Pistol at the ready. Looking for the kill, but Pronit says no. Shuts him down. And he had the right idea. Knew that Goken was going to be coming around that corner. Just couldn't quite line him up. So he ends up falling. And that is going to be a 2-7 half here in favor of Imperial, who now just need 3 rounds to close out this series.
Yep, pretty straightforward one there from the side of Imperial as these pushes once again seemingly plaguing our Philippines team here. Just not really checking all the angles. Nobody's really looking for the guy to jump up off the top. I think, once again, just an immense amount of confidence shown by Imperial to go for plays like that. Rizal, a sneaky player in his own right. And yeah, of course, we do have to remake the lobby since we did have that technical issue a little bit earlier. So gotta switch sides here.
Yep. So we'll just go ahead and get that taken care of, get everybody back in, get them swapped over, and then also get to the conclusion. Imperial just need 3. We saw them there after the side swap on Black Widow. Just take 4 consecutive rounds after the 6-3 half to close it out. We'll go in now and see what happens with SGJ swapping over to that defender's side. Way out over towards A, but it looks like it's going to be Imperial storming down mid. Bram and Yobib find a kill. A Peace Crime getting a second one, but Goken takes him down as he pushes the corner. 2v3, however. The man advantage going to be there for SGJ. See if they can convert this now into the round victory and keep themselves alive for a bit longer. Zera swings the corner, gets one. Goken, nice headshot. Does clean up one, but as he tries to climb the box, he gets taken down. And there we go. SGJ flipping the script. 3 rounds now on the board.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was a really dominant round, right? Like, SGJ, they only ended up with, I think, a couple of guys left at the end of it, but all the angles they were holding, all the firefights that we saw, pretty well dominated from the side of SGJ. So maybe a little bit of, hesitation put into the feet of Imperial after that one. Can't just kind of run and gun and take things away from SGJ. They will fight you back. Look at this.
Colm swinging out, trying to spot something, goes for a fight, ends up getting punished heavily.
Okay.
2 members up now for SGJ. Goken trying to find a target, trying to find something to drag this back, but Yobib gets Adrian.
Yeah.
It's looking like SGJ are, for the first time in this series, going to be able to string together 2 rounds. This Goken goes absolutely crazy, cleans up 5 players, which it is possible. So unlikely. He's got 2, he's got 3! You've got to be joking. Tags down EV, and he gets it! The ace clutch from Goken! He puts him in the dirt!
I don't even know what to say. That was just disgusting.
Stone cold killer.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable moves from this guy. And granted, SGJ, did they offer themselves up on a silver platter? They absolutely did. They went running after them. They were desperate to close out the round.
That's the way to handle it, right? You just overwhelm the sniper and you should eventually take him down, right? I mean, SGJ, they dominated the last round and then they were crushing that one until, I guess, Goken realized that he had a job to do.
I mean, I get it. You want to get on top of him, you want to finish it off, but when you're fighting in open quarters like that, you need to let the sniper come to you. Find him up close. Well, Adrian gonna get taken down there. Does overextend just a bit, but now we'll see that the bomb will get planted here on the A site. Imperial looking to take this to match point. 3v2. As Goken is still very much alive.
Yeah, that's an issue for them, and Goken will clean up the final kill. I love how nonchalant Goken was after the ace clutch as well. He's like,
Yeah.
just do my thing.
It's just nonplussed, not concerned.
Just being Goken. Imagine that. What a star. 9-3. It's looking pretty good for Imperial to take another 10-3 victory.
Corner trying to go for the swing out, but yep, Fefe was ready for it. Nades flying out onto the A site. Fefe waiting, trying to see if there's any forward push out into mid. Nobip in the meantime caught. Reach out with that lurk, or Belong able to get the punish. Shots flying, Cram down to about 5 HP. Now dead, 2 members left standing, just the one now is Batera. The only one left who can do anything to try to stop this, to try to extend this map. But he's gonna be overwhelmed, flushed out. Adrian will be the one to go ahead and take him down, and that is gonna be the closeout. 10-3 yet again, as Imperial will hold their heads high, 3-0 in their group. And they just look absolutely damn near flawless ahead of the playoffs. Unfortunately for the side of SGJ, this will be goodbye. It's definitely not the tournament nor the series here that they would have liked, but as Matt was talking about on the desk earlier, this is a team of people who are just, of players who are just so happy to be here, who are so cheerful, that this is not going to dampen their spirits at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a huge joy to have SGJ at this tournament. They have brightened up this entire playground that we have over here. Whereas Imperial, once again, extremely dominant, as you mentioned. I think after we saw their performance against Q9, even though it was a bit of a struggle, they're an incredibly strong team, and the fact that Imperial were able to overcome them and secure first place in their group means that they are a force to be reckoned with. So SGJ, you know, nothing to be ashamed of here. They took 6 rounds off of Imperial in 2 maps. That's a feat in itself. Like, these guys are incredible, and they are here to fight. So the fact that Imperial get first actually means that they're probably going to be avoiding the other Chinese teams unless they make it into, of course, a later stage in the playoffs, which is
somehow get seeded versus Q9 again. I think we should have the systems in place to avoid that one. But yeah, party is such sweet sorrow. It sucks to have to say goodbye here to SGJ, but I look forward to seeing them in the future. We know that they're going to be able to keep those spirits high, and sure they'll be able to earn their way back here through their regional qualifiers. It's been a pleasure to commentate these guys. They have been incredibly fun to watch. You're here for a good time, not a long time.
absolutely go out with a bang. That's what I always say.
Yep. Well, Imperial certainly given the bang right there. It was expertly done by them, but of course we are just at the midway point of the evening, Valdez. We have so much more crossfire to occur on this very stage, and it's going to get heated up in here pretty quickly. BaiSha Gaming versus Ranking is going to be our next matchup, but first we'll throw it back over to the analyst desk to go ahead and break things. No, never mind, we're not ready to do that, so I will keep talking. So my mistake.
Yeah.
My in-ear I need to turn this up.
Absolutely. Well, BaiSha, as you mentioned, they're coming out again. Ranking Gaming has had a lot of time to think and ponder and watch on those guys. So curious about that next matchup as well, Achilles.
All right, well, we're not too far away from it, but now it is time to throw back over to the analyst desk. So go ahead and take it away, boys. Break down the action for us.
Yeah, we'll have some of that now. Thank you very much, Valdez. Achilles. SGJ fall the first team to be eliminated from CFS 2022 Grand Finals. We're sorry to see them go. 10-3, 10-3 is how their final match of the tournament fared. Disappointing showing, obviously. You don't want to lose 10-3, 10-3. What was quite telling to me as well, as we talked about beforehand, about, you know, what a kind of happy to be here team they were. They were just pleased to have qualified and made it here, and that was great to see. Yesterday, when they took quite a severe loss, they were on stage with big smiles. At the end of that one, however, I don't know if it was a little bit of reality sinking in. They're like, oh, that's it, we're done. Or maybe that ace, because that ace was something else.
That killed it. No, I mean, that killed the momentum there. You know, they were having fun until then. They were getting loud still. But that one right there was where, that, you know, a very winnable round. I think they wanted to still play a few more, keep the energy going. But that one just sucked everything out of the room. I mean, that was a vacuum and took all the fun out of that for them. And, you know, I mean, still a great performance overall. We enjoyed seeing them. We enjoyed having them here for sure, no doubt. And we look forward to having them back again, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this match, I wouldn't say it's a massive loss for SGJ either. You know, they played the #1 team in their group, and they got more rounds than most of their matches so far, so there's still some good improvement from them that we saw. I think Pronit specifically stepped up a lot in this match and tried to make some extra impact that we hadn't really seen from him prior. So, you know, at least hats off to them for showing improvement match after match.
Yeah, definitely. Imperial, on the other hand, very strong performance from them. Even with Goken's clutch, he just looked like... Yep, they were just playing a game. Here's maybe we'll get to see that amongst the highlights of that match from Imperial SGJ. I'd like to see that clutch again.
Well, I think it'll be in here for sure. I mean, that was just absolutely...
It has to be.
Yeah, this Fei hold here from Catwalks was really nuts, too.
He wasn't even spraying down, right? He was just tapping away.
Exactly. Just tapping with the AK, just doing a really good job there, locking it down. Luke Comm, by the way, is absolutely nuts. He's been arguably their best player so far this tournament. He's really good on the extremities. He's really good on lurks. He's really good at holding down the off angles, kind of being that anchor, you know, off-site for his team. So really impressed with him.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Luke Comm to me has been one of the big stars on this team that's not talked about enough. I mean, every time we think, Gokun is in charge of this team, Lukam's there fragging, 2 or 3 times around in a lot of these circumstances. And we saw it a lot, especially in this first map on Black Widow, where he was constantly towards the top of the scoreboard for his team. And, alongside Gokun having a great game in map 2, these guys are looking really strong. And, more importantly now, they've secured themselves as the first #1 seed going into the playoffs.
I mean, besides Gokun or, Lukam, we also did see a lot of heavy lifting from Adrian and Yuzao as well, so shout out to them as well. Like, they're not getting in the competition as well, too.
Yeah, and you can see it there, the nice 1v5 from Gokun towards the end of this series, but, they kept their heads held high, and, they still played this like a normal match for them. They didn't seem like they were underestimating their opponents here. They still played really calculated throughout it, and that's why they had such an overwhelming victory. And, now they're going to be looking ahead to the playoffs as that first #1 seed to see what they can do.
Yep, as well as SGJ now being eliminated, Imperial are 100% confirmed as the winner of their group. So top seed coming out of that when we go to the playoffs in a couple of weeks. Yeah, let's do this for longer. Yeah, let's stay here for a while. All right, a couple of days' time. All right, we'll move on.
It's like
a bit.
almost a week.
Yes, we have got basically another week of this, 7 days including today. It felt like in a gunfight between SGJ and Imperial, it almost always became Imperial if you're face-to-face.
Yeah, they're cleaner. I mean, it just is the truth. And, SGJ had some moments, and you could tell today there was some times where they kind of made some maneuvers that I don't expect them to make normally. We saw some what I would call ego pushes, post-plant, things like that you typically wouldn't expect. But, again, like I said, if I'm the coach, I told them to have fun today. And I think they mostly did until the very end. We could hear the entire time. They were loud. They were in it. Pronit especially, you could hear him anytime he hit an op shot or an AWM shot. He was doing a really good job, bringing the spirits up, keeping things under control. And, for the most part, I was impressed with them in terms of just their mentality. So we need to come through, next year, maybe have a little bit better performances.
They've just actually, just off the shop, just left the stage, walked past the desk here. Pronit's like this to us as he's walking along. He's all, they're all good. They're all good. Let's see the last summary on that. How Imperial beat them on Ankara 10-3.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Gokun, massive impact here in this final map. I'm sure the 1v5 just icing on the cake for him. Another day in the office almost. And, overall, I'm just really impressed with this roster as a whole. There's not a single player below 1.0 KD in this matchup, and it just goes to show you the consistency across all 5 of these players. And, in my mind, this is a top 4 team in the making.
Yeah, I think we can hope to see them in the later stages of the competition, definitely. Yo, Bib, he's a massive player for SGJ, and if he falls down first, then I know there's a couple of times when some of you here on the desk were like, well, that's the round. Because he needs to be, though they can't rely on him, but he is a great player from the Philippine region. His stats in this a little bit lower than he would like to have seen. He got targeted a lot. As you can see, he's the only one of the players from SGJ who died every round. But the MVP, of course, that ace clutch Gokun.
That was pretty good. It was really, really good. I mean, our first ace of the tournament, so we were really happy, excited to see that. A 1v5 like that is something that you're always, hyped for. You're always looking for in any event. To be on the other side of it, of course, isn't fun, but for us as viewers, this is the type of play that we expect out of a player like Gokun.
Let's have a word with Lukam, who joins us here on the desk. Congratulations, you're through to the playoffs, the first team to be guaranteed through to the playoffs. How do they feel about that?
Como vocês se sentem sendo o primeiro time a se classificar para os playoffs?
Muito feliz da gente ter conseguido essa vaga. Agora botar a cabeça no lugar para estudar os próximos adversários que vão se classificar hoje.
We're very happy, but now we're gonna start studying our next adversaries.
Okay, so now the extra hard work begins. Tell me what it was like on the team. 4 of you are laying down. Gokun is still standing. What happened? How were the team reacting as he pulled off that ace clutch?
Como foi para vocês, estando mortos, assistindo o Gokun fazer aquele clutch incrível 1 contra 5?
Isso aí já é normal, acontece direto nos treinos no Brasil e aqui fora não seria diferente.
This is actually very normal. It happens a lot in Brazil. It wouldn't be different here.
He looked so relaxed afterwards as well. Just like, Wow. Yeah. Yeah, go.
Oh, okay. So you as a player, your role is kind of, at least in my eyes, he's a rifler. You're doing a lot for the team. What do you think you individually, you've been great throughout this stage, what do you need to improve on for for the playoffs?
Lucão, você é um jogador que controla bem o rifle. Todo mundo viu como você jogou bem essa fase de grupos, mas o que tu acha que tu precisa melhorar para a fase de playoffs agora?
Cara, na verdade, eu acho que esse ano não preciso melhorar nada. Estou 100% preparado para o que daí vier.
This year I don't have to worry about anything. I'm 100% ready.
Ooh, can't get any better. Ooh.
I like it.
The big man.
Yeah, so looking ahead to the playoffs, is there any team that you feel you may be a little bit nervous to approach going into that playoffs as the number 1 seed?
Sendo o primeiro colocado, tem algum time que vocês estão mais nervosos, mais apreensivos de enfrentar?
Na verdade, a gente está tranquilo para enfrentar qualquer adversário que a gente for pegar. Pode ser chinês, pode ser europeu, brasileiro, pode vir, filho.
We are very chill playing against any opponent. It can be Chinese, it can be European, it can be Brazilian.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, actually. I don't think I've ever heard a Brazilian player or team say they were scared of anybody.
Ele não está surpreso, ele nunca ouviu um jogador brasileiro falar que está com medo de alguém.
We talk quite a lot about Gozen and how well he's been playing. Goken, sorry, how well he's been playing. Does does any of the other guys feel like does he feel like that any of the other guys are overlooked? Anybody else on his team that, he thinks we really need to give great credit to?
A gente está falando muito do Goken, mas tu acha que tem algum jogador do teu time que não está sendo visto, não está recebendo a devida atenção?
Tem sim, o Riozão.
Riozão.
And why?
Yep.
Por quê?
Porque ele é uma peça fundamental do nosso time. Ele faz, querendo ou não, uma das funções mais difíceis do jogo, que é o costinha e marcar as pontas. Então, um campeonato de alto nível não pode cometer muitos erros nessa função. E ele vem fazendo ela muito bem até essa fase de grupos aqui.
He's a flanker, and this is the hardest role in the game, in my opinion. He's been doing this great so far, and he's a fundamental piece of our team.
All right. Well, we'll keep our eyes out for more action from him as well. Obrigado, Lucão. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Quarterfinalists. The first one here at CFS 2022. Imperial from Brazil. Well done. Brilliant performance from them in their group. 10-3. 10-3 says goodbye to the Philippines. Sorry to see them go, but I'll be happy to look forward and watch some more Imperial playing. I'm really enjoying them.
Well, at least that leaves Lazarus to go into the wild card stage, which we get to see tomorrow and the after tomorrow, I believe.
Yep, we're here every day. Don't go anywhere.
Every single day.
Just day 4, day 5, more groups, day 6, wild cards, and then plenty more action throughout the playoffs, and then we start getting to knock more teams out. But before we go to do that, let's just show you how the standings of Group B are running now. It's not over yet, but Imperial have put themselves guaranteed to the top of the group. With those 3 wins, they can't be beaten. They are the first team out of the group stage into the quarterfinals. SGJ, sadly, are the first team to leave the competition, getting 3 losses there. But Q9 Esports Club and Lazarus in the middle, we'll see them tomorrow. That can go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can. If you look at both of their matches against Imperial as kind of a gauge for that, all of the maps in both of those series were very, very close. So I think we have a real nail-biter on our hands for that head-to-head coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, and remember the team who are in second, they're definitely through, along with Imperial. They'll just be the second seed out of the group. The team who are third will go to our wildcard day in a couple of days' time, where they'll play against the third-place team of all of the other groups. So good chance making it into the quarterfinals if you're in that position. So both Q9 and Lazarus are going to be either in or wildcard day and fighting to be in. And out of that, you've got a good chance of making it through, as 2 of the 3 teams will go through. So we can expect to see, I think, a bit more of both of those teams, quite possibly. Who the wildcard teams are, we will know by the end of tomorrow. Right now, though, we're going to go for a short break here at Jeju Island. When we come back, we're back to BaiSha, and we're back to Group C. We saw them win their game earlier on today. Can they make it 3 from 3 and go straight out of the groups like Imperial did? We'll find out. They're up against Ranking Gaming. They're hovering around that wildcard position. If they can improve on it, they'll need to do it next. I haven't stopped dancing for the whole break. I've been getting going. BaiSha Gaming, can they make it 3 from 3? You would be perhaps challenged to bet against them, but Ranking Gaming from Vietnam would love to mix that up right now, and they're capable of it as well. Let's see what everybody thought, though, across all of our streams. We've got BaiSha Gaming and Ranking Gaming coming up next, so we'll bring you the predictions. And I wonder whether these predictions are going to be quite as uniform as some of the ones we've been so far. A lot of people thought BaiSha earlier. You were the lone voice against that, Kyle. Pleased to see it, though. I still like, the renegades amongst you all. But BaiSha and ranking, how do we all predict this one is going to go down? Remember, this is for the top spot of Group C. Aha!
Oh. Well,
So, two of our Vietnamese casters are not being invited.
I mean, if you were going to get one of like a ranking pick, you figured it'd be on
Variant's
that, so.
going to the ranking Christmas party. That's all I'm saying. The other guys, they're not invited anymore. All right, so the Vietnamese variant is going for the Vietnamese ranking, but everybody else thinks BaiSha are going to sew this one up.
I mean, that is that, but at the same time, BaiSha was able to play their first series coming into today. So, some people could say if you're playing 2 series on the same day, it gets you tired and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I kind of disagree with that because, if you start this day off with your own series, you get warmed up, your hands are all ready, your hands are warm, your brains are all, cooked up, so you're ready to just go into your next series. So maybe that might just put BaiSha on top of ranking because of that.
Like I said at the start, this is sort of the parallel that we had for ranking gaming earlier on. They had to play 2 games in a day, and that's come off of a loss. Here, they're playing BaiSha, who are coming off of a win. Let's meet them again, the team from China. Great performance from them earlier on when 10-6 on compound and 10-1 on sub-base put them as the winners against Anubis from Egypt. And with a win now against Ranking Gaming, they can go top of their group and get the #1 seeding going into the quarterfinals, which everyone would like to have. We're talking about 577 Xiao, Esculun, N9, and Baby. Now, Baby was one we talked about. His stats were lower than we expected them to be after the first game, whereas N9, if he's standing, a few other people are probably not.
Yeah, and I feel like you've got to make sure you're keeping Xiao in check as well, because he was really a dominant force in that previous series we saw earlier today. And like Bench is talking about, if these players are warmed up, especially him, already, because we saw in the first couple of rounds, Xiao was a little bit shaky. And then once he got kind of in the groove, then he was able to really start taking that match over. So that's got to be a concern here for ranking. There's still a lot to play for in this group, of course. So we'll see if they can somehow slow this team down.
Yeah, and for me, looking at this roster, kind of the unsung hero is actually XQ1. 4 maps in to Crossfire Stars, and he's still over 1 kill per round. That's a huge impact for this team.
And what just proves this is that BaiSha versus Anubis earlier this day was 10-6 for BaiSha, and they basically steamrolled 10-1 the map right after, so they were just getting warmed up, and I think they're just fully ready to get into this next series.
That was probably one of the best game they would like going into another map, isn't it? Is to have a fairly straightforward sort of first one. That is BaiSha Gaming. The Vietnamese team on the other side are ranking. So this team have got a busy opposition to play against, but it would be really important for ranking to do well here. They're not exactly on the cusp of elimination, but they're not in the group where they would like to be. Having lost to Anubis Gaming, I think it was back on day 2. They also lost, they lost to Anubis, and then we said, well, you've got 2 matches to play in a day. They came back and they won against Black Dragons, but that was a 2-1. They lost the opening set. So they lost the whole match, 2-0. They lost a set and still managed to turn that second game around. So I think that shows some mental resilience on the side of Pat Cones, Nevis, Tam, Humio, and Duck.
And they've been really close in a lot of their games. They haven't been one of those teams who've been getting, 10-1, 10-2, that kind of thing. Everything's been close for them. Now, again, another concern I have here, just like in our first match with BaiSha, is that for ranking, they have a similar kind of map pool as BaiSha. So you got to find some way. I don't think you want to play sub-base after what we just saw earlier today. I think that might be a ban here that you're considering as ranking. Try to put them onto another map like Port or something like that. See if you can get them to play something that they're a little bit less comfortable on so far and get a win off of them.
Well, it's going to be Humio and N9 going head-to-head onto the Aces. But for Ranking Gaming, I do feel like a lot of heavy lifting has been done by Tam and Nevis, because as you can probably check out on the stats, Humio has nice kills, 1.17 kill death ratio here. But at the same time, coming into this tournament series, he's not been doing
above 1, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this lineup, I think Nevis is the player to really watch coming into this one. He really shone through in that match against Black Dragons. I mean, they pulled a 10-5 win on Port. Not an easy team to do that against either.
So BaiSha have won on compound and on subbase twice now in this tournament, playing against Black Dragons and Anubis Gaming. That's the only maps we've seen them play, and 2-0s on both of those matches so far. Can they make it 3 and go straight through to the quarterfinals? Ranking Gaming lost on compound and subbase to Anubis Gaming, so we suspect that might be something to look for in the map pool as a ban for them, but we'll see with Valdez and Achilles how the rest of it turns out.
Thank you very much. That we will. Let's go into the breach once again. BaiSha Gaming, really, really strong first series at the top of the day. Now back on the stage, getting ready to go up against Ranking. And Ranking very much need this. They are currently 1-1, so their last chance to try to go ahead and get themselves a second win, get themselves a better chance of making it into the playoffs and potentially be able to avoid the wild card. But they have a very, very tough opponent in front of them ahead of BaiSha, as we saw just feels like moments ago, given that both series have been incredibly fast so far today. But 10-6 into a 10-1 versus Anubis. BaiSha, as Bench was kind of mentioning, like probably pretty well warmed up now.
Yeah, I think you just take one look at that subbase map that they played against Anubis, and you remember what Valdez said at the beginning about Anubis being a dark horse, and then you remember just how good BaiSha is. And yeah, maybe avoid subbase because they looked really fantastic on that map. It'll be interesting to see what they do decide to go for here on the side of Ranking. Just so much information, actually, that they do have, whereas BaiSha, to be honest, I think maybe they were preparing more for Anubis. So they quickly dispatched Anubis, and maybe now this is Ranking Gaming's opportunity to catch them off guard and use some of that extra information advantage, because Ranking only has the one match today, so all they had for the last couple of days, all they had to do was prepare for one insanely strong Chinese team, and maybe that will be the advantage for them.
It certainly could, and we'll see if it stacks up that way, or if things are going to be rough around the edges, because even though they can fully focus in on preparing for one team, it's a damn difficult one to go ahead and prep for. You can see the bans now, as we have the draft up on your screen. It's going to be Mexico banned away by BaiSha. Let's see if Ranking do just go ahead and get rid of that sub base off the rip.
Eagle Eye.
Okay.
Doesn't exist today.
It's available, and with the first pick, BaiSha absolutely could just go ahead and take us back to sub base once again.
Yeah, it could be the option. I think.
Okay, they got to go compound.
Yeah. I mean, they did go ahead and choose compound the first time around, so not too big of a surprise. Same ban, same pick for the BaiSha Gaming squad. Now, this is really what I want to see. What is Ranking going to pull out?
Yeah.
How about challenge them on something that they have not shown yet? It will be Black Widow, though, as the choice here for map number 2.
So some fairly standard stuff here coming out. Let's see if we just get a nice little Ankara ban, and it will come through here. So BaiSha just taking that one off the table. So final ban now for the side of Ranking. See if they're going to take away Port or leave it for a third and final map.
Yep.
Okay, sub base.
Get rid of sub base.
Makes sense. So yeah, it's going to be Port at the end if we can go the distance and go to map number 3. Ranking going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to get this win, but as stated, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them. As long as BaiSha, after playing that first series, as long as they haven't gotten tired and they feel still very warmed up, they're going to be a fierce opponent. Also look, as the desk was mentioning, towards Baby on the side of BaiSha and see if he can have a stronger performance here, because that first series wasn't that present, but also wasn't that necessary because Xiao was just kind of taking over everything.
Yeah, he's here once again, and he's well warmed up. Probably had a little rest, maybe got some food in him, and now he's even more prepared on paper. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see. Compound, BaiSha was actually, having a little bit of trouble with some of the snare roams that we did have. So,
Yeah.
that could be one angle that Ranking Gaming could be looking at to try to take advantage of. Certainly, we saw some incredible performances from the side of Ranking Gaming as well. Really going to be looking towards Nevis, who was our last MVP, to maybe have another huge performance here.
Yeah, he did go huge. Had a great performance in that last series. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if BaiSha can continue to perform and pop off as they look to go ahead and blast their way through this group. Their last match here in the group ahead of the playoffs. Let's go ahead and get into it. We're diving into map number 1. BaiSha Gaming versus Ranking Gaming. Going to Compound. Players getting themselves jazzed up on stage just a bit on the side of BaiSha. Making sure that everybody is focused up. Ranking opting to go the defender side off the rip. So we'll see BaiSha coming out of here as a blacklist. Naded into middle. Not going to see too much of anything here as it's just going to be a 4-man rush up the left side.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting in terms of results. BaiSha obviously very much loving Compound as a squad, but also their win rate on sub-base currently is 16 rounds to 2. So
pretty good.
Pretty good that that's not in the pool for Ranking Gaming here, but it makes you wonder just how much they love Compound if they're choosing this over sub-base as well. Or perhaps it's just that Ranking Gaming is also strong on sub-base. Either way, I'm very curious to see more of what BaiSha Gaming has to offer here on the blacklist side.
A lot of space given up. Just on the outskirts now of the B side. Grenades will start flying. Exec getting ready to come through. The initial frag grenade actually going to get a tag. Trying to bounce another one in. Not going to get the connection on the TAM, but it doesn't matter. And 9 gets himself in there, finds the kill. Bit of damage coming through. So Nevis going to be able to pick up a kill for himself. Maybe tag down as well. Shout tries to lurk around here in mid, but there's the push, perfectly timed. Duck playing off the back of his teammate's little bait there beautifully. Bomb is set though. 3 members to try to stave this off. Another smoke coming in. 577 playing close just on the other side of the door. Swings around, but yeah, he will find one, but there's so many more waiting for him as everyone pushes in from the same angle. Maybe holding things down, managing to find some kills, and he's going to be the finisher. And that is the baby that we were missing in the first series. From the outset, though, here in round number 1, he has shown up.
Yeah, absolutely. Great hold there on the side of B. And the B bomb site on Compound is pretty notoriously difficult to retake. And you saw there, even with the man advantage and the big health advantage for Ranking Gaming, it was still basically impossible for them to get in there. And so I was going to ask for some more focus around pillars and stuff and not just a passive hold on B. And that's exactly what we got. We have 3 guys of Ranking Gaming in position.
Oh, just charging their way up mid to cut over into the A site. Flash grenade into the back to try to see if they catch anybody there. He'll be going to be able to find one. XQ1 going to be taken down. Xiao just going for a stray shot through the smoke, hoping for a random hit. Not going to get it, though. Flashbangs going out. Going to be taken down. Bomb down can be set. Other people making their way into the window. 577, however, cuts him down. 2 more kills picked up for him. As the bomb will get planted.
A bit easier to get into, but it's Nevis alone. And now he's down.
Well, taken out. Not much to do there. It's going to be a 2-0 start now for BaiSha. It was just an incredibly fast hit, but very concise and just well executed.
Yeah, I mean, if you cast your eyes back just 1 year to last year, it was BaiSha that was up against All Gamers, who did take the world champs. So these guys, you know, we talk a lot about All Gamers being the champs, but BaiSha was the runner-up, right? So they're also able to get through incredibly strong teams in their own right, and they even took a map off the All Gamers there.
Okay, Duck just not even getting the opportunity to react there. 7-7 topping around the corner, strikes him down before he can even swing the mouse. 1 kill found by Humiel, but we need a bit more than that as the bomb is already planted here on B. Nade going out. Tam able to avoid that damage widely. Flash is flying through the smokes just to try to go ahead and stave off anybody pushing into that spawn side here into B. And oh man, what a shot. 7-7 swings around the back of the server and just instantly domes him. Another kill picked up.
It's just not enough time.
No, there's not. You know, Humiel's the last one standing. 5-7-7 getting yet another kill there on the back end.
They didn't even need to go out there and challenge them, but BaiSha's like, oh, you know, well, let's just pick up some more kills. We'd love to boost our KD even more. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough. I thought that Ranking Gaming would give them a little bit more of a hard time, but so far it has been all BaiSha Gaming all the time. These rounds, not even close. I mean, every single one has been a swift entry, a plant, and a hold.
Baby, hold things, but no, he can't get back around the corner fast enough. Ends up getting taken down. That's a good punish. I'm not even sure how many people he would have seen or heard there, but okay, B getting pressed on here by both sides, and it is a slaughter. This time Ranking coming up huge. The last one left, ends up falling, and pretty flawless here from the side of Ranking. They'll get themselves on the board. Scoreline now 3-1 with BaiSha leading.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I like the pressure out of the pillars. This time they went even one step further, and that allowed them to get that initial pick, which forced BaiSha into an awkward scenario where either you push or you're kind of just getting rotated on, you know, based on their positioning in Central Plaza. So it's a good round for Ranking Gaming to actually take some control back, considering the way that the first 3 rounds did go.
Yeah.
And BaiSha Gaming looks like they're going to try their luck at a room and maybe an A push.
And they're trying Ranking, you know, similar push, getting quite far forward. Which is why you see Baby hugging or hanging way back over towards the spawn. So kind of anticipating it. Now can lurk his way up into mid, try to catch those reinforcements once the strike here on A does come through. Tom going to start things off 5-7-7. Pretty big member of the fight considering that he's got 7 kills, but now here comes the backstep from Baby, gets 1. That's all he's going to be able to get. Kong's able to take him down. As now they have to try to defend 3v3 with N9. Around 20 HP remaining on him.
We've seen Xiao in this position before. It's scary. It's terrifying.
Well, that it can be. 6 Q as well. Holding forward, turns away from the flash, pushes the corner. Xiao gets 1. Skillunt good for another as well. That's going to leave Petkon, the last one alive. The defuse coming in, they swing the corner. And that is going to be the shutdown coming through, making sure they don't get a little ninja defuse going in. BaiSha now move up 4-1.
Yeah, it felt pretty good for BaiSha Gaming to get the reads that they did in that round. You know, with Baby hanging back, expecting the rotation through pillars again. This is how you kind of read and respond to your opponents. You're using the information that you're getting. You're not just saying, okay, we're going to do our own thing. We're just going to, you know, push and see what happens. They're saying, no, okay, they're really playing heavily into pillars. Let's try to counter this with some Baby play, and the rest of you guys can look to push where there shouldn't be a lot of guys. But now take a look at what Ranking Gaming have set up. There's essentially nobody around the spawn area. Now there has been Nevis to rotate, but they were stacking that A site pretty nicely.
I'm just trying to go for a random shot. Doesn't get anything. Duck in the meantime. Taking a huge amount of damage, and Nevis gets picked off. Shut down there is BaiSha just all over the place. Dead, and it's just one after the other. Humio suddenly the last one standing, still over towards B. Xiao holding here in mid. Won't spot him. It's going to be Exculun to make first contact here. Has been spotted. Back behind this pillar. Shots come flying, and Baby gets the kill. BaiSha now 5 rounds.
Yeah, definitely a pretty nice buffer they have prepared for themselves. The entry fragging from the side of the Chinese players pretty much across the board, but in BaiSha's case, with 577, it's just really clean. It seems like he knows exactly where the opponents are going to be. I think that comes down to confidence and experience on this map, and part of the reason why they have gone for compound again.
Bit slower now. Just taking their time. Baby again hanging back, watching that exit. Frag grenade goes down. Duck not going to get clipped by that one. But A. All on his lonesome here is Nevis. You can see the way the ranking have to try to rotate. Cut all the way back around through B just to try to get in here because they're wary about this mid presence. They should have a decent idea that Baby's going to be hanging out here. They do. Exculun in the meantime going to be taken down. Trying to jump across the opposite side. Manages to swing back out. Gets a headshot. Baby going to be taken down. At Collins as well. We'll find 577. And it is a beautiful retake at the moment here for the side of Ranking Gaming with Xiao falling. That will be them able to get to the defuse. And that will be a second round now taken by Ranking.
Yeah, not half bad. Pretty confident retake there from the side of Ranking. Like to see what they were doing, even able to push through some smoke and get those entry kills themselves. So a strong team in their own right, showing off some of their stuff. I am still a little bit worried, though, that BaiSha is getting these insanely clean pushes with pretty much no recourse from the side of Ranking Gaming. I think that can be kind of stifled. And as you'll notice, Ranking Gaming, they're playing much farther up. A couple of guys in the middle of Central Plaza. You got a guy in Room as well. These are ways to try to stifle pushes before they happen so easily for BaiSha.
BaiSha seemingly not liking the A push here for themselves. Xiao getting himself up into the window. Peeking down, seeing if he can spot anything. Humio wisely just slides over towards the wall, plays around that smoke, keeps himself hidden. 4 members stacked up, getting ready to push over towards B. Smoke is out for the moment. Nades coming down, clearing close, making their way forward. Xiao eliminated, Humio finding him. It's okay. I'm just sending out a blind shot and just happens to catch Baby. That's massive here for Ranking as they look to put this third round in.
Yep, exactly. This is how you do it. This is how you stop pushes before they happen.
2 kills now for Tab. Gong's able to get 577, and it's just gonna be a really dire situation for Exculun. Puts a decent amount of damage in, but cannot get the kill, and I do believe it's another flawless round here for the side of Ranking. It's now going to be 5-3, so catching up, keeping things even as we go into the last round of the half.
Yeah, last round of the half, definitely one of these moments where you could see something change up a little bit. Already, Ranking Gaming, couple of guys down mid. Let's see how aggressive, 3 guys actually, looking for the grenade stack kill, but nobody on the side of BaiSha Gaming is going to fall for that, or is going to be pushing up mid. And BaiSha really not mixing up anything in their own right. Just 4 guys on the left in the A passive position, and of course Baby always holding their backs.
Really taking their time with this one. BaiSha know that Ranking have been building some momentum, and they're also getting a good read on the plays, but now they decide to strike. Humio just swinging out of the corner. I don't think he was really anticipating that they were going to be that far forward, so pays the Iron price. 3 members gone in the blink of an eye. But still trying to hold this down. Is good for 1, gets the headshot, but now I'm in a position where he needs to get a 4K clutch to try to bring this within 1 Right now, it's seeming like BaiSha's just very well set up to make this a 6-3 half. There you have it.
Yep, there you go. Nice stuff from the side of BaiSha Gaming, this time punishing them in a room and just kind of one by one after that, clearing them up. We did have the one defused retake from the side of Ranking Gaming, and they kept it more even than some other teams have against BaiSha Gaming so far. So what is going to happen now with them on B up?
6-3 versus Anubis in the first map, into a 6-3 here in the first map versus Ranking. BaiSha, if nothing else, are consistent across the board. Let's see, though, if they can just close it out as cleanly as they did versus Anubis, or if Ranking is going to continue to give them a bit more of a headache. Shout's waiting. Oh, they are just inches away from potential death. Smoke going to be thrown down.
Yeah. Generally, you don't push through that. Let's see. Ranking Gaming, they're certainly toying with the idea. Maybe just, you know, firing out a couple shots, maybe try to pick someone off at the window through the smoke.
He's worried that somebody might have gotten through, slipped around, and would be on the close side of the wall there. So HE goes out. Doesn't find any hits, though. Baby taking quite a nasty chunk is Yumio going to find N9. A big pickup here. Tom just waiting, trying to see if anybody swings into that crosshair. Cons as well. Oh, on the right-hand side, Baby just doesn't see it. Nevis gets the kill, keeps his teammates safe, and now it's just 3 left standing versus 5. They won one of these earlier on. Right as 577 gets a kill on the Nevis. Con's going to be taken down by Xiao off screen. Good kill, but Xiao still under some pressure. As the flash goes out on the B site. Skulun pushes over, trying to get some peel here. Humio. Push in. 577 gets the headshot. Tom dead. Now it's all just on Humio. It's good for one. Xiao dead. Spots Skulun in the back. Shift around. Dangerous movements from the BaiSha Gaming member here as Humio is just going to turn his sights over towards A. Wants to try to take down 577.
Well, he needs to kill 2 or plant this bomb. He has 10 seconds.
He's going to have to rush for it, and that should be when the swing comes in. And okay, there you go. Skulun denies it. The first round and a half goes the way of BaiSha now, 7-3.
You can see that there was a little bit of a split push going on. There were 2 guys over by B in that room. And the issue with that is, I mean, they caught Baby, but Baby was getting a lot of information from the team. He says, okay, it seems like there's at least 2 people in Central Plaza. That allows Xiao and 577 to push up and be ready and get some picks. Or not Xiao, but somebody else from A. And then Xiao was on B. And that's part of the problem with split pushes, is that you're pushing into Xiao most of the time if you're not with the main push. So it's difficult.
Well, this time it's Baby. He's seen enough. Backs away. Nades just in case he didn't get fluffed out of the scoring position. Overall, not going to find too much value there. And Petcons does avoid taking any damage from that spray. So for now, Ranking is taking their time. Double nade out just below that plaza window, trying to see if anyone's forward on the corner. They don't find anything, but Baby does get caught. Yumio with a nice little kill. It's been incredibly impactful here for his squad. Kill leader for them at 10. And he's now going to add an 11th. It's the headshot. Skulun going to be taken down now. N9. Playing forward. Smokes coming through. See if he's going to be able to hold the room. The reinforcements already on their way. But Bomb being backed out of this position. They're looking like they're going to rotate this over to A.
Yeah, got to worry about the time, especially after the last round where they ran out of time, essentially. But they are really taking this slow. Humio's playing points here on B. See if he can pick someone off. with a little sneaky play. Yeah, they're bringing it back, so I guess they want to push B here. They don't have time really to rotate unless they go right now.
Yeah. Flash grenade to try to sell a push here over to A, or at least get them through that plaza a little bit safer. 5-7-7, good for one. Cuts back, gets himself in behind the servers, turns to the side, finds Tom, but then ends up getting taken down by Nevis. But getting ready to come through. Chow arriving all on his lonesome, and he cannot stand up to the task. Ends up falling. Just like that in the second round of the half. Ranking Gaming answered back and put a 4th round win.
Good stuff from the side of Ranking Gaming, keeping it close, 7-4 now. Just winning that firefight over by the pillars, by that room over there, allowed them to play the long game, essentially. Xiao, I think, rushed a little bit there at the end. He got the first pick, and if he just took his time rather than entering the room right away, could have worked out. But the issue is if you get smoked off, then, of course, you kind of you lose a lot of chances to push through that, especially with a sniper. So opted to go for the aggressive approach, did not work out. And Ranking Gaming going to continue with sitting on their hind heels.
I like the attempted pre-fire. Swing instantly, shooting. You look like you're a god of reaction times if that hits. Push out though. The baby finds punch. A nice little punish off the 3-man push, and it will go ahead, back away. A very much conceded for the time being though. And 9. The one closest should be getting quite a bit of info here and calling this to his teammates, which is why you see the rotations coming through. And Baby's going to be making his way all the way around that left-hand side. Smokes continue to fly in. Once he's in position, this 5-prong strike from BaiSha could be devastating. Flash going out, and 9 taking a little bit of damage. HE goes in. Duck going to be tagged down a little bit low. Baby does manage to find one. The call's coming through that they're rotating around the back. But as they just swoop their way through, they only lose 1 player. And will be able to get the defuse with plenty of time to spare. That is now 8 rounds locked in for BaiSha.
Yes, very easy retake for them, and it's something that we don't see too many teams going for, which is really stacking the right side of the map, stacking B, and kind of just leaving A open and saying, okay, sure, you want to go A, go A. Like, planted in A, it's fine. Because they had 5 members, they had a really nice lurk on the right side of the map, they were able to get a pick, and then with the man advantage, retaking that is easy.
Oh boy, well, N9 getting feisty, goes charging down mid. Does get taken down, but look at the nade value. And Nevis both going to be chunked out. Crucially, they do stay alive, so still an opportunity for them to find some additional value here for the team and set themselves up for success. They need to start running things back now if they want to take this map away. As BaiSha close this out, they're at least guaranteed OT.
Just waiting. They should know they did a decent amount of damage with those nades. And so you can kind of just hold point here. They're not going to stack B again this time, as they don't quite have the man advantage, but they will just wait here. You even have Baby rotating now over towards A, so expecting an A push here. But that's not what we can see on our screens just yet. But Ranking, of course, they love to use the entire timer, playing a somewhat Anubis-esque play style.
Xiao with the Spidey sense tingling. So we got that right side. Left side from our perspective gets a kill. And that's the first one here for BaiSha in the round. XQ Lun going to be tucked away. See how they try to flush him out. There's a frag grenade. He just eats it, but 2 members taken down. This Baby takes him apart. Look for a little bit more, and somehow, some way, XQ Lun swings out, manages to survive, and gets the final shot across. And that's going to be 9 rounds now here for BaiSha. 1 more to go to take the map.
Yeah, not exactly the cleanest push I've ever seen. I mean, they're kind of going in, not using a lot of utility, you know, a couple grenades here and there, but you're not going to get kills that way. And it was kind of like one guy by one guy filtering in.
He's decent. well, getting tagged to the back end, baby. Taken low. Nevis does receive a beating. Nades continue to fly. No eliminations to be found. Atcon's starting to creep up that far left side, you can see on the mini-map. And for now, Ranking are sticking around this B site. Now that they get 2 kills, they should just go off this. Still gonna play this out patiently.
Yeah, they've still got a minute 40, so it is Anubis, no, sorry, Ranking Gaming, who are out here. Nice little pick off from Xiao. Gonna keep the minute.
Gets 1, certainly something that BaiSha needs if they want to end this map right here, right now. 5-7-7. You see what he can do. Try to peel and draw some attention here for XQLUN, who's currently in a bit of a dire spot. It's quite a bit of damage down. Nade out, Tom gonna fall. Big damage and a big reprieve for the side of BaiSha. The C4 now completely trapped as Xiao makes his way around the back, and they are not watching for this one right now. Turn their sights over, jump around the pillar, and somehow, Imperial actually manages to come away with the kill. Duck, maybe going to try to look for the catch on the rotates, but no. XQLUN, he knew that there was going to be somebody at least sticking nearby. So he gets the kill, and Imperial's trying to sell this as an A hit, and he's hoping that they've rotated off of the B site, but I think he's going to find that there is still at least one player sticking around in this position. Just have to see if he's going to be able to react fast enough to go ahead and get the punish. The jump's coming through. Does he suspect this close of an angle? He does. Beautifully done. Checks a couple other boxes, and now we're down to a 1v1. The bomb planted, 12 seconds to spare. Jump peeks, goes himself, and he manages to win it out. What a round from him. Ranking Gaming, not done quite just yet.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff there from the side of Ranking Gaming. Now if they could just replicate that. Not sure what was happening with Xiao and Pillars. It was an excellent flank, and then he kind of was playing it way too slow and got caught off guard. Really nice check from the Ranking Gaming member just to make sure. I think it was Humio. And he was able to clutch it in the end, so 9-5 now, just 4 more rounds if Ranking Gaming wants to continue making this interesting, as no change in play style essentially, just covering all their flanks, making sure they're not getting rotated on. They have, you know, some pushes in through pillars, but that is about it. And just waiting for their moment to go.
Nothing found off the HEs. Ranking just again testing the waters over towards B. Hit the connector, go back over to mid. No one really giving them any inch here though in mid, as they play back around corners, making sure that should somebody get into that plaza window, that they don't have line of sight. So playing nicely around Tom. Down. Flash in over the top into B. One member slowed up to try to push through the smoke. Baby just instantly picks him off. Overall, kind of made that relatively easy for him. Duck just getting a bit overzealous here from the head of the pack. XQLUN holding down, controls the spray beautifully. Humio ends up falling. There's just 2 more left to go versus 5. Ranking need to clutch this one out, but now Tom was the last one standing. They've heard the AWP shots, the AWM shots, they know exactly where he's at. The headshot comes in from N9, and that's going to be the map going the way of BaiSha. They pick compound, they get the win. Nicely done by them. Now the question is, Ranking Gaming taking us to Black Widow. Is it going to be good enough for them to go ahead and tie this up?
Yeah, that really is the question, because BaiSha Gaming looked even stronger on compound here against Ranking Gaming than they did against Anubis. And we saw what happened in map number 2 against Anubis. I think that BaiSha certainly the big favorites in this one. Ranking Gaming, they had some decent moments on that map. I was a little bit confused why they were playing it that slowly, but it seems like that was the call, at least on compounds. Maybe try to wait and get BaiSha overzealous and catch them out, but didn't necessarily work out for them. BaiSha was very patient. They were holding some really perfect angles, especially on that last round when they tried to push through the smoke. Baby's just right there waiting for them, almost reading them like a book in that one. So Black Widow, pretty interesting. I think that BaiSha can play it pretty similarly to Imperial. I think they're going to play that similar play style where, you know, pushing out on long, a lot of A focus. I think that could definitely work out for them.
Curious to see if they go for any really cheeky, sneaky plays like we saw coming out from Imperial and Ryu Zhao in particular. We'll just wait and see, but right now BaiSha very nicely poised to be able to take this, close out the series, and just have utter dominance within their own group. Ranking though, a chance to try to run it back, even the score, and take us to that game number 3. Let's see what happens, but for now, we'll take a look at the map summary. As you can see, 577, I mean, from the outset was looking great. Finishes it off with a 2.22 repeating KD, as well as 1.33 kills per round. So we're very much finding the lion's share of these eliminations here for his squad. But you do have to give a nice little shout out to Kumio, who put up a strong performance for himself despite only winning 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said. Obviously, the numbers on BaiSha are very impressive across the board, but Kumio, he needs some support from his team, right? Like, that's kind of a 1v9 scenario for him, right? Like, there's got to be someone else to at least pick up the slack. And I'm not even just talking about KD or the fact that, you know, BaiSha, you know, they're a very strong team, so of course it's going to be difficult. But, like, look at the difference in damage between him and everybody else. It's he almost doubled the second guy, and then everybody else is below the second guy. So definitely a bit of a solo carry from Humio, or an attempt at that. So we'll see if somebody else can help and step up a little bit, because they're going to need it here on their map pick of Black Widow.
That they do. I mean, even Nevis, you know, previous MVP winner and whatnot, not able to find too much action. He's always on the receiving end of the bullets rather than the one who's dishing them out. Let's see if that improves and changes as we go into Black Widow once more here today. It's a fairly standard map. We'll keep our eyes trained to see how this gets played out. Is it going to be the Imperial style from the side of BaiSha? Can they close this 2-0, or can ranking take us to a map number 3? Let's go ahead, jump on to Black Widow to find out.
Here we go. We're on to Black Widow, and this is a map that everybody knows, pretty much everybody loves. This could be a big opportunity for Ranking Gaming to have something specifically prepared for a map they chose to try to come back in a big way, as here comes BaiSha already through B.
Their way up, Kumio opens fire, manages to find one in exchange, and 9 going to be taken down, but now XQ-Lun manages to help break open the rest of the side. Baby catches Nevis, and Nevis just not ready. Petcon's now needs to clutch this one out. He's got 2 low HP members to try to deal with, but the nade, it catches him in the end. That's going to be BaiSha starting things off with a round victory.
Pretty quick, too. No long play on the A site. They say, okay, let's run to B as fast as we possibly can. That was the strategy in round number 1. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to be what they always go for here, but certainly a show of confidence. B, I think, personally, I feel like it's a bit riskier, you know, just because you have to all run through the one small storage room, and if something goes wrong, you know, 1 nade or something, I don't even know how he hit that. That's insane.
Xiao.
Yeah,
how we hit it.
Okay, it's Xiao. That makes sense. I get it now. As now they're going to push A.
Yep. from the opposite side of the map. Xiao still going to be holding from the spawn, staring down the mid, trying to see if he can break down anybody else. Duck makes his way across to the far side. Bomb in the meantime going to be planted as there's just an absolute slaughter happening. And there you go. Xiao will get another one for his troubles. Humio going to be the last one to fall. As yet again, BaiSha Gaming will have a nice little 2-0 start.
We talked about Xiao and his troubles. Well, he just if you read the status report of that round, he picked up an AWM and then he sat there in the window for the entirety of the round. He didn't have to move.
He did what a sniper should do, which is stay put, kill people. Well, Skulun taken down by Humio, instantly traded. Duck trying to play sneaky beaky like. The Ducks don't have beaks, so I guess we should say sneaky Billy. Yeah, sneaky Billy-like, I guess, because the Ducks have a bill.
You learn something new every day.
Kills found, baby. Oh no! For a second, you know what? I was gonna say, is he gonna pull out the knife or the axe, whichever one he got? He does not. Xiao with the M4 finds Nevis, who continues to have a rough time. 0 and 3 right now for him. Duck will go ahead and pick up an elimination. Giving Xiao pretty prime target, but he still has to work his way through 2 remaining members on the side of BaiSha. Bomb now planted. Flashes used pretty early on, but as N9 swings out, he sees him, so they know exactly where he's at. Quick little jump peek. Duck now going to be dropping down onto the low ground. N9 goes for the jump. Shots come flying, so they know exactly where he is. And N9 will be able to finish him off in the end. So there's a 3-0 start now for here on Black Widow.
Yeah, N9 doing a great job. Just basically crouch hopping behind the box to get information. That first shot did not land from the Ranking Gaming member, which made N9's job even easier. Peeking Xiao in mid is not something that I would ever do, but we do have some brave members of Ranking Gaming. Tam was getting pretty close to having his head pulled off there, but not going to be the case, as now BaiSha will return to A long, and things have been going very smoothly for them. They took 3 rounds in the beginning of Compound as well, though, so let's see Ranking with a comeback potentially.
Very slow going here in this round. BaiSha not looking to overdo things, it would seem. Ranking fearful in case the rush does come in. But right now, A site completely unoccupied. I believe it's Duck who's quite far forward over in mid. Not able to find one. That was going to die. Baby going on a tear. Manages to find a couple kills, but ran straight back. 1-2v2 is Xiao still a good distance away, but he manages to swing around. It's just enough vision through the doorway. Get that final pick there onto Humio. Now the drop down. Patcon's trying to play forward. Makes his way over the stairs. Xiao drops out. Just comes leaping down off the walkway. Guns him down with a pistol, and now it's 4-0.
Very quickly, too, BaiSha Gaming are not wasting any time. They're not playing like Ranking did on Compound, that's for sure. They're just getting in their face. And leaving the A side open was a pretty interesting choice. I mean, you have Tam playing point under the bridge, of course, just looking to hold long. Got the 1 pick, but then the second it goes into just straight up, like, 2v5.
Okay. Great opening kills. Baby, good for 1. Oh, Petcon sees all the way in their spawn. Do they have a read on this at all? No one's really turning around, so it doesn't seem like it. 2 crept up over towards B. The inch forward from Baby, getting himself over in A. Humio spotted. And here comes Petcons, and he strikes. 2 quick kills. They were not ready whatsoever. Now the bomb completely stuck.
Still some time, Baby in a very unexpected position, you could say, but Duck immediately finds him And finally, we get Ranking Gaming on the board, so took them one extra round this time, but perhaps it was they who downloaded BaiSha a bit. As the push came out from Pacon's right behind them through A long, there was no check there from BaiSha Gaming. Definitely a strong rotation that guys on the GR side can go for, and it works out for them this time.
It is a win. Zhao looking to swing out over at A long. 3 members stacked up here onto the side, but Baby doesn't care. He just goes charging forward. Then he gets flashed, I do believe. Can't see anything. Getting taken down. Zhao in the meantime finds 2. Pacon's eliminated. And just like that, it is a very swift round. BaiSha decided to go ahead and step on the accelerator, and there is nothing that Ranking can do to slow them down.
And that essentially helps you in 2 factors, right? Because you take them by surprise, obviously, by going really fast, but importantly, you can't really get flanked on if you go that fast, right? Unless somebody is literally sprinting through long and running to get behind you, so they avoid that this time.
Got Zhao. Nice pick. Knew that he was going to be playing in that same position. Push around the corner. Baby trying to challenge, but there's a nice little crossfire set up, so he ends up getting dropped. Nine trying to play forward, but doesn't react fast enough. As 577 will barely manage to get Pacon's before he himself is taken down. XQLun now in a position where he needs to clutch. Bomb going to be dropped over on the A site. Checking around the back side here, it would seem. This time just going to be swapping out for the M4. Let's see where he decides to take this.
He's going on a little journey here.
Yeah, it was a pretty long flank, but it is being watched for.
Don't believe, yep, he's here on the box, so he wouldn't have seen that. But he is, of course, checking for this flank with so much time still, and the fact that he has not shown anywhere. This could be somewhat expected, and Tam is going to be looking for it.
Oh, question is, yep, XQLun, I think he saw him there, but has to back away. He's going to shifting over here towards the door. Now he's at risk from Humio, but man, what a headshot from him. Still 57 seconds to play with, too. Time very much on his side. He's going to be tucked back away for now, though. It seems like he's trying to see if there's going to be any forward aggression, but there's no reason, really, for Humio to try to displace himself. He's got the C4 down on the ground, knows that that is stranded for now. Just continues to play back, and will actually just go ahead and overtake this position behind the box. And as he spots him coming out the window, the clutch gets shut down. Ranking find a second round.
Yeah, good stuff there. They're able to hold on to the bomb. I think BaiSha on the push a little, you know, they're kind of testing their luck with that kind of thing. Seems like Ranking is pretty confident, as that was, again, insane, but no kill this time.
And still just completely scared him off the position. Pacon's in the meantime picked off Baby. Just continues to work like a one-man wrecking crew. Pushes out into A long. He's not going to see anything. At least not for a while, because A has been left completely empty. Nevis, one after the other, just lemmings to the cliffside. Also tumbling down. Thumb goes for the quick shot. Can't make it happen. Tries to swap out for the pistol, but the 9 shuts him down. And just like that, BaiSha, they continue to just stop Ranking from being able to string rounds together. So far, they've only gotten 2 rounds back-to-back, and that was in the first half of the first map. Black Widow, unfortunately, not going much better for them.
BaiSha showing that they can play multiple styles. They don't have to rush you down. They can just wait patiently.
Oh,
Thomas, he's having a day out.
Yeah.
But N9 exists.
It does be existing. Zhao, Pacon's and
Wow,
9. Okay, jumping around the corner, and Humio does get him. Spotted on the walkway. Duck comes dropping out. Humio counter swings off the pillar and gets the headshot through. Zhao and 577. Last one's left standing now. But ought to be in a good spot. Here should Ranking be. We'll have to just wait and see. Push in the corner. Humio, I believe that's all headshots basically for him this entire round through. And Xiao tries to get away from him, jumps out, exposes himself to yet another player of ranking, and cleanup comes through. So 3 rounds established in the half to the 6 of BaiSha Gaming. Very similar to what we saw on Compound.
It's just consistency out of BaiSha.
Yep.
6-3 in all of the first halves, except for Subbase in the last match, but either way, still going to be pretty nice. And now Ranking Gaming, they'll have a chance to go back to their kind of passive play style. I think that's much more difficult to do on this map compared to Compound. As you can see already, N9 is pushed up on long here and getting some decent information for the squad already.
Shots out from Baby. Not going to get the tap there. Pushes in to try to challenge, and he does manage to win it out. Low on HP, but oh, he gets a second. That's just nasty stuff from him. And 9 will shut him down before he can do more damage to the team. Oh, what a quick shot. Gets a second, looks for a third, but Nevis comes in a little bit later than he might have anticipated. So the kill not going to be found. Now a 2v2 as the nades continue to fly. Xiao trying to work his way into position as N9 gets spotted, scouted. Nevis finishes it with the wall bang, and now Xiao has to clutch. Bomb brought forward. Thomas right below that window. Plant now coming in. Let's see what Xiao can do. Bomb back in his hand. I'm not going to be able to counter swing this, in all likelihood, fast enough, and there's the kill. Xiao not quite getting the read on his position, but he manages to get a second lease on life. Spots him in the back, but Tom gets him in the head. The round is won. Ranking, they go ahead and move up to 4.
Xiao nearly pulls off the miracle. Being the player that he is, it's not too unexpected, but Tom was able to get in there and take him down even after missing the initial spray. Sniper player, so it's understandable as now some fighting on long, but nobody actually takes any damage from the nades. Ranking Gaming are slowly clawing their way back. This could be the start of something new for this squad.
Really well spread out, though, is BaiSha. Some decent forward positions there. You can see N9 just tucked away on the right-hand side. Duck almost at risk. They're wary about it. They go for a nade on it. No, they do not. Good amount of damage down. Frag grenade not going to go far enough, and 9 now has to back away. Good here on ranking. Stave him off. Send him back wounded. Nevis as well, tagged up.
There's nobody along here for BaiSha, but it doesn't seem to matter. N9 is still here.
Yeah, still just pushing forward. He gets rid of Tom as well. Now what do they want to do? They need to start making a move sooner rather than later. About to be a minute remaining. Oh, he spotted him for just a brief moment.
Yeah. No need to push that. You've got the bomb over on a long, and so far your teammates are saying, oh, well, we don't see anybody. Maybe A is the nice push. Problem is, Xiao and N9 are both looking at this angle. As I say that, though, N9 is backing away.
Xiao.
Nice.
Dead. Great punish. Comes continues to come up big. Now back into a 4v4. Now into a 4v3. He gets himself a second one here in the round. Baby going to be taken down by Nevis. Duck getting his hands dirty as well. Now takes Hulan to try to clutch it. He got pretty darn close to closing it out last time. Versus 4, this would still be an incredible feat for him. There's one. Everybody else is tagged up, but Nevis is holding the angle. He gets the shot through. And Ranking Gaming, for the first time in the map, will be able to go ahead and string 2 rounds together. Now we're just one away from tying this up.
Yeah, ranking a really nice play that time. The timing of the push was really fantastic. You could see that BaiSha Gaming was totally fooled. They were just not looking. Xiao was moving. It made for a super clean push onto A. And that's really going to get BaiSha a little bit worried, you know? Things are slowly beginning to tip into Ranking Gaming's favor here.
Oh, he's closer than they may have anticipated. Xiao starts things off nicely for the squad, and he gets a second. He gets a, oh my goodness, okay, it's just a slaughter. Hutcons is only able to find a single kill in the time that the rest of his team just gets manhandled.
And BaiSha Gaming took that personally. They were like,
They
okay,
did.
how dare you? How dare you challenge us? No, but that was pretty gross. This time you could tell, though, they were very ready for the push. I mean, Xiao in position. He's doing sniper things. He's staying put and clicking on bodies. He's able to take down 2, Baby, with some work done as well. And now, Ranking Gaming, do they mix anything up? Do they go for some kind of B push? You see BaiSha this time, they're going to put one guy on A long. Everybody else is over on the left side of the map, so would not be the optimal time to go for a B push. They don't know that.
Yeah. All right, smoke's down. That should sell this B hit a little bit more. Counter smoke does come through, and Ranking are going to pull away from this position. And 9, nope, finding one as he plays around the back. That puts the bomb down on the ground for a little bit longer, and we'll just go ahead, pop a smoke, rotate his way back in the long. Baby nearly caught. Just managed to back away successfully. Needs go flying. The bomb again being brought over towards B, where you can see the push-up is here from XQ London. As he goes for the jump, Humio takes his head clean off. A nice shot. Go ahead and even things up, but as I say that, 5-7-7 keeps the advantage here in his teammates' hands. Duck jumping off the walkway, finds N9. Baby gonna be taken down as Duck gets himself a second kill. Now it's all on Xiao in a 1v3. Narrowly misses the shot. The bomb is gonna get planted. Oh, Duck somehow not quite ready there. Pistol in hand, gets the kill. Oh, they now give him a bit of a 50-50, but he gets the shot on the right. Down low on HP, needs to get this, and he cannot. Wow. Just a hair off to the left. Tum finishes him, and it's 6-7, Ranking Gaming keeping it close.
Yeah, really fun sequence there. Xiao almost pulling off the clutch again. Not going to happen this time. Ranking Gaming, that was a very sneaky kind of round for them. You could see coming in from multiple angles, holding weird spots that BaiSha were just not ready for. And sometimes you got to get your hands a little dirty when you're playing against a squad this strong. And the results, they show themselves. 6-7. This is really close, actually. Ranking Gaming are sticking in it.
They are not going down without a fight. Couple nades out over here towards B. Bomb getting pulled all the way back. It's going to be a rotate back through the spawn, maybe into mid, and then the walkway onto the A site. This time around, no one pushing all the way forward into that side from BaiSha. Playing this out a little bit more cautiously. Nades flying. Xiao set up. How many kills can he get before they make their way onto the site, or even, are they even going to try for it? Drop down, they'll push through the double doors. Maybe swings out, puts a little bit of damage down, but it's going to get wall banged. Duck finds the kill. 5-7-7, backside of the site. It's going to be good for 1. Finds a second, finds a third. He is just tearing them apart. The bomb now dropped. Excellent, charges forward, finds another one, but N9 will be the finisher. Gets the kill. Man, what a hold from 5-7-7. Heroic.
Yeah, back and forth between these two teams. 577 is really the only reason why they stayed alive. I mean, that's a really strong strategy. If you get through those doors safely and do attack B at the same time, you could really get some damage done. But one guy and one AK was enough. And they're doing it again.
They just charge in, and then they're going to take their leave. They said, okay, well, let's go back and approach maybe from a more normal angle. And this time, 577, he does get caught. Skewlunt crouched. He has remained hidden.
Sneaky.
Oh, spots one. And he gets the bomb down, pushes in, finds Nevis as well. What a play from him. HE goes out, not going to get the tap, and 9 does fall. Nade out, however, in his hands, so Cubio can't do anything to answer back. Baby is there for the covering fire. Gets the trade kill. Now bomb down just outside the site. You can see the long flank coming in right now from Tom. He is all the way at A long at the moment.
Yeah, 2v2. I mean, there's a minute and a half. There is definitely a chance for Tom. He's going all the way around. It's weird because he's back at his spawn.
Does he have any idea that he's just behind this box? Because right now, Skewlunt, he is not aiming for it whatsoever. Might just be one of the last places that he checks, and that could be disastrous for BaiSha. 50 seconds remaining. Still some time to play with. This baby continues to check. He's starting to pay more attention over towards that spawn. Skewlunt does get Fat Cons in the end. Baby spots the last member. Now Tom just trying to hold that angle, trying to get the kill on the swing out, but he just cannot make it happen. BaiSha will take the round. Oh, on a knife's edge. It's been so back and forth here in the second half, but now BaiSha stretched the lead by 3 once again. And they bring it to match point.
Wonky round that one was. I liked the strategy from Ranking Gaming to go for the late push together. But it just was not meant to be. Skewlunt is having a huge day in his own right.
Oh, drop down. And you mentioned him. And there he goes again. Tom taken down. Some nades still flying. Decent tag up there on the Skewlunt. For now, the bomb just brought back over here. Over towards the blacklist spawn.
Bit of an 8 push brewing.
Oh, baby. Swings out, finds a second. So low on HP, but somehow stays alive. Just Nevis can't get on top of him fast enough to find that kill. Baby will eventually go down. Humio comes in from the other side. Kills found. 577 taken down, trying to make his way through the window. 3 members left now versus 2. Lance is there. Bomb now. Ready to go. But can they win? Can they keep it defended? And 9 with the help of Shout comes dropping down. They get the assist, and there's the kill. Nevis will fall, and that will be the end of it. BaiSha Gaming will defuse 10-6 as they go ahead and close out this set. A fantastic run from them here in the group stage. They set themselves up quite nicely moving forward into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately for Ranking Gaming, they cannot get a second win.
Ranking Gaming put on a good show. You have to give them credit where credit is due. Still definitely a strong team from Vietnam, but BaiSha just 1 tier ahead of them, and they were able to get this victory 10-5, 10-6. Pretty dominant, but it's not as insane as some of our other matches, so should be satisfied with the win, but still believe BaiSha could even take it up a notch. Felt closer than it had to be for them, so we'll be curious about how they can do in playoffs. Certainly feels like it's potentially a team that, you know, one of these other teams like Celebi or Imperial could try to upset against. But yeah, shout out to Ranking Gaming. Definitely a good job. Curious to see how they're going to do. They might end up being in that 3rd spot, but we'll have to wait and see. based off of what happens after this loss for them. And BaiSha, of course, will secure first.
Yeah, not a bad spot for them here on the side of Ranking Gaming. I mean, 10-5 into a 10-6. Better than what we saw earlier from Anubis, where it was a 10-6 into a 10-3. So able to play up against them a bit more. But you got to give a shout out there to Humio, because that was a very good performance from he and had Collins as well on the second map. But that does it for this series. We still have one more to go. It's going to be a big one. But before that, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action here between BaiSha Gaming and Ranking.
We now have another quarterfinalist. Congratulations to BaiSha Gaming with that win there. They go 3-0. All the wins, all the top of the group. That'll see them through to the quarterfinals in a couple of days' time. At the other end of things, though, it's not quite so clear-cut. Earlier in the day, when Imperial guaranteed their top of the group, we knew that SGJ were going home. However, here, BaiSha Gaming at the top of the group, definitely in the quarterfinals. Ranking Gaming their opponents, though, after a 10-5 and a 10-6. They're not out yet. Still something to come back from, not quite bottom of the group. Black Dragons is down there. They're going to have to sort of work out what happens on the last day of the groups tomorrow. For this, though, a 10-5 and a 10-6. A strong fight. I enjoyed the fight from Ranking Gaming. Not going to 3, not getting a win on the maps there. They're going to hurt that they lost that one. Are they going to feel very disappointed with themselves?
No, definitely not. Actually, considering looking at the other matches in this group, they got more rounds against BaiSha than anyone else, and that could be enough to maybe push them through into a top 3 spot when this is all said and done. So, you know, considering that, I think they have to be pretty proud with how they played, even though they weren't able to pick up a win here.
We'll bring you the highlights of Compound and Black Widow. We expected one of Compound and Subbase to get played. We knew that it was likely that Ranking Gaming would ban one of them, and it didn't happen. But nevertheless, the pick and bans didn't turn out how we expected, did they?
No, not at all. I mean, Black Widow is definitely not a map that you typically see picked against the Chinese teams like this. But that being said, I thought Ranking was decently well prepared. I mean, they were punching back on Black Widow. They had, you know, there was a moment there when it was like 6-8, and I was like, okay, well, they might actually come through and get this done.
Yeah.
They were looking really crisp, really clean. They had some good executes, some good attacks, and, you know, I thought, okay, well, here we go. This might be it. This might be like maybe an overtime or something.
Let's take a look at those highlights. Compound first. Just talking again about playing on Black Widow, I think, Carl, you described that as crazy. They're better on port, which we did then end up with lined up for the third map. But you were surprised it wasn't in the guaranteed 2.
Yeah, I was really surprised, especially with BaiSha picking Compound for the 3rd time. You know, I thought they looked a little bit shaky earlier today against Anubis on it. They gave up 6 rounds, so I figured maybe they would go for a bit of a strong pick here. And with Ranking as well, I thought their pick could have been a little bit better, but they did end up picking a map at least that BaiSha normally bans out, so maybe that was their strategy and how they looked at this. So, but still, looking at map number 1, I would say it was still a slightly weaker performance compared to what we saw on Black Widow from them, but, you know, honestly, the rounds they put up still looked strong. Yeah. A lot of them came down to the wire.
Yep, really enjoyed it. Humio rocked out with 17. What was it you spotted?
17 kills, 17 headshots.
Yeah, 17 kills, 17 headshots. As paper thin spotted. But in a one-on-one gunfight for a while, Ranking were always the ones who were laying down first. But sometimes grouping up, sometimes the strats worked out. A few little mistakes along the way, but overall, I think a performance they can be pleased with.
I mean, 10-5, 10-6, they definitely put up a good fight here, but now here comes to the play where the warm-up factor, I think it really worked out. So in the first map, Ranking had some moments where they just couldn't react at the corners where, let's say 577 peeks the corner and they just couldn't react fast enough. Whereas BaiSha, well, like I have mentioned before, they had the game to play against. So, you know, they had the hands warmed up, you know, they had the reactions on point, and then because of that, they were able to, you know, just take those kills easily into their backpacks.
Yep, played well. And again, let's revisit this 10-5, 10-6. That, you know, these numbers are going to matter. All right, you've lost 2 sets, and obviously that's the first decider in the group. If any of the teams, let's say we have 2 teams, Ranking Gaming and another, who are on 1 win and 2 losses, which is almost definitely going to happen, I think. You know, 1 win, 2 losses. If your set deficit is the same, we're going to look at rounds. you've got a few more there than other people have managed to do. That might be enough. Remind you of the numbers here from the second map of that one, as we haven't seen the stats on Black Widow just yet.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these stats overall, just a pretty consistent performance across the board from BaiSha. But I think for me in this matchup, one of the things that was almost disappointing to see was Nevis, who was such a strong player in their previous sets, had a bit of a poor performance in this last map, and I was expecting more from him.
Also, Baby turned it around. We were slightly criticizing him after the first game as he was the only one who didn't have a positive KD. In fact, he was quite a long way down from that. His damage wasn't even, I think it was under 1,000, and everybody else had done well. Here, he's leading the way on damage. So, you know, if anybody needs a coach, we're available.
Yeah, we were calling for it, and we got it. We got to see the Baby show. Also, you know, we're seeing 577. He was below 1.0 on KD, the only one on this team. However, on Compound, he was much higher. He had 20 kills in 15 rounds. I don't remember exactly what the KD was, but it was high. And so, you know, everybody doing their part here for the side of BaiSha. I think this was pretty much, you know, by the book for the most part. You could tell a little bit on Black Widow. They had to dig deep into the playbook somewhat. I mean, you had to put XQ Lun kind of getting out there into that back cubby on the B when they were on the GR side to kind of put some, you know, flanks and kind of traps onto the side of ranking. But yeah, I mean, this was a really solid performance overall.
There you go. Baby listens. Baby delivers. Baby with an AP of 12. But KD, 1.39 across the two maps, 1,500 plus on damage.
Absolutely a decent performance coming from Baby here, but at the same time, the whole team performed as a team, you know, putting out the work there. Xiao also did some exciting moments there for himself as well. Superhero landing onto A with a pistol against the Rifler, and XQLN as well, as Paperthin has mentioned, was the flanker out there on the Global Risk side, going out, catching the C4, and then eventually killing 3 or 4, I believe, to just wrap up the round there.
So I want to see the group. Just confirm the score again. 10-5, 10-6, as we know, across the two maps. But let's see what this has done to Group C and what we can expect going into the last day. So we know now, BaiSha, definitely top. As I say, 3-0. Nobody else can beat them. They will go through as a #1 seed out of this. Anubis played earlier today and lost to them. Ranking have lost to them. Black Dragons lost to them earlier on in the tournament. Anubis, Ranking Gaming, and Black Dragons. We're going to see Black Dragons against Anubis tomorrow. Ranking have had their 3 games, so they're going to remain on that 1 and 2. So Black Dragons and Anubis, how can that turn out?
I think the most concerning thing here, looking at the overall standings, is Anubis is currently even on a round record with Ranking Gaming, meaning if they don't win that match, it's very likely they're the team to fall out here, since they would surely be lower in rounds overall.
Set differential, though. I think this is because of set differential. I don't think it can go below -3, right?
It does not, I believe.
Yeah. They'll be okay. I think Anubis is in the playoffs no matter what, one way or another. It's whether they, you know, what happens in this last match could affect whether they're, you know, going to be that team. Yeah.
I mean, it's all to play for, which is really exciting on the last day of the groups. And then remember, the team who aren't eliminated but are in 3rd place, they got to play again on the next day, whereas other teams get a break. So that wildcard spot, make sure you don't miss that the day after tomorrow. We'll take a short break now because we need to get ready. We need to get settled in. We need to get pumped up for 2 teams who are already setting up on the stage behind us. It's the big one for today. Many people think that this might be a little taster of what could be the grand final of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. It's going to be all gamers on that side. It's going to be Celebi from Vietnam on that side. Many people think these are the 2 best teams in the tournament. Let's see what happens when they meet in the group stages after this break.
Shot off, but now from Diana, not good enough. 4分飞 too late of an engine.
这边宠儿被直接被打掉，接下来。知道了房里面有无难，1楼直接被秒了。
突一个走中路自己突，一个往 A 区来突，这个 A
哦，有没有第4个？被小梦给补了。
看了，难受。知道血不多，宝宝打得非常有耐心。
对啊，刚才说了，就是这个位置。
过来了，哦呦，这枪，这个飞博位这边。
Faye is here. Gonna try for it.
Oh, but Silva's gonna solve it out.
That's insane! Oh, insane!
Oh my! First, gets one. Headshot with the.
Oh my God! That was
Goken!
just gross. What? This is not a favorable sniper angle. Doesn't matter. MG is. So it's a not able to land up the backside. Loon. They are in.
Wow. Left alone.
Spraying through, trying to get a pick. Gets one. There's the headshot. Picks up another. In they go. Awesome has the back angle. 9 to 5.
The spray with the triple.
Yeah.
Right? But Viva stuck it from the back. Again, the second. Might be a little bit more. In a row. Headshots all over.
Which right now, nagpapakitang kilat! 4K! Oh my goodness!
everybody here on Jeju Island, here with us at CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Has been hotly anticipating this one. It is time for All Gamers, the reigning world champions from the CFS 2021 Grand Finals last year, to play Celebi out of Vietnam. A brilliant young team, shown us some great performances already in this tournament. For many people, these might be the top two teams. You might be expecting that with All Gamers being the reigning world champions, but Celebi are showing a lot of promise, and for many people are the number two right now. So here on the desk with ZZXQ, with Bench, and with Paper Thin, we're really looking forward to this one, aren't we?
I mean, this is the Clash of the Titans, the top two teams basically in the Crossfire scene going against each other early off in the group stage. So basically you're seeing the finals kind of, you're basically anticipating to watch the finals in the group stage, basically.
I know when we've asked predictions and All Gamers are involved, a bit of copy-pasting is very easy to do for the guy who's taking your predictions. He just goes, okay, everybody says that. What are the predictions for this one? Let's take a look. All Gamers against Celebi. I want to see the predictions. I want to see if anybody is picking our Vietnamese friends. There we go. So out of us, it's just Bench. But over in Vietnam, it's all of Vietnam want Vietnam. Not a surprise there. Bench, let's concentrate on you. How are they going to do it?
I mean, I guess I made the jobs of the staffs down there a little bit harder to copy-paste the things down, but hey, I brought this out once again, you know, this...
It's just because you have a bag with their logo on.
Oh, not only that. Obviously, the bag works too, but at the same time, coming into the stats as well, Lucas and Dola definitely playing out of their mind, and these two players are basically the powerhouse of Celebi, and you know, all gamers should seek to stop these two players. Otherwise, they're going to be losing rounds after rounds, and maybe going to map number 3. And based on the ban picks, I think Celebi is going to opt out to play some Ankara and Black Widow, and if that happens, you never know.
Let's find out, but first of all, who are the players involved? Here's the reigning world champions. All Gamers! The only team to have won 2 CFSs. Nobody's ever won the Crossfire Stars World Championship back-to-back. Can be this the year that they get that record as well. We're talking about even ZQ, ZY, Zhuai, and Bean. And just so strong between them as well. ZQ has got a current KD of the 2 matches they've played so far in the group stages against Extensi and Team Myth of 2.48. across all of their games.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this lineup, All Gamers, they've just got 5 incredible players, which, you know, a lot of these other teams we've seen, there's maybe 1 or 2 key factors in here, but for All Gamers, it's literally their entire team, and I expect them to pop off here in this match as well. Of course, there's some head-to-head matchups we have to keep an eye out as well for. I think Bean, for me, though, is the player I want to see step up in this match the most, because, you know, Rambo, not an easy sniper to go head-to-head with.
If a surprise is coming, then Celebi want to be the one who do it. Here they are. Ready to come and get it on our stage. This brilliant team out of Vietnam. Strong performances from them so far, beating Team Myth 2-0 and a 2-0 against Extensi Gaming as well. So between All Gamers and Celebi, we know that one of these teams is going to be top of Group A. For Celebi, we have Shady, Rambo, Lucas, Dola, and LDX.
Yeah, no doubt that these guys can go toe-to-toe with AG. We've seen it before. We've seen them beat them. You know, a lot of people consider this, you know, maybe one of the few teams that can compete with them, but they do have a bit of a problem in the map pool here with the best of 3. Yes, they like Ankara. Yes, they like Black Widow, but so does AG. AG really likes Ankara. Their win rate on Ankara right now is ridiculous. It's an 80% win rate in rounds. That's absolutely nasty. I mean, granted, you know, it's pretty good for Celebi too, so I'm kind of curious to see if Celebi is going to try to force out an Eagle Eye or something like that. I could potentially see that happening because it's been a sub-base ban for AG throughout all this, so you do have a little bit of potential flexibility. We'll see what AG wants to do against them. Maybe they feel like Eagle Eye is going to be the map that this is the time that they have to ban it. They're willing to maybe go against sub-base on them. I don't know, but there is some room to maneuver here, I think, for Celebi in this map draft is super important for them if they're going to have a chance of beating them.
I mean, we've got to, let me just explain that. Win rate, 80% on Ankara, so that's round.
Round win rate in this event,
It's brilliant score. Here's Even versus Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, in this head-to-head, I think Lucas just shines through to me as that consistent player a little bit more so. He's been, on point every single match they've played so far, almost at that 1.0 kills per round mark, and he's constantly the one opening up rounds for his team, and I think it's going to be a tough one for AG to try and take him out early on.
Their head-to-head record across the big tournaments. Celebi lost 2-0 a few years ago at the 2019 Grand Finals. Last year, 1-0, I think it was best of ones when they were playing in the CFS 2021. And in the CFS Summer Championship, all square between All Gamers and Celebi.
Yeah, so Celebi did take the win against All Gamers in the group stage and ended up losing in the finals. And given this tournament right now, what's happening is right now is going to be group stages as well. So maybe an upset could be possibly happening here.
Of course, they were runners-up. Celebi in the CFS Summer Championship earlier on this year. But strong showing against All Gamers during that tournament. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about the maps. As you were highlighting just now, Paper Thin. Ankara, that's a map that All Gamers are always good on. So far in this tournament, they've beaten Extensi 10-4 and Team Myth 10-1. Celebi, yeah, they beat Team Myth 10-3. And if we look at Mexico, Mexico, All Gamers beat Myth 10-1. That was the big one-sided game that we had. Celebi beat Extensi 10-6. So they both got wins on these maps, but the slightly stronger side of things has been for All Gamers.
Yeah, and so, Ankara might just come out just because of the way the bans are likely to happen. So you kind of almost have to expect to play them. In some ways, you're not super upset about that as Celebi. No. You're pretty good on it. However, it's the follow-up. It's what you're going to pick, what you're going to be prepared for. How are you going to beat them? Because you got to be scared of that Mexico with how dominant all AG was on it themselves, where you struggled at times just a little bit, and you had to rely on some pretty nasty plays from like Dola to get things done on the BL side. I think it makes it a tough equation for Celebi, but there's potential solutions here for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Ankara as a potential pick actually for Celebi, I'd love to see them do it just because it's one of their strongest maps as well as their opponents. And if you can win, that head-to-head on both of your best map, it's a huge boost of confidence you'll really have for yourself moving forward in a best-of-3 series.
I mean, that is a strong attitude to take, isn't it? Let's play what we are happy on. Let's play a map that plays to our strengths. It may play to our opposition's strengths. We know that in the case of Ankara, it definitely does. But rather than be scared and throw out one of our best maps because we know it's one of theirs, let's go for it on it. I mean, otherwise you're just taking a back seat, right? Otherwise you're already on the back foot. We can't play this. We're good, but they're better. I don't know if that's the mental state you want going into a competition like that. Let's remember, though, nobody's getting eliminated here. This is for the top position of Group A. This is the top two teams fighting it out for that. So quarterfinals looking good for both of them, of course. What you want to be is top seed. That's what this match is about. Lose this one, you're not going home, you're not bottom of a group like some of the matches we've seen earlier on today. You'll just get a tougher draw, a tougher lineup into the quarterfinals. So obviously you want this win, particularly if you think you might face each other again at some point later in the tournament, such as the grand final. You might want to hold a little bit back here.
Yeah, I think the big advantage in this matchup is really looking at that potential match in the playoffs against a wildcard team for whoever wins this group, because they're likely to go into that first or second seed going into the playoffs, which is a huge advantage if you look at the other teams potentially they could face in that quarterfinals.
Let's get it. Let's see who's rising above the rest right here at the end of day 4. It's All Gamers versus Celebi. We'll go with Valdez and Achelios. Can't wait to see how this turns out.
Nor can we, so let's not wait anymore. Let's just go ahead and get started, dive into the action. It's been building up to this. As soon as we saw this matchup on the schedule, as soon as we saw Celebi kind of play for the first time here at the 2022 Grand Finals, it was destined that this match was going to happen, and it might happen again in the future once we get into the playoffs, because both of these teams look absolutely incredible. But now it's time to see who is going to be able to go out on top of Group A.
Kind of incredible that both of these teams got into the same group, but that's the way it shakes out sometimes, and I suppose that means they should be on opposite sides of the bracket and maybe fight off again in the finals. Everybody calling this a potential final matchup. Don't forget about the other strong teams in this tournament, but Celebi definitely trying to take that spot towards the top 2, but All Gamers is currently, in everybody's mind, top 1.
Yeah.
It certainly helps that they won last year, but based on my memory from last year as well, they look even stronger this time, Achilleos.
That they do. These two teams do have a bit of a history with one another, as they were highlighting there on the desk. So, see if they can get the better of All Gamers this time around. Celebi going to be chomping at the bit to try to make that happen. But yeah, lots of questions surrounding this map draft. So let's go ahead and answer them as we get ready to jump into it and see where exactly these teams want to take us.
Yeah, definitely a good question. As with every other big matchup, it always starts with what are you going to pick? What are you going to ban? Where do you focus on as a team? And I'm just trying to find, once again, I want to look at some specific stats in terms of wins on maps. 13-1 on Ankara is All Gamers. So that could definitely be a focus map. Whereas on the other side for Celebi, definitely a little bit more even though they have taken some strong wins. Oh, that was actually only the Blacklist stats is what I was looking for. So 13-1 on Blacklist on Ankara, so that's still extremely strong.
Pretty good. Well,
yeah.
Our first ban comes out. Celebi looking like they don't want to mess around with Eagle Eye, so they just take that off the board. All Gamers, they have their pick of the litter as far as what to remove. And it's going to be Black Widow. So that Ankara available. Once we get around to the map 2 pick, we'll see where Celebi wants to go, though. Sub-base. Maybe see some Mexico, but now it's going to be the sub-base in the end.
Sub-base for the first map. Big fan of this map as a viewer, and Celebi also feeling pretty happy to pick that one up first. So expecting a lot out of them. All Gamers starting off on Blacklist, though, they could really get in their face. And there's that Ankara that we were just talking about for All Gamers. And it's going to be Blacklist selected for Celebi. So both of these teams wanting to get aggressive on the attacking side for their opponent's map picks.
Okay. Now into the final round of bans. It's going to be Port here from Celebi. So here's the question, AG. What do you want to get rid of? Mexico still on the table, and it will remain there as Compound is going to be banned, and Mexico will be map number 3 if this series can go the distance.
Yeah, Compound, interesting ban, and Mexico making it all the way through. Pretty interesting. This is, if there was one matchup today that's going to go to map 3, it's this one. Okay, so the other 3, very one-sided from what we saw today. Nobody really able to stand up to BaiSha. And I'm really, really hoping we do get to Mexico. That would be a crazy standoff between these two teams on a map like that.
A Mexican standoff?
Yes.
It would be.
Exactly.
Well, we can only hope that this is going to happen. We said it seems like this is the only one that, on paper coming into today would be the one that goes to 3. Now we have to just hope that the teams can execute well enough to make it happen. Because I just cannot see for the life of me this being anywhere near as one-sided as our 3 previous series. It'd be a great way to cap off these 4 match days that we've been having here for the last few days. With a giga banger of a 3-map set.
Whoa.
Yeah.
A giga banger.
It has the potential. It absolutely could be. Unless All Gamers just goes absolutely buck wild and then somehow stomps us, but it just doesn't seem like that's going to be in the cards. But we'll have to just wait and see. Celebi, they started things off with their map pick of sub-base. They feel confident there to be able to take down All Gamers, make a statement, and set themselves up for getting out of Group A as the #1 seed. The teams are fired up on stage. We're fired up here in the casting booth. So let's go ahead and jump into the action. Map #1. We're going to sub base.
Subbase is a map with huge potential to get buck wild, as you put it, Achilles. All gamers select Blacklist, and they immediately run into the team room. But here comes Celebi as well.
Getting up close and personal here. Bean, a bit of a rough spot. Pistol out still. Just managed to get the headshot. Scopes back through. LDX manages to strike before the arm shot can come through. At the end of it all, as the dust settles, it's going to be a 1-for-1. ZQ and LDX walking away not unscathed. Also still very much alive. Shady hit there through the door. Pulls back, stays safe for the time being.
If there is one team that can match All Gamer in terms of firepower, I think it definitely is Celebi. It's going to be interesting to see how the strategical battle does go. All Gamer's pretty well-rounded. Celebi, I think, a little bit more just in your face and not really mixing it up too much, but let's see.
Dola as well. Taking a bit of damage. There's 3 members now tagged up on the side of Celebi. Only 1 left at full health. Okay, a trade. LDX goes down, but Shady finds ZQ in exchange. 3v3 now, as the bomb is going to get brought into the A side down the staircase. No one holding at this position. See how Celebi decide to retake this once the plant does come in. With that shot going out, they should know that this is going to be a hit here. Just smokes up. Goes into the window. Like Rambo going to be cutting around, going stair side. Frag grenade in. Bit more damage there on the Shady, just whittling away. Nearly half the time ticked down. Celebi gonna have to go here pretty soon. Shady storming forward. Good flash out over the top. They get a bit of damage here on a ZY. Still need to displace him off the stairs. Frag grenade down into the bottom. It weakens him. The kill comes in. Still able to find even before he got taken down now. Just on Rambo. 9 HP. Bang. Gets the kill. And that is gonna be All Gamers kicking things off with a round win. But man, was it close.
So close. I really like the way that Celebi actually handled that. They kind of left A open, and the retake was really strong with the quick rotation, so they were kind of ready for that to get taken, and they had a plan, which is really good to see. Firepower pretty close as well. Dola able to pick up 1 as he went in and kind of trade kills back and forth. All Gamers, of course, starting off with the round win, though. You can already tell that this match is going to be very even, based on the way that round went.
Yeah, if every single round is just like that, we're going to be falling off the edges of our seats. Again, just incredibly quiet start. Not nearly as aggressive from the side of Celebi. Really wanted to limit tests a bit at the beginning. See how much they could get away with and how All Gamers were going to respond. This time they decided to just go ahead, play back more so onto the sites.
Yep, not a bad idea. Just play it passively, wait until you can get teammates over with a strategy like this, rather than Lucas push, well, as I say that.
Okay.
It's getting in there a little bit. As everybody's on A road, here comes All Gamers.
Mildly scary there for Lucas, but successfully does manage to back away. Push down the stairs. The X making first contact. He puts a good amount of damage in, but cannot get the kills. And Lucas only able to find 1 before he is felled. Pushing in, Rambo gets the shot across. ZQ now going to be taken down. Nades go flying, and Dola just gets absolutely demolished by the double frags.
That was a really cute play. And they're even going to get this plant down. Shady and Rambo have their work cut out for them. This will not be easy.
Flash around the back, but they got counter flash at the same time, so they can't push off of it. Rambo with 1 more nade. Flash does not connect on the Shui. Doesn't matter. They still find the kill. players running behind the boxes. Rambo taken down, and Bean gets the double. As does All Gamers overall, picking up a second round.
Yeah, All Gamers, you can tell how seriously they are taking this. Every single maneuver they make is so well thought out and planned. Nobody's really peeking anything alone. It's a team effort when they make those pushes onto A, and that's really what you want to see. All Gamers, they have a job to do, essentially. They want revenge for what happened earlier this year, and so far it's looking pretty good. Celebi, I liked their defense in general. Like, I liked their setup. It didn't quite pan out, though.
Okay, Rambo ready for it, waiting in the vent. As soon as ZY shows up, he disappears. Good shot as Shady backs away. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Smoke goes down. Make sure that Bean doesn't have any clear line of sight. Looks like we might be going towards the B site this time. C4 not yet shifting. CQ continuing to play in this position. The machine room taken. There's a good amount of forward space here for All Gamers.
Yeah. You can see they're checking. It's should have been spotted on that cross there, but it's actually going to be Bean that picks up the kill in that trade and make that
another
two.
one.
Yeah.
Headshot onto Dola. Oh, and the little minor lurk from ZQ is just absolute perfection. LDX caught off guard. Now it's just one member left. Two members left, sorry. One member left. Bean will get himself yet another elimination in the round with that All Gamers, they move up now 3-0.
Yeah. I think if Celebi drop another round, you got to go for the tactical pause. That's what I would do as an IGL, to be quite honest, because, I don't know, it feels like these rounds are getting more out of control, though Dola is just a man on a mission as he comes in here alone into the machine room and takes a 1v1 versus probably All Gamers' best player. So the guy is confident. He wants to take things into his own hands.
For a bit there, I thought he was just going to just progress down the staircase by himself. He is still hovering around this angle. Ooh, the timing. He turns away. He needs to turn back. They just charge in. They get on top of him, and CY claims the kill. Now in response, it's somebody over towards this side of the map, so Rambo comes swinging. Smoke Machine Room stops him, but seems like All Gamers are more than happy to not play at the B site. As soon as they find that kill, they get revenge for their fallen comrade. They shift right back over to A.
That is sub base. Here they come.
Drop down off the stairs. The nade set up as well. Climbing for the damage. The nade gets the elimination. LDX taken down as EQ finds another one. ZY also gets involved. And Rambo spotted, dead. 4-0 start for All Gamers.
Where's that tac pause? This is getting out of hand. Oh,
as we go to the wide angle, there you go.
Me and I think it's Shady, who is the IGL. Not 100% sure, but yeah,
you're in sync.
It makes sense. I mean, that round was the most dominant of them all. And Dola, yeah, he did some cool thing by himself, but that was literally it. Other than that, it was actually picture perfect on the push down the stairs with the grenade hitting right as the guy is about to die, right as he gets low. I mean, it doesn't really get better than that, and I think Celebi is going to have to make a change in one way or another. The passive playstyle, it's rough to play when you're playing against All Gamers. They are so good at checking angles together. So I think try to either mix up your angles or stack sites and try to get some outnumbering situations. Otherwise, you might just continue to get peeked and killed. All Gamers are certainly on point. They came to play today.
That they did, as they do every single time they get called up to the stage. basically nothing but flawless performances from them thus far in the tournament. And I mean, you know, this for them is just another statement to be made. They already have the World Championship title that they're defending here at this tournament, but if they can shut down Celebi in this series, that's really a big message sent to every single team going forward into the playoffs, saying, hey, you know the team that looked like the second best squad in this whole event? Yeah, we crushed them.
Yeah.
You're all hopeless as far as, you know, winning the championship. It's going to be ours again. That's what they're looking for, because as it's been mentioned, you know, ad nauseum throughout this event, no one's been able to get that back-to-back.
Look at this.
They are so far forward, but Rambo's looking to shut it down. CQ taking a lot of damage. Bean is desperately spraying through, but Shady will find Bean. CQ gets one with an aid. It's not the worst. It's not the worst position, but it's certainly not a good one here for All Gamers.
It almost felt like All Gamers were trying to keep the tempo up. You know, they're like, okay, cool attack pause, we're going to destroy you. But Celebi was really ready for that. I mean, they had 3 people potentially to get involved on that crossfire, and they end up winning. So they take advantage of All Gamers' aggressive maneuver. All Gamers, though, 3v4, we've seen them do this many times.
Yeah, and Rambo has just about no health, down to around 5. So any stray bullet, stiff breeze, and he's gonna die. Dolan needs to be big in this position. Sends a shot over. Doesn't spot anything, though. Doesn't hit anything, I should say. Wide, trying to keep him contested. Dolan wins the fight. Absolutely necessary. Now it's all down to even. In a 1v4. Drops down. Lucas has got him. And there you go. After the attack pause, this time it works. Celebi is on the board.
Yep, excellent round. Seems like they read All Gamers like a book. In that one, they were ready for the push. They outnumbered them. They stacked, right? Everything I was talking about during the break. They did it extremely well. And Dola always just kind of going insane. He is back to play yet again. He's having a fantastic tournament so far. So nice to see him stepping up to the plate when they need him most.
And it is. We'll spray through the smoke just to see if anybody's lurking there. For now, it's just very fanned out from Celebi. Very patiently played here by All Gamers as they just hunt for info, hunt for a kill. Peek in towards the B site. Don't see anybody on the standing on top of the lights. So, position is cleared. Lucas casually dips back around the corner to avoid the AG damage. Does he keep pushing up is the question.
Bit more standard from All Gamers this time. This worked out for them a couple rounds ago very, very cleanly.
Minute 20 seconds gone off the clock, a minute 10 remaining. Nade catches Shui, takes him low. The first shot from Rambo not going to connect. Peeks back off the right side, finds one. Flashbang going to be coming through. He's got to try to slow them up. Flash does come out. He goes for a quick no scope. Not going to get a damn thing, and he gets shot down. The headshot comes in from ZY. Now 3 people left. They have to try to retake versus 4. Frag grenade into the back. Does a bit of damage here to ZQ. More nades going to be coming in. They still have to displace him. Shady taken down. Q continues to swing out. Gets on top of Dola. They find the kill and they shut down any hope of a continuation round here for Celebi. 5-1.
Another really clean round from All Gamers. Love their setup defending A, where I think it's ZY just kind of holds point on top of the site and is just poking out, just drawing pressure, drawing them into their, you know, luring them in essentially, and then he's got backup from his teammates near the stairs.
Spotted him there. Does he expect somebody to be this close? The answer is no, ZY. pops around the corner, gets the headshot instantly. Rambo doesn't really even know what hit him. Shady now trying to hold, sees him up above, manages to track down one, finds a second. Dola gets a third. Now it's just Bean and ZQ left. Bomb still being brought forward. ZQ right here, pushing into the back. So very low.
The timing of the peak, so nice.
And that leaves Bean just with an AWP versus 4, and Shady, he susses it out. He gets the wall bang. Second round now. So let me look at it, crawl this one back. They only have 2 rounds left in the half.
Yeah, this time Shady ending up stepping up to the plate. He did a fantastic job at essentially solo defending the B site. His sprays were really what kept them in it. As all gamers, I mean, to be honest, they are very strong at going for whatever they want, but I'm really liking the A pushes, so I wouldn't mind them just going for that again. It does look like they are gearing up for that at this moment. Celebi maybe thinking the same. So this time they actually have stacked the stairs a little bit. They've got a couple of guys over there.
Just have to be careful. All gamers have been excellent with their util. It could just be 2 frag grenades down at the feet of LDX to just blow them out of position. There's 1, there's 2. They come swarming in, but LDX holds the bottom of the stairs. 3 kills. ZY somehow dropping down out of the vent, manages to find Dola. For a little bit more though. Some damage down on the Rambo. Nade out. And Shady gets ZY. ZQ now. The last one left standing. Tucked here at the back of sight. Bomb planted. He's waiting for the peek. Rambo coming around from the flank. Spots him. Gets the headshot. And that's now 2 in a row here for Celebi. 3 rounds locked in. With 1 more to go in the half, they can make this a 5-4 scoreline if they can win this out.
Big difference after the tactical pause. After the pause, Celebi is winning 3-1. So definitely a huge change up for them. Not sure what they talked about, but it was only good stuff. And all gamers, you know, they dropped 2 nades in there. They thought they cleared it out, but they did not. Absolutely. LDX got so much insane value by essentially just going uncovered, and nobody checks that angle because they double naded it.
Yeah, he was lucky to be alive. He did absolutely excel with the hand that was dealt to him. Being tagged low by a nade, but more going to go bouncing up the stairs over at A. Just trying to flush people back. Being not going to get clipped by them though, so we'll hold on to what little HP he has left. And all gamers again, just looking to very much slow down the pace here.
My advice is go A. It's working. Although, certainly all gamers have to be having some doubts after the way these last 4 or so rounds have gone. They're going to have to be extremely careful with some of their entries and really, you know, check all the boxes rather than cutting some corners.
Minute, 10 seconds remaining. Still not really showing any form of commitment to either side. We do have 2 crept up there in the machine room. Rambo low on health. Just trying to hold here behind the crates. Spots 1 and somehow doesn't get the kill. ZY gets the punish. Evened up though. LDX finding 1. Lucas finding another. Pinchway going to be taken down. ZQ will get LDX. Push out over the top. And Dola, he barely manages to hold on to his HP bar. Even now. Has to clutch this. Has to retrieve the bomb. And he's got a 1v1 and a slight little health advantage. Nade goes down. Nothing found.
He's got an M4. They both do.
Bomb can be recovered. He's going to try to back this one away. Shady. Could go on the hunt, and Shady gets him! What a run back to finish out the half. 3 just consecutive round wins for Celebi. And now it's a 4-5 as we swap sides.
The power of tactical pauses is very palpable here at the end of that half, as it was a massive play. To be honest, I mean, some of the strategies were better. I like their defensive setup, but man, I think they just needed a little breather to kind of catch their breath and be ready, because now their shots are also so much cleaner, so much faster. Even is an incredible player. He had crazy movement on the B site, yet still Shady was able to win the 1v1 with less health. It says a lot about the power of this team, considering how strong All Gamers is and how well Celebi are matching them.
It's absolutely impeccable from them. And of course, you really start thinking about Celebi closing out this map. It's their map pick that basically guarantees it's a map 3.
Yeah.
Unless they can really outdo All Gamers on that second map of Ankara, but that's a tough task. So yeah, this result here very much could set the stage and let us know whether or not we're going to be going the distance. For now, though, Celebi very much they play this similarly on their own attack. Very slowed down.
A little rotation over towards the machine room. They got 3 guys over there. Seems like they were expecting All Gamers to attack from the GR side, but it's not really the case. As take a look at Dway. He's getting some good information right now. He's on a road. There was a smoke. He's like, well, absolutely nobody is here. So now 3 guys from All Gamers are on me, but here comes the bomb, and Rambo.
Rambo pushing in, gets the kill. Dway dead around the corner now. Bomb being shifted back over here towards A. This is EQ. Just on the edge of the stairs. Flash goes out. Sends out another one, looking for a little bit more. There's going to be the frag grenade. Luke is tagged down. Ends up getting finished off. CQ finds a second. Now Dola dead. 2 members left. LDX and Rambo to try to turn this one around. Now have a
6
2v2.
seconds.
Yeah, at the time. He's not there. He tries to retrieve the bomb. He's got it. And it's not going to happen.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable. So much time spent seeking information. And it all ends up getting drained down. I believe that's the first time we've had that in the tournament.
Yeah. Running out of time is not very common in this game. It was a close one, though. I mean, Celebi, if they got the bomb down, Bean barely had any health, so they absolutely could have won that round. They were in a good position to do so. Celebi showing really one of the strengths of Subbase. Maybe that's part of the reason why they chose this map, is that you show nothing, and then all of a sudden there's 4 guys on A, like 5 seconds later, and it's like, well, how did they get there so fast?
Yeah.
It's just the way this works.
I mean, the big difference maker is really just, I believe it was ZQ, sat there on the site finding that second kill. Had he not gotten that, bomb would not be stranded on the floor, would have plenty of time to get the plant down. So it was a really good effort from him to just basically end up ensuring that they get the round win. All Gamers, they stretch away. 2-round lead. Celebi, they showed us in the first half that they absolutely can go on a streak with that 3-round pickup for themselves. Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, they got 4 guys moving toward computer. Let's see if they actually commit here. They also have Lucas. No, it's someone else. Somebody is in the vent looking to attack here.
Oh, I think that jump peek spotted him. Rambo not really going to be surprised with too many people here. And oh boy, see why Shui and ZQ coming up massive. 4 people disappear in the blink of an eye. The flash connects. They push in. They look for Shady. He just managed to answer back 1. Frag grenade forces him to the side, but as he does quite nicely come up with 2 kills, he will inevitably die, which means that All Gamers get 1 step closer to being able to take this map. 3 rounds left for them, 2 more to lock and guarantee overtime at the very least. Celebi need to try to turn things right now.
Yeah, they're getting hyped too on the side of All Gamers. They can taste the victory. They're getting pretty close. Last couple of rounds, well, at least that last round was pretty one-sided, not the 1-2 before. Celebi going for a similar strategy a couple of times. So let's see what they decide to go for here. All Gamers not putting on any aggression, a lot less focus on machine room compared to some of our Brazilian teams, for example. So a lot of focus here on mid and A.
Heavy stack onto the A site. Nades sent up the stairs. No one there to receive it. Bomb going to be dropped in the meantime in machine room. Traded over to Dola, who's now going to start potentially rotating back. No, okay, trades the bomb off yet again. So now LDX going to be the carrier, and he is on a bit of a walkabout, a solo mission here. Makes his way all the way up, just around the corner. Shady spotted, even mows him down. The headshot to finish.
Cheeky lights position from Even. Catches him off guard. You don't see that every day. And so we all group up on road and we push A. That is the strat.
Well, timer running lower and lower. 40 seconds remaining. Cross goes out. The shot's not connecting. Bean desperately trying to hide, but there's nowhere to hide. He gets flushed out. Lucas taking him down. 4v3 now for Celebi to try to get their 5th round in the map and get halfway to victory. Smoke actually. That whiff, no. Still covers the window, all the same. Even. Picking up 2. Now it's HeNZY for LDX and Rambo. Nade's gone on both sides. Blind for the flash expiring. Even gets himself a 3rd kill. ZY gets the other. The defuse comes in, and it's a good effort from Celebi, but it's not good enough. 4 rounds now, the lead as All Gamers move up to 8.
It's kind of difficult when you get so much work done and you push a site, you're in great position, you've got a ton of utility.
And then Even just does that.
And then Even just kills all of you.
Yep.
Like, what's the counterplay? Like, even the positioning was really good. I really liked what Celebi had set up for that on the plant, but it was just, I mean, just kind of got bodied by one player.
Ooh, okay. A miss there from ZQ. Point blank in the net, and looks like Rambo gets on top, manages to get the shot in. A nice kill here for Celebi. See if that helps them make up their minds regarding where they want to go. The bomb being pushed forward. Shady is going to be checking out machine room. Sat here for now by himself.
Looks like LDX wants to go for a little scouting up there in the vents. Doesn't see too much.
Oh, Shady has to back away. He gets caught. They're finding him. LDX does get beaten in the end, but now the bomb is going to be stranded. It's over towards the spawn. And this time, at least, they do have enough time to go retrieve it. With 4 members alive, they ought to be able to get this at least somewhat safely. ZY and Even going to be doing their damnedest to make sure that it doesn't happen. Just playing just here, the other side of the spawn. Swing out. What a tap! Catches 1. Flash goes in, guns him down, finds the 2nd. Does he see the 3rd? All of a sudden, Lucas all on his lonesome. Lucas not taking any damage, tries to get on top of ZY. He will be able to do so. Even. Now in position. Lucas. 16 HP. Even has the hit. Another headshot delivered and another blow dealt. Celebi stumbling now, haven't been able to convert any of these rounds.
Yeah, remember when it was 5-4 on Celebi's map pick?
Yep.
4 in a row for All Gamers, and some of them are just heroic missions by a couple of players who are just kind of 1v9ing. It's insane.
Close quarters. CQ finds Shady. He just doesn't check the right side. Pistol out. Lucas dead. Bomb once more stranded. Pretty much in the same position. Rambo and Lucas do make their way around the back side of Machine Room to get the kill onto ZQ. And somehow, that brings it to a 3-3, even though this felt like it was all gamers running away with the round.
Look at Even. He's like in the blacklist spawn 40 seconds into the game.
Yep.
Okay. They are going to get this plant onto B, though. This should be a decent setup for Celebi.
It's got it just in time. Even quite close. Waiting down the stairs. Rambo not prepared for it. LDX falling as well. It's all on Dola. And he's just, okay. ZY is just going to headshot him. It's just like that. It is done. 4 rounds in a row off the rip. They pick up another one for a 5 for a half, then run 5 consecutive to take sub-base as their own. All gamers say, yeah, you might pick the map, but we're still going to destroy you on it. Unfortunately, not nearly as close as we would have liked. That 3-round streak from Celebi might have been a bit of snake oil for us. Thought we were getting something a bit more special than that.
Maybe they needed just 1 or 2 more attack pauses in their pockets. Unfortunately, you only get 1 per map. So Celebi not able to make it happen after the half, which is very interesting. You know, Blacklist was chosen by all gamers, yet they looked incredibly strong on Global Risk. You know, maybe not too much to do with the side, more so just Even and ZY specifically, kind of just turning it up a notch.
Yeah.
And it felt like they were getting better the more hype they got. And that's really scary because they're really hyped now that they won.
Yeah. Well.
Uh-oh.
This is quite the scene. Because for map 2, we've got Ankara getting ready to come up. And the desk was talking about it. You were talking about how crazy All Gamers is on Ankara.
80% win rate in rounds over the course of 2 matches that they have played on that map.
Well, if Celebi can make a run back happen and beat them on Ankara, then I'm all in on Celebi for the 3rd map, because this seems so incredibly impossible, difficult, whatever word you want to use, whatever synonym you want to use for tough. Throw it in there because, yeah, All Gamers, they look astounding today.
Absolutely. Taking a look at some of the numbers, obviously the ones from AG are quite strong. Saw that ZY, I believe, had a 1.2 kill per round, which is astounding.
Yep.
Had a huge map.
Absolutely incredible. All Gamers now, the stage is set for them to take this series as a 2-0 as we go onto their map pick. We'll see if they can get it done or if Celebi will be able to answer back, deliver us the series that we are hoping for, the one that we were promised. A close set of map 3. Can we get there? We'll find out as we jump onto Ankara.
And here we are, back on Ankara. A classic map. This is exactly what I wanted to see for this matchup. In Ankara and the sub-base. Sub-base delivered in terms of entertainment. No doubt Ankara will as well. All Gamers, they are the best team when it comes to team pushes. But Celebi is going to be starting off on Blacklist.
That they are. And obviously with this being All Gamers map pick, Celebi is opting for this rather than having it handed to them. Well, we'll see what they can do with the hand that was dealt to them. Because, I mean, taking a look at, some of those KD figures coming off the back of sub-base, wasn't monstrously inflated numbers for All Gamers. A lot of the rounds were very close. It was down to the wire in some of them. But unfortunately, All Gamers was just a little bit more clutch.
Yeah, definitely one of the
Celebi
words
needs.
you could use to describe them. And Celebi's going really slow on this map. They've got one guy playing point in the air duct, and then all 4 players looking to push office here.
Shots flying wide. Finds one. That's Dola going to be gone, but LDX trades back. Get in on top of Even. And with those 2 dead, you start feeling a hell of a lot better if you're Celebi. Bean playing close. See if he's going to be able to find anything here. Nades come flying in. Looks like it's going to be the rotate back. Lucas calling, saying, yep, I'm moved up here to vent. I haven't seen anything yet.
He's about to see something.
That he is. And, yep, he sees the pearly gates.
Yes, his life flashed before his eyes.
Flash out. Shui just holding the vent. Shady just kind of hinting into him.
Yeah, that was kind of confusing. I mean, he heard him all the way. Very easy for Dway to pick up that kill.
Well, against all odds, they've made their way over to the B site. Flashbang up over the top. At least for now. Gonna be blinded, but that will expire. And LDX taken out, Bean with the pistol in hand. Gets him, and woo, okay. Quick little second shot, and once again, All Gamers, they kick things off with a round win.
Yep, solid round win for the side of All Gamers. Not too much to say about that one. I mean, Dway did a really good job of making things a bit more even, and you could tell that Celebi wasn't really pushing as a team with how fast that bomb got planted on B afterwards. So a bit better team play from the side of All Gamers. And that's only one thing that has been a big issue for Celebi. There have been others.
Yeah. But right now, I mean, granted, it is against the current reigning world champions, but we're not seeing the same level of aim and impact from Celebi right now. I mean, think back to their last series from just yesterday with Lucas going crazy. Finding, impeccable lurks and whatnot. He's having a much rougher time of it so far. Kills found so far by Celebi in the first round. And again, gonna move into the vent perhaps. Hugging on the corner of this. Nade got some good value. And even finds Rambo. There's a catch. Yeah, the player's getting hyped now.
There's nobody else here. I actually was slightly able to understand that from behind me.
There you go. Okay. Right, gets one. Even's just heading for the hills. But they load. Somehow he wins that? Dway with these headshots is just an absolute maniac. Dola now dead. Shady. The last one standing. The bomb on the floor.
Yeah.
He's got a couple nades that he could try to use. Lob that HE in there. Dway would die if he gets clipped by it. Shady gets himself at least on the board with a kill of his own. Almost runs into the frag grenade, and it's just strafing around corners.
Yeah.
2-0 start now for All Gamers.
It's the thing, I mean, they knew exactly where he was. There were shots fired, and the bomb was there, so it was very easy for them to clean up from there. But you could see, I mean, Dway is having a huge pop-off map so far. Already 4 and 0 deaths. So, yeah, only 3 kills for Celebi in the first couple of rounds is not what you're looking for. So they're just going to all in on A, it looks like. Maybe a bit of a quicker push. They have been playing relatively passively so far today.
I wonder if that's a really conscious change. This is going to be a little bit of a faster execution. They try to get themselves into position, but again, Dre comes up with another headshot. ZQ going to be matching 2 kills for him. Dre finds a second, he gets a third, and just like that, it's completely shut down. The site exec gets them absolutely nowhere except 6 feet under and 3 rounds back. all gamers continuing to just look completely and utterly stellar.
So they try to split up and use some sneaky tactics. That doesn't work. They tried to slow push A. That doesn't work. Then they try to fast push A. That also doesn't work. So now Celebi, they're going to go for B bottom, it looks like, or maybe just front yard. Let's see where they do end up going. It's just, yeah, Dway is 7-0.
Yeah, it's...
Sometimes you just get a bit outmatched.
That you do. Flash is used. Just holding back here are all gamers. They're more than happy to just let Celebi come to them. As everybody, for the most part, is just very much stacked here in mid, all the way at the top. They push up. And thankfully for them, there's no one behind that crate because they didn't check for it. And shot starting to fly. Comms coming in now. Good flash, keeps everybody locked back for the time being. CY finds one, gets a second kill as LDX goes down. Shady able to find two, but now he is felled, and it's just Rambo left standing versus 3. Jouet still deathless. We'll see if Rambo can change that. Shot goes out, they know exactly where he is. He's gonna try to reposition.
They're all standing on the bomb. It's just right there. The push got totally massacred. They're expecting the rotation. They're going to jump right on top of Rambo. 4-0 for our Chinese team. And will it be attack pause?
I was going to say, do we just see it get pushed to 4 again before the attack pause comes in?
All right,
Seems
there
like
it
that
is.
Going to be the case as we lift it into the air. The declaration has been made. Cease your bloodshed for 1 minute and 30 seconds. But man, I'm sure I'm probably not the only one thinking this, but I'm kind of starting to hope that this is not a preview of the grand finals. Because if it is,
yeah.
Oh boy, we'll be out of here very quickly, which is not what we want to see. When you have a best of 5,
Yeah.
you want that to go the distance. But right now, it just is not looking good for Celebi. And something has to change.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty clear as well that all gamers are by far the best Chinese team as well. Like, I don't even think BaiSha would have much luck against them. Maybe it does have to be the specially crafted Brazilian team that gives them any trouble, because
perhaps
what we're seeing now, I mean, there's a lot of laughs, maybe some sheepish grins from the side of Celebi. They know they're also getting pummeled right now.
Oh yeah.
They tried 4 very different and unique strategies so far on Blacklist. They all got crushed. So
it would take a unique,
I'm not sure,
a very unique level of doubt and unawareness to not realize how badly they are getting stomped into the pavement right now. But
it's rough.
The attack pause worked a treat for them on sub base. Let's see if he can do the same for them on the attack here as we head into round number 5. Only a couple more to try to right the ship before they swap sides. You can bet your bottom dollar that all gamers, when it comes down to their own side execs, are going to be fierce and very precise once they swap over to that Blacklist side.
Look at even. He's already in there, but he misses.
Yes, he does. LDX able to claim the kill. Nice little start. Exactly what Celebi needed. And perhaps yet again the attack pause will allow them to find some stability.
Dway's given some good information. They are not in quarters at all just yet, so bit of a rotation. He's also got ZY coming over there looking to go AC and maybe go down the middle as well. Try to recreate what Even was trying to do, but Celebi have slowed this down.
Very much so. Continuing to run the clock. I mean, even more, I'd say even more so than Anubis. This has been snail's pace gameplay for the most part from Celebi.
Mm-hmm. I think, you know, seeing even come up that quickly, they're just like, well, it seems like all gamers are overconfident. Maybe we can catch another guy going for ego maneuvers. And they might just be right. I mean, Zoe is right behind him.
Yeah, ZY gonna be able to catch LDX. So now, remember down, they start pushing their way forward. Flash goes around the corner, trying to slow him up. Rambo gonna be good for one. ZY taking out Sway, however, managing to find one. Shots across, and ZQ cleans up two. And just like that, this time, the tack pause not working its magic. It's 5 consecutive for all gamers, with 4 more rounds yet to be played in the half. And so help me if this is the first 10-0 in series.
We're all doomed.
Yeah.
That's the only conclusion. Everybody that is not all gamers are doomed if this is the case. But I don't know. I think Celebi's got it in them. It's just rough. I mean, all gamers are hyped, like I said. They're playing even better.
Just looking to catch him off guard, but no, you just can't. ZY was ready for anything. Lucas, I mean, the sneak king from what we saw from him just yesterday. Even he can't get it done. He can't creep up behind these players. All gamers is just so aware. Their game sense is fantastic. Now, Shui, first death on the board. 8-1 when it happened.
It is possible.
Yep. He is immortal.
I wasn't sure. Remember that Celebi banned Eagle Eye, so they let this happen.
Yeah.
It's rough. I mean, you only get one ban. Nobody wants to play on Eagle Eye. I understand. I'm not blaming them. It's just that means you have to play against all gamers on Ankara.
Shady down. ZY just instantly gets 2. A little bit of an extension there, but Rambo swings back out to try to finish the job. Beam does get taken down. It's a nice shot from Gola. Let's see if he's got any more of those. But ZY, of course, is here, and he is just feasting. 6-0. All gamers looking to end the evening so much earlier than we could have ever anticipated.
I don't know, Achilles. I don't have much to say. I know it's my job to say smart things about this, but I can't.
I know.
All gamers have taken everything.
It's just so
thrown it in the
one-sided.
trash. It's just an outclassing right now, to be honest. This is not the matchup we were hoping for. Okay, Lucas, first kill on the board, so.
Okay. Glad
maybe that can
jumped
turn
that
things
hurdle.
around, yeah.
It's all downhill from here. We'll see.
I feel like you're willing it to happen.
Yeah. Hey, if it gets me a closer series, I'll will anything to happen right now. There we go. Pushing forward. All right, ZQ going to be taken out. Shui does manage to find Shady. He's trying to hold the stairs, pushes around the corner.
He's
finds
pushing
one.
them.
He finds a third in the round.
Pushing them alone.
And does he get LDX? Of course he does. Shui is absolutely going berserk. 7-0. 2 rounds left to go in the half. Not an end in sight for Celebi. An end that is beneficial to them.
The normal thing to do there is to back away, wait for your teammates, maybe go for a retake. You lost your ally. Instead, Dway is like, no, I'm just going to push down the stairs. Let's jump over, try to get the wrap around. He's feeling himself right now. This is pretty insane.
LDX gets Bean, even, showing some restraint, doesn't just swing the corner to try to trade him back out. That's a good first step for Celebi. Dre is just moving up into vents again. With his 12 KD. Absolutely insane.
He's trying to break records tonight.
Oh, I think he's going to. Certainly seems like it.
Yeah. Celebi, they just need like one win.
Uh-oh. Oh, here comes the backstab. He gets one. Even again, no, he doesn't chase out with him. He just left, he said, all right, yeah, you gotta take care of this.
Oh, they killed him.
Oh, Dre dead. 6.0 KD now. And ZQ mowed down. That leaves just even. The smoke dissipating. We'll find one. There's just too many people to deal with. And okay, not going to be a 10-0. They pick up a round. It's 1-7 with one more to be played in the half. So at best, Celebi can make this 2 for themselves before we swap sides.
So as you know, Celebi, they get on the board. I think in the players' minds, that's going to help a lot because when you're getting 0 luck, then you're just kind of down on yourselves. You know, you don't trust yourselves. You're not confident. So hopefully this can lift their spirits a little bit and help them out because, I mean, they're better than 1-7. Celebi is a fantastic team. Pushing Dre those.
But Dre is a fantastic player. And unfortunately for Lucas, he still just has the one singular kill thus far. This was not, you know, him popping off. It wasn't him finally breaking the seal and being able to go farm from there. It has been a very rough ride. It looks like it's going to continue to be just that. ZY takes the damage down on the Shady, even pops out the window. ZY pushes the corner, finds a kill. Rambo does trade him back, but then even gets the punish on the Rambo, and suddenly it's LDX just creeping up around the side, trying to pull off a flank. I don't think Bean has actually spotted him. But, well, the call comes in. ZQ says, hey, he's right there on site. Bean will get the final shot, and that is 8-1 on the half.
Well, 8-1, at least there was a 1. It's not going to be a 10-0, but it is still a blowout. And all gamers are not stopping. I mean, Even's jumping out of windows. ZY's, he's peeking 3 people. You can just feel the energy right now for the side of all gamers as that was a grenade.
And that was just perfect. I mean, they just knew that Rambo, or just a player from Celebi, was going to be rushing up into the vent. Clearly all gamers doing their research to say, okay, side swap, this is what they like to do when they play defense. They put an HE right at his feet, and now he's basically dead. Make their way up into the vent. Multiple players getting ready to push this angle. The flash comes in. Lucas tries to swing the angle, prays for some spray connection, but he gets absolutely nothing. Jue, another kill. LDX down and out. Shady trying to creep around the back, but this is being watched. Bean is probably ready for this one. Actually does take a little bit of damage, and Shady will be able to finish him. So okay, a good kill, an attention grab, and maybe opens up for the rest of the team to approach the site. The bomb has been planted, but it's nearly half the time gone. Shady with another one. Spray coming down the pistol. Pulled out. It's going to be Jue who finds the kill. Rambo now, certainly an impossible task. No time remaining. No health. Just looking to hold the angle, but ZY gets the kill in the end. And that brings it to match point.
I think that's a good indicator of where Celebi's mind is at right now. I feel for them, you know, and for all the Vietnamese fans because it's not pretty for sure. All gamers are incredible and they are trying to make this as convincing as possible. Imagine playing this team after watching this.
Yeah. Well, even looking forward, manages to find one before getting traded by Lucas, who now finds himself a second elimination. LDX will get Trey as well for the cutting down on that monstrous KD. ZQ pushes into a site, clears it out. Rambo goes down. That's going to be the plant. as we find ourselves in a 2v2 scenario as all gamers look to end the map.
Yeah. Great push from all gamers, really good understanding of the game. They say, okay, well, there's 2 guys pushing us from B. Just go A. There's not going to be a lot of people. We can 2v2 them. We can isolate the members. We can get a fight on our territory. Here they come.
Okay. DQ. All right, why not? Just take them both out. The double kill to finish it there at the very end of the round. And boy, what a map. What a series. 10-1. All gamers well and truly are absolute perfection in Crossfire.
Yeah.
An untouchable, just godly team.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear what the guys on the desk have to say about this and how they're going to somehow break down how this is happening. The biggest thing that stuck with me is the team play from all gamers. I mean, obviously, individually, they're just gods, right? I mean, everybody can see that, but
yeah.
One thing I always like to focus on is how well they played as a team, and their understanding of the game is fantastic. I think the last 3 rounds really showcased that. And the fact that, like, every push that they do, it's never just, like, one guy going in alone. It's always 2 guys holding an angle. It's always a team maneuver. They're just a well-oiled machine, and somebody is going to have to throw a wrench into those gears. Otherwise, they're just going to win another championship. I don't know if anybody can do anything about it. They're just too good.
It's just, yeah, it's just utterly impeccable play from this squad. At every twist and turn, so few mistakes made, and so many bold plays as well. Like, they're doing things that you wouldn't typically recommend. They're taking duels that realistically you should not, but they have so much confidence and they're so individually gifted that it just doesn't matter. They simply get away with it. And Celebi, while they have looked incredible for us in their previous series, this was a very different look from them. This was them falling shy of the mark, falling shy of our expectations. Maybe it's nerves coming into this. Worried because, they're playing for the top of the group. They're playing against a team that they've only ever been able to take, a map off of, realistically, or, maybe one series off of in the past that have beaten them multiple times. Maybe it has to do with that, but if that's the case, you need to get over it. You cannot afford to have those stresses and perform like this if you want to become the champions.
Yeah, I think for sure it was pretty clear that Celebi, towards the second half of Ankara, they're a better team than that, right? Like,
sure,
it wasn't really a, it's kind of both of the teams doing. Like, all gamers kind of took it away from them, but also Celebi, I'm sure in the future, they will show better performance. And they're not out of it yet. It is just a group stage match. They should still get out of the group in second place, and we'll be seeing them again, no doubt. So, for all you fans out there, Celebi, no doubt there are a bunch of you, a lot of you. You will be seeing them again, and hopefully they can put on a really nice performance for you guys because, yeah, Ankara, for all gamers, never again. Let Eagle Eye through. I don't care. Let's play on a different map. I don't know, but not Ankara.
Yeah,
it's not allowed.
Definitely not Ankara.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some adjustments in the future here for Celebi if they want to make this, if they do want this to be the grand finals preview, but better, but closer,
Yeah.
And it's not a lot of time to make it happen. We're here on the 4th day. There's 6 days left until we get to that grand final.
Yeah.
And there's going to be plenty of matches in between that need to be played. Obviously, they're through to the next round. They still have to play, 2 matches in order to get into that grand final. And that's not a lot of time to make the improvements that need to be made, based on what we just saw. So hopefully they can put pedal to the metal, get on the grind, and make it happen. Because we know that they are definitely a stronger team compared to what they just showed us here today. I'm hoping that it was just simply nerves or something to that effect, and that they can push past that in the future because they are an excellent team. They've showed us fantastic series throughout the group stage. I'm looking forward to seeing more of them, but I want to see that improvement as well. Congratulations to all gamers, of course, because they just absolutely continue to shine. But yeah, like Valdez says, we'll run back over to the desk and tell them good luck because they have to break this down.
Thanks, Valdez. Thanks, Kilios. Yes, it was not the match that we expected. We knew All Gamers and Celebi would be exciting, but we thought it would be longer and closer, didn't we, guys? It was more of a bloodbath again, like we had a bit earlier on today. Still a good showing from Celebi, but they were outplayed by All Gamers in quick succession.
I mean, at the end of the day, the rounds turned out to be a 10-4, 10-1. It just wasn't the rounds the Celebes were looking for. The numbers just weren't there. And especially coming into the ban pick, sub-based, it was their pick, and getting steamrolled 10-4 just wasn't right. And early on in the first half, when they were on Global Risk, I think they were going for the light boost there, as Carl was just explaining to me. They weren't missing, they were basically missing those. And then even when they go to Global Risk, he just lands on the single shot. So that just explains what happened.
There was some great gunplay to watch. Let's see some more of it, revisiting sub-base and Ankara. Let's show you the highlights of that match. Short and sweet. Some big runs from All Gamers. 4 in succession, 5 in succession. Then we go to Ankara. They pick up 7 rounds in a row before Celebi could do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this performance from AG just shows how truly dominant this team is. I mean, if you look at their total rounds, win and loss in the group stage now, they're 60 and 16, an impressive stat line, and not even BaiSha comes close to that. So I think going into the playoffs, everyone is going to be completely scared of this roster, especially after this last match.
And it feels like they don't have a weak map. It doesn't feel like they have much weakness in general. I mean, you know, it is hard to break this down because of how dominant they are in a way, but at the same time, there's a lot of good things that they do that should be noted. First of all, whenever they sense weakness, whenever they find open space, they push it, they capitalize on it. You know, we saw this on sub-base a lot, where they'd push in kind of deep towards the BL side of things when Celebi was on that side, and they'd either find a pick that 2 times it netted him the C4 on the ground early in the rounds, and then everybody's pushing. Everybody is trying to cut off angles, trying to catch the Celebi members falling back. So it's like smart, heady gameplay, understanding, you know, what the teams have to be doing in certain situations and how they should be reacting to it. And the other thing, like Valdez mentioned, is the teamwork. They're really good at working together. Everybody's playing off of each other. You can see it right here, especially these two, ZY, ZG, such a dynamic duo. Joy has been incredible. Everything you could want out of this team, they show you and you get.
Nicely put. So they're the complete package. They're the All Gamers of all the packages. Celebi, were they just outplayed or were they underperforming as well, Carl?
I think honestly it was a mix of both. I think the big thing I noticed was, you know, you have key players like Dola barely on the board when it comes to kills, and in their past matches he was really pivotal. Along with that, Lucas in the final map, I think he only had 1 or 2 kills, so it was really a bit of a struggle as well. But on top of that, I mean, it's hard to tell if it was just All Gamers popping off on top of that, because Jouet, I think, had one of the best performances we've seen from him as well.
You see, I feel like as we made our way through the first of the maps on sub-base, yeah, it goes off to a strong start. All Gamers get the first 4 rounds. We all start thinking, ooh, this may not be as we expected. All right, tack pause. You almost always win the round after the tack pause. It happened then. But then after that, Celebi went, for me, from being too scared, or a little bit scared, being a bit hesitant going into fights, not wanting to push, being a little resistant to that, to then winning some, and over a few rounds, I thought their confidence grew a bit. I thought they were moving in a little bit more, and they started to collect rounds. We got up to 6-4 at one point, 5-4 at the half, because they closed up some of the later rounds. It ends up, 6-4, and then, okay, after that, All Gamers took all the rounds. But building up to 6-4, I felt, 4 or 5 rounds where Celebi were really coming alive. What happened?
Well, I guess I can break that down. So after the tag pause in the first half in sub-base, they were able to capitalize on top of that, use that tag pause to their advantage, take the rounds, close the half out, 5-4. Okay, we are losing a round, but that's okay. We still kind of made it even. And then they switched sides, and All Gamers just started popping off. And the main reason mostly for all gamers to build on those rounds is because all gamers know how to capitalize off of these little extra advantages they have. So, for example, they were able to land nades onto one of the players on Celebi, and they realized, okay, that nade is a good hit, this guy's going to be low. So they sent 2 players to trade him out because obviously if he's full HP, okay, 1v2 could happen, but given that he's only half HP, that trade is going to happen. So all these little things will add up and, you know, return as a huge snowball.
That was Subbase 10-4. Ankara, brief. Let's show you the stats on the map summary for Ankara. The numbers are going to be good on AG's side, as you would expect. Jwai with a 5 KD, ZQ with a 4.0 KD. 3 of them getting more than 1 kill every round on average. It's a little bit rougher on the other side.
And your superstar Lucas, 0.18. You know, you know, one of the best players on this team. You know, and like Kyle already mentioned, Dola has been struggling, and you can see it from both of them. You can't have that happen with Celebi. I mean, that is a shocking performance, but, you know, hopefully they can learn from this and bounce back.
I mean, on 11 rounds, Lucas got 310 damage and Dola 420.
We could definitely say all gamers were the men at work, and Celebi were just down under.
If you wish.
Wow, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just made a Devo reference. Good lord.
But the MVP is going to be turn out to be a ZY. I mean, it's not surprising. Jue as well was performing really well, but ZY was the one to, you know, take those critical kills coming into the rounds.
1.75 KD. But also, you know, kills per round really good. Headshots 3 out of 5. Yeah, good performance from ZY. Great performance from all gamers. Dare we say a shoe-in for the grand final, all gamers? We thought they were beforehand. I think we would still consider they're looking unstoppable. It may not be Celebi who joins them then. Although
Yes.
Celebi is still fantastic, but they really got shown up here.
I think the answer is a resounding yes. Everyone's nodding their heads
Everyone's
like
nodding.
this is just, yeah. There's no doubt about it in my mind. These guys are going to the grand finals.
All gamers top. Group A will be the #1 seed out of here. And with 3 wins and no losses, not even a map along the way, and 44 rounds in favor, and a good old AP score as well between them. That's our attack points metric that we can use to compare. It looks like not only will they be top of Group A, they may well be the #1 seed out of all the qualifiers into the quarterfinals. Remember, the top 2 from every group go through, so congratulations as well to Celebi, who will be the 2nd seed out of Group A, and in the quarterfinals, who's going to join them out of the other 2 teams? Well, we'll look into that in a moment, just after this break. The fourth day of our gigantic 10-day CFS 2022 Grand Finals is now complete after our 4 games today. We've got one more day of group action to look forward to. 3 more matches tomorrow, and then all of groups A, B, and C will have concluded. We'll know who's going definitely through to the quarterfinals and who'll be returning to Wildcard Day, which will be the day after tomorrow. The matches that are going to get us there. We will conclude Group C. Very interesting potentials in this. We got Black Dragons, who are currently, the Brazilian champions, the world champions from 2018, but have been underperforming this tournament. They're playing the Egyptian team of Anubis Gaming, who lost to BaiSha at the start of today.
Yeah, I doubted Kyle's math on this, and I'll never do that again.
Never
He
do that
was
again.
totally right. I was totally wrong.
I
am man enough to admit it. He was right. I was wrong. But there's a lot of implications.
I told you, when it comes to Crossfire,
I shouldn't have doubted him. It wasn't him and his knowledge. It was my own math that I should have known was bad.
For a start, it's maths as well. You're wrong
maths.
entirely.
Yes.
Yeah, so Black Dragons are currently 4th. Anubis Gaming are currently 2nd. And those two could swap places, and the team in 3rd could still be in 3rd. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this possible before, but Carl says so. Group A will conclude with Extensi against Team Myth. That is our wildcard battle for Group A. We already know that all gamers clear out in front there, but Extensi gamers and Team Myth, one of them can go 2nd in the group and make it out of the quarterfinals, and the other one will be in the wildcard battle.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that matchup, I think, it's going to be a tough one for both of those teams sitting at 0-2, but, we'll see how it goes down.
Yeah, my mistake. That's the group. That's the match to stay in 3rd or out, isn't it? Not 2nd and 3rd. That's the group. Extensi and Team Myth. One of those goes wildcard day. One of those goes home. The other match we got at the end of tomorrow, Lazarus against Q9 Esports Club. That's the one for 2nd and 3rd in Group B. One of those teams will be definitely through. The other one will be coming back on the wildcard day. Whoever it is out of Lazarus and Q9, pretty good chance of them getting out of the wildcard, I would say. Paper thin, both very, very strong teams.
Yeah, I think both of them could be your wild card teams for sure. I mean, if it's Extensi or Myth, I mean, it's hard to say for sure because they've ran into, Celebi and AG, so we'll see either way.
Bench, welcome back to the desk as well. Of course, great fun today. Looking forward to tomorrow.
I'm definitely looking for some games tomorrow. Lazarus as well, they have Niels finally back on their team, so maybe that could, change things up, change the gears up for Lazarus to maybe pop out some kills, pop out some rounds, and take that series into their backpack.
ZZSQ, all gamers looking extremely strong. We don't know how they're going to be stopped. You might know. You know everything.
Yeah, I mean, right now they look unstoppable. I think the big match coming up, though, tomorrow for me is that Lazarus versus Q9 one, since the loser of that, getting that wild card, could potentially seed them up against all gamers in the first round of the playoffs. And, right now nobody wants that.
No, nobody wants to face them until there's a trophy between you and them and the big title that comes with it. This is the end of day 4. Thank you so much for joining us from all the guys here on the desk and also from Akelios and Valdez. I've been Matt Andrews. We'll see you tomorrow for day 5, do or die day. It's the end of the groups here in Jeju. Bye.